Chapter 1. My girlfriend broke up with me on her birthday and I was bound to the love god system. Launching, Zhangchang, a Western restaurant near the university town. Happy birthday, baby. This is the birthday present I specially prepared for you. Lin Mo walked into the Western restaurant holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand and a gift box in the other, and said as he looked at the girl in front of him who was dressed beautifully and had exquisite makeup. What gift? Wu Qianyu, who was sitting in her seat, glanced at Lin Mo with a cold expression and asked. I made this paper crane wishing bottle for you myself, and I also bought you a lipstick. Lin Mo opened the gift box and looked at Wu Qianyu affectionately and said. Lin Mo, let's break up. Wu Qianyu looked at Lin Mo and said with a resolute and cold expression. Baby, why? We have been together for 3 years and our relationship has always been good. Lin Mo looked at Wu Qianyu with shock and confusion and asked. Lin Mo, we have been together for 3 years, and we are both seniors now. Do you know that every time my bestie has a birthday, her boyfriend either gives her LV or Gucci bags, or takes her on a romantic and thoughtful trip abroad? This year, he even gave my bestie an Audi A6. And you give me similar things almost every year. To put it nicely, they are small gifts you made yourself, but to put it realistically, they are just a bunch of worthless junk. I even need to save up money to buy a bag, so what's the point of having you as a boyfriend? What do you think? Wu Qianyu looked at Lin Mo with disdain and coldness. But Qianyu, I have given you everything I can. Whenever you are sick or have menstrual discomfort, I am the first one to appear in front of you to accompany you. All my living expenses during college and most of the money I earned from part-time jobs were spent on you. I have given you everything, whether it's time, energy, feelings, or money. I really love you. Lin Mo looked at Wu Qianyu with moving eyes and said. I know, otherwise why didn't I break up with you earlier instead of putting up with you for 3 years, Lin Mo? But look at how unmotivated and decadent you are now. You are already a senior and doing internships. Other boys have either passed the civil service exams or joined big companies, but you stay in the dormitory playing games and sleeping all day, using the excuse of preparing for the postgraduate entrance exams. I don't see any hope or future for you. Let's break up. Wu Qianyu said again indifferently but firmly. That's not true, baby. I also study hard in the dormitory. I only play games for a while when I'm tired of studying. Give me some more time, I will definitely give you a good life, okay, baby? As Lin Mo spoke, he knelt down on one knee emotionally, holding the flowers in his hand and begged for the other party's forgiveness. As Lin Mo knelt down, all the guests in the Western restaurant turned to look at the young couple, and some people started to discuss in a low voice. No need, Lin Mo, I've thought it through clearly. You can't give me the life I want. My parents strongly opposed what happened between you and me after they found out about it. They asked me to go home for a blind date next month. When I graduate, I'm going to marry the second-generation Zhangcheng guy I met on a blind date. How can you compare with him? Wu Qianyu's eyes were cold and murderous. It turns out you no longer love me. The only people you really love are yourself and money. Lin Mo looked at Wu Qianyu distraught. So what? What's wrong with a woman being realistic? Am I going to continue to waste time with you for 3 years after 3 years? Don't make excuses for your own incompetence. I'm leaving, let's part ways in peace. Don't bother me anymore. Wu Qianyu said this coldly and sharply, then stood up, glanced at the guests who were talking around her, picked up her bag and left. How shameful that I was so wrong. In the end, I still lost to a vain, materialistic, and competitive woman. Lin Mo said as he lay limply on the sofa in the Western restaurant. As the old saying goes, when a woman loves you, she doesn't care whether you have money or not. But when a woman doesn't love you anymore, she can't stand the fact that you have no money for even a minute. Don't look down on the young people because they are poor. I, Lin Mo, am only 22 years old this year, and I'm just doing my internship as a senior. Wu Qianyu, just wait, I will definitely make you regret it one day. Just as Lin Mo walked out of the Western restaurant in a daze and was about to throw the flowers and gift boxes into the trash can, a gentle and pleasant female voice suddenly came from behind him. Handsome guy, it would be a shame to just throw away such beautiful flowers and the 1,000 paper cranes you folded yourself. Why don't you give them to me? Or I can buy them for you. Lin Mo turned around and saw a woman in a white dress and high heels, which made her graceful figure and long legs look even more charming. Her facial features were so beautiful that they seemed like a masterpiece sculpted by Nuwa herself. Her long, beautiful black hair fell naturally on her back like a waterfall. Judging from her age, she seems to be about the same age as me. Even in our Jiangnan University, she would be a school beauty. Excuse me, are you talking to me? Lin Mo looked at the beautiful woman who walked out of the Western restaurant and asked. Yeah, is there anyone else here? Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo and said with a chuckle. Then I'll give you all these flowers, paper cranes and this gift box. You don't have to pay me. I was planning to throw them away anyway. Lin Mo glanced at the other person and said. Thank you. How about I treat you to a meal? I heard your conversation with your ex-girlfriend in the Western restaurant just now. Maybe it's not a bad thing for you to leave someone who no longer loves you. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and said with a charming smile. Maybe. Just when Lin Mo was about to say something else, a transparent light curtain suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Ding, since the host was dumped on his girlfriend's birthday, the misery index is 100%, and the love god system has been bound. Detected the appearance of SS level goddess level beauty Chen Zilin, and automatically helped the host collect 100 points of her favorability towards you. Successful strategy will get special mission rewards. Note, every time the host obtains the corresponding value of favorability of the opposite sex towards you, you can get 100 times cash back. Only after successfully capturing SSSS level beauties, there will be special rewards and the basic favorability value obtained will be higher. The basic favorability value of SS level beauties is 50. All rewards in this system are reasonable and legal, and all rights of interpretation belong to the system. Love God system? This familiar feeling, is it Brother Tonzi? As a senior online literature enthusiast, he is very familiar with things like the system cheating finger. This is the essential artifact for every male protagonist in a cool novel to soar to the sky and live the life of a big boss from then on. 100 points of favorability value with a 100-fold cashback equals 10,000 yuan, which means he easily earned 10,000 yuan. It really is worthy of being called the god of love system, it is so extravagant and inhumane. What if he could gain more favorability points, or even successfully capture Chen Zilin? Would there be more abundant rewards waiting for him? Chapter 2, System Trouble, Love Acceleration Task. Please add to the bookshelf and follow up. While thinking about this, Lin Mo casually clicked on Chen Zilin's name on the transparent light screen, and the other party's detailed information suddenly appeared on the virtual light screen. Name, Chen Zilin. Age, 21. Native place, Jiangcheng. Identity, a junior student majoring in folk dance at the art department of Jiangcheng University, and one of the campus beauties of Jiangcheng University. Family background, both parents are university professors, from a scholarly family. Number of romances, 0. Hobbies, I love eating hot pot, barbecuing, dancing, singing, taking photos, and traveling. I have no resistance to boys who are good at photography and have a sense of humor. Personality, innocent, kind and gentle. Charm value evaluation, appearance 95 points, figure 90 points, temperament 93 points, final evaluation SS level goddess. Current favorability value, 100. Dating stage, acquaintance stage. When the favorability value reaches 520 or above, the two can enter the knowing stage. In the next stage, the host's charm effect on the heroine will be doubled. It turned out that what I said was right. The other party was really the campus beauty of Jiang University? And she was a junior girl. The most important thing is that such a beautiful school beauty has never been in a relationship. He really found a treasure this time. Lin Mo thought silently in his heart. What are you thinking about? Are you still thinking about what happened just now? Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo, who seemed a little distracted, and said. No, it's all in the past. You're right. Maybe leaving someone who doesn't love you is a good thing. Only when the wrong person leaves, will you eventually meet the right person? By the way, why did you appear there just now? Lin Mo said as he looked at Chen Zilin, who was as sexy and beautiful as a fairy in front of him. My school is nearby, and I had planned to have dinner with a friend tonight, but she couldn't come because of something unexpected. Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo and spoke in a gentle voice. Is that so? So you saw everything I said and knelt down in the restaurant just now? Lin Mo suddenly realized it and said in an embarrassed manner. Yes, I saw it all. It's actually no big deal. I think you are quite sincere, affectionate and loyal. It's not you who is wrong, but your ex-girlfriend who is materialistic and competitive. Chen Zilin comforted softly. Even though I say that, it's still embarrassing. Lin Mo said hesitantly. It's okay, I can understand you. Really, even though I've never been in a relationship, I can understand you. Chen Zilin smiled brightly and looked at Lin Mo and said, "No, don't look at me like that, I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me, huh?" Lin Mo teased the other person jokingly. "Now that you can joke with me, it means you are not that upset anymore." Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and said, "By the way, you just said your school is nearby, are you from Jiangcheng University?" Lin Mo asked knowingly. "Could it be that you are also from Jiang University?" Chen Zilin looked at Lin Modeo in surprise. "Yes, I'm Lin Mo, a senior in digital media at the Computer Science Department of Jiangcheng University. What about you?" Lin Mo smiled brightly and went to shake hands with Chen Zilin. "Then we are from the same school, and you are my senior. I am Chen Zilin, a junior majoring in folk dance at the art department of Jiangnan University." Chen Zilin also stretched out her hand and shook hands with the other party. "That's such a coincidence. Maybe God let you appear in the Western restaurant tonight to witness my breakup with my ex-girlfriend, and let you take the flowers and gift box from me just to start a relationship that truly belongs to us." Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and said with a bright and ambiguous smile, "Senior, you are quite interesting to talk to. Maybe. I just don't want a boy's sincere feelings to be thrown away and wasted and trampled on." Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and smiled. Collected 50 favorability points from Chen Zilin towards the host. The current favorability value is 150. Oh my god. It really works. She doesn't mind me flirting with her. It seems that the school beauty Chen was interested in me from the beginning. Lin Mo said secretly in his heart as he looked at the system light screen that suddenly popped up in front of him. "By the way, does your promise to treat me to a meal still count? I didn't eat anything at the Western restaurant just now, and now I'm hungry." Lin Mo felt happy and excited as he looked at the beautiful Chen Zilin. It seems that God has been kind to her. Just as she was matched with a vain and gold digger girl, along came the beautiful, sexy, and gentle school beauty Chen Zilin. Comparing the two, one can only say that he was really blind to date a woman like Wu Qianyu for 3 years. "Well, I was just eating watermelon at the Western restaurant and didn't eat much. How about we go somewhere else and have barbecue? I know a really good barbecue restaurant." Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and said with a chuckle, "Okay, let's go then." Lin Mo was slightly dazed as he looked at Chen Zilin's beautiful and charming smile. The two soon came to a barbecue restaurant on another floor of the mall. The environment in the restaurant was great. Since it was a weekday, there were not many people and it was very quiet. "Can you bake? How about I do it? I'll bake and you'll eat." Lin Mo smiled and teased the other person a little. "Ah. Thank you, senior. How can someone as gentle and considerate as you not be cherished?" Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo, who was about 1.75 meters tall, handsome, and had a decent sense of fashion, blushed slightly, and then spoke in a low voice. 100 favorable impressions from Chen Zilin towards the host have been collected. The current favorable impression is 250. Please keep up the good work, host. Maybe it's because I'm always restless because I can't get what I want, and I feel safe because I'm favored. Or maybe it's just that I haven't met the right person. What do you think? Lin Mo put the roasted meat slices into the other person's bowl with a pair of tongs and said to him with a bright smile, "Yes, meeting the right person and the order of appearance are both important in a relationship. What do you think?" Chen Zilin dipped the grilled meat slices that Lin Mo had prepared for her into the sauce and put it into her mouth, then a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. "So what do you think of the time when we met and the order in which we appeared?" Lin Mo looked at the radiant Chen Zilin and asked with a gentle and slightly ambiguous expression. "That's great, otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here eating barbecue together." Chen Zilin smiled and said, "Ding, love acceleration task prompt, please ask the host to sit next to Chen Zilin for dinner and try to complete the intimate behavior of feeding each other. If you succeed, the love value you get will be doubled. If you fail, it may reduce the other party's favorability towards you. Host, please choose to accept or reject the task option." Love acceleration mission? They asked me to sit next to Chen Zilin and complete the intimate act of feeding each other? Is it that exciting? Maybe it would really disgust the campus beauty Chen and even make her leave on the spot. The system is going to cause trouble. But sometimes love is like gambling. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. How can you win the beauty in the end without the courage to go all in? No matter what, for the sake of love and to double the love value, let us fight. After thinking about it in his mind, Lin Mo decisively chose to accept the task. Chapter 3, Feeding Each Other with the School Beauty and Junior Girl? Junior, I can't hear you clearly from here. How about I sit opposite you? It will be more convenient for us to chat. Lin Mo took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress his inner anxiety, adjusted his breathing, looked at the absolutely beautiful Chun Zilin opposite him and said, "Oh, well, come sit over here, senior." Chun Zilin glanced at Lin Mo and said calmly, "Wow. There's hope." Hearing this, Lin Mo was delighted and immediately walked over and sat down next to the school beauty, moving the bowl and chopsticks over as well. Even though they were so close, Lin Mo couldn't help feeling refreshed as he smelled the lily-like fragrance coming from the other person. "Junior, how about I play a game with you, rock paper scissors, where the winner can let the loser take a risk?" Lin Mo thought about it for a while and thought that using playing games as an excuse would make it easier for girls to accept it. Otherwise, it would seem too abrupt and too purposeful and would be counterproductive. "Okay, it feels quite interesting." Chen Zilin thought for a few seconds and said with a smile, "Then don't say that I didn't give in to you, senior. I used scissors, and if you want to beat me, just use rock." Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin sincerely and said, "Senior, you are trying to cheat me. I don't believe you can really use scissors." Chen Zilin retorted with a smile. "Anyway, I've already told you what will happen. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Come on, rock paper scissors." After Lin Mo finished speaking, he played scissors as predicted, while Chen Zilin played paper. "Senior, you are such a cunning person. You just deliberately tricked me. I bet I would not believe that you would really use the scissors." Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo with a slightly angry look. "Junior, it's unfair. Didn't I just tell you that I would use the scissors? But you just didn't believe me and insisted on thinking that I was lying to you. In the end, you lost." "Oh, it's so hard to be a good person these days." Lin Mo teased the other person deliberately. "Okay, senior, you trick me." Chen Zilin, who understood what was happening, reached out a hand and gently tapped him on the arm. In fact, the purpose of what he said just now was to deliberately tell the other party what he would do and trick the other party. 90% of people would definitely think it was a trick and would definitely not really believe that he would really play scissors. On the contrary, you will feel that when you say scissors is a smoke bomb, the opponent will definitely play rock, so if the opponent wants to win, he will play paper to win your rock, and the result is that you have predicted the opponent's prediction. There's no way around it these days. If you don't know some tricks, you'd be embarrassed to flirt with girls. He himself spent 3 years verifying the saying, "A man's sincerity is like a woman's beauty, which is a dead end if it is shown alone." Really? Junior, I was just trying to tell you what I was going to do, so that you could win. I didn't expect you to not believe me, so you lost. Oh, I didn't expect the trust between people to be so fragile. Lin Mo explains seriously. "I don't believe you." Chen Zilin gave the other person a nice eye roll. "I can't help it. Since you lose, you have to accept the loss. The big dare is that you just pick up a piece of grilled meat, help me dip it in the sauce, and then feed it to me yourself." Lin Mo, whose evil plan succeeded, forced himself to suppress the joy in his heart and pretended to be calm and composed on the surface. "Ah. Senior, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Aren't we being a bit too intimate?" After hearing Lin Mo's words, Chen Zilin, who had never been in a relationship, couldn't help but blush and said hesitantly and embarrassedly, "I'm not asking you to kiss me, why are you shy, Junior? Besides, aren't we playing a game? This is just a punishment dare for losing the game, don't think too much about it." Lin Mo comforted the other person while using the excuse of playing games to give him a way out. "Well, this is my first time feeding a boy." The beautiful, gentle and innocent Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo and said timidly, "This is also the first time I've been fed by a girl." Lin Mo responded with a brisk expression. After Chen Zilin finished speaking, she picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of grilled meat from the barbecue plate, dipped it in the sauce in her bowl, and hesitantly brought it to Lin Mo's mouth. Lin Mo was delighted to see that the school beauty who looked like a fairy actually took the initiative to pick up a piece of barbecue and fed it to his mouth. The most important thing was that she used her own chopsticks and dipped them in the sauce in her bowl. Wasn't this equivalent to an indirect kiss between the two? Lin Mo couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of this, and then he opened his mouth and ate the barbecue slices. He swore that this piece of barbecue was the best barbecue he had ever eaten in his life. How is it? Is it delicious? Chen Zilin asked a little shyly. Delicious, this is the best barbecue I have ever eaten in my life. Lin Mo said with a light and satisfied expression. 100 favorability points from Chen Zilin to the host have been collected. The current love acceleration task has been half completed. After the task is completed, the favorability points obtained during the task will be doubled. Lin Mo looked at the system light screen prompt and simply gritted his teeth and prepared to give it another try. This is what they call a bicycle turning into a motorcycle. Senior, you are exaggerating a bit. How can this be the best barbecue you have ever eaten in your life? Chen Zilin covered her mouth and chuckled. Her every frown and smile made her look like a fairy playing and laughing in the Yaoqi lake. Because you fed me. Lin Mo looked at the other person with a serious and slightly ambiguous expression and said. Chen Zilin felt a little embarrassed by what was said, so she turned her head away slightly. Hey, junior sister Zilin, didn't you just feed me a piece of barbecue? Then I'll feed you a piece as a reward. Ah, no. No need, senior. Chen Zilin said a little shyly and nervously. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he picked up a piece of grilled meat from the barbecue plate, dipped it in the sauce in his bowl, and put it to Chen Zilin's mouth without waiting for the other party to answer. Just when Chen Zilin hesitated for 3 seconds and just opened her mouth to eat, Lin Mo quickly took the barbecue back and put it into his mouth. This pushing and pulling flirting made Chen Zilin, the school beauty who was just beginning to fall in love, feel shy, angry and annoyed. Senior, you are teasing me on purpose. Didn't you just say you would feed me the food? Why did you eat it yourself? You are so mean. After Chen Zilin finished speaking, she punched Lin Mo's chest twice with her pink fists. It hurts, it hurts. Be gentle, or you won't be able to get married if you continue to be so violent. Lin Mo pretended to be in pain with an exaggerated expression. If you can't get married, then you can't get married. Who cares? Chen Zilin pouted and chuckled. Why don't I feed you another piece? This time it's real, I won't lie to you. Lin Mo deliberately raised his voice to emphasize. Really? Don't lie to me. If you lie to me again, I will bite you if I get angry. Chen Zilin pretended to be fierce and threatened Lin Mo Deo. Where is the trust between people? Why would I lie to you? After Lin Mo finished speaking, he picked up the chopsticks in his hand again, picked up a piece of grilled meat from the barbecue plate, dipped it in the sauce, and handed it to the other person's mouth. This time, Chen Zilin was afraid that she would pull the piece of meat back again like before, so she bit it and ate it without hesitation. Collected 100 favorability points from Chen Zilin towards the host. Ding, the host and Chen Zilin have successfully fed each other, and the love acceleration mission has been completed. The 200 favorability points gained during the mission will be doubled immediately. Currently gained 400 favorability points. The current total favorability value is 650, and the favorability value has reached 520 or above. The two of them immediately enter the knowing stage. In this stage, the host's charm effect on the heroine doubles, and the heroine will be more likely to be attracted to the host. This effect lasts for 1 week. When the favorability value reaches 13-14 or above, the two can enter the love stage. In the next stage, the host's charm effect on the heroine will continue to double, which is 4 times that of the acquaintance stage. The novice gift package has been triggered. Does the host want to claim it? Chapter 4, Getting to Know Each Other, the host's charm effect is doubled. Lin Mo took a look and chose to receive the novice gift package without hesitation. If he hesitated for even a second longer, it would be disrespectful to the system. The novice gift package has been opened, and the host has obtained intermediate skill photography technology proficiency first-class photographer level. Oh my god, what's the point of just being proficient in photography? Is Brother Tonzi so stingy? Never mind. It doesn't seem to be of no use at all. Isn't it that the campus beauty Chen, who is sitting next to him now, likes photography and has no resistance to boys who are good at photography and have a sense of humor? How is it? Is it delicious? Lin Mo came back to his senses and looked at Chen Zilin and said, delicious. Chen Zilin lowered her head slightly and said a little embarrassedly. If it tastes good, eat more. But I won't feed you next time. Just pick up some food and eat it yourself. What I fed you just now can only be regarded as a reward. Don't be greedy. Lin Mo glanced at the beautiful Chen Zilin and chuckled teasingly. No, senior, you are a little bit rebellious, aren't you? Isn't it a reward for you to feed me just now? After all, there are so many boys in Jiangda who want to feed me actively. Also, shouldn't I say don't be greedy? But why am I feeling strangely shy and attracted to him? Is it because the senior is too charming? Chen Zilin changed the direction of her long white legs and placed them on her knees, thinking silently in her heart. I didn't want you to feed me. Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo and said in a coquettish voice. Then who was it that just now wanted to eat my chopsticks in one bite? Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with an ambiguous and interested expression and said. I didn't, what did you just say? I don't remember. Chen Zilin simply winked at him and pretended to have amnesia. Lin Mo looked at the other person and suddenly changed from a gorgeous, sexy and elegant school beauty goddess with a bit of natural coolness to a little girl, and he couldn't help feeling a little dazed and strange. It turns out that women are all emotional. Learn to make a girl emotionally addicted to you and maintain a happy, relaxed and ambiguous atmosphere throughout the date. This will quickly make the girl in front of you take off her disguise and show her real and girly side. Okay, you didn't do anything just now. Are you full? Lin Mo chuckled and looked at Chen Zilin and asked. Yeah, I'm done eating. Chen Zilin regained some of her gentle and elegant goddess temperament. Then let's go. How about we go shopping in the mall for a while to digest the food before going back to school? Lin Mo said. Okay, let's go then. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, the two walked side by side in the mall like a couple. Lin Mo was taken by Chen Zilin to stroll around Miniso, and then went into a clothing store to look at clothes. Although the two didn't buy anything in the end, they still had a lot of fun shopping and didn't feel bored at all. Do you like catching dolls? How about I take you to catch dolls? Lin Mo said as he looked at Chen Zilin's happy and energetic appearance. Okay, let's go. But I've never caught one before. It's too hard to catch. Chen Zilin was happy at first, then said with a frustrated expression. It doesn't matter. Today, I will share with you half of the good luck I have accumulated over the past 22 years. I guarantee you will be able to catch it. Lin Mo looked at the goddess school beauty Chen Zilin in front of him and said confidently. Really? You're such a nice person, senior. Are you really going to share half of the good fortune you've accumulated over the past 22 years with me? Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and smiled playfully. Of course. After all, you just treated me to a barbecue. We are all good friends now. Isn't it normal for us to interact with each other? Lin Mo said very casually. But you just gave me your flowers, the paper crane gift box you prepared, and the lipstick, didn't you? Aren't we no longer in debt to each other? Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and smiled. Speaking of flowers and gift boxes, you reminded me that those were things I prepared for my girlfriend. Since you accepted my things, you have to become my girlfriend. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin, who was beautiful and sexy in a white dress, and joked with a relaxed and ambiguous expression. Ah, what? This was clearly something you gave to your ex-girlfriend, and you were about to throw it in the trash. I didn't want to waste such beautiful flowers and your kindness, so I took it. Chen Zilin blushed and explained seriously. Well, if you don't want to, just return the flowers and gifts to me? Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin's beautiful and delicate face and threatened the other party. Ah? How can anyone return a gift given to someone else? You're such a stingy person. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and pretended to be angry. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. If I say I'm giving it to you, it's a gift. I'm just worried that you'll be tired and inconvenient to carry it, so I want to help you take it down. Give it to me. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he motioned for the other party to give him the flowers and gift box. Oh, is that so? Thank you, senior, you are so nice. Chen Zilin handed the flowers and gifts in her hand to him, and suddenly felt relieved. She looked at Lin Mo and smiled knowingly. I have many good qualities. You will find them out as you experience them slowly in the future. Lin Mo said very shamelessly. TSK, I won't believe you. Chen Zilin rolled her eyes at the other person and said. We have collected 50 points of favorability from Chen Zilin towards the host. The current total favorability of Chen Zilin towards the host is 700. Ding, limited time love acceleration task reminder. Holding hands is the beginning of ambiguity and the stage when a relationship officially sprouts. Please complete the intimate behavior of holding hands and hugging with school beauty Chen Zilin before 2400 hours tonight. Note, since the two of you are currently in the stage of getting to know each other, all the love points gained during the mission will be tripled if the mission is successful. If it fails, it is possible that the other party's favorability towards you will be doubled. Forcibly holding hands and hugging, or completing the task half-heartedly when the other party is not willing, will also be considered a mission failure. Host, please choose whether to accept the task. Coming again? It's normal to not be able to force someone to hold hands or hug, but it's too strict to consider it a mission failure if you complete it half-heartedly, Brother Tonzi. However, a happy life is earned through hard work. He and the campus beauty Chen were just strangers in the beginning. Even if he failed, they would just become strangers again. What was there to be afraid of? In reality, some boys are just too nice guys, which is why they become clowns who pursue girls for a year or two, but they are still just ordinary friends. The essence of dating is for two people to talk and flirt with each other. Love is a game for the brave. So Lin Mo decisively chose to accept the task and prepared to meet new challenges. He couldn't help but feel nervous, excited and uneasy at the thought of being able to hold hands and hug the campus beauty on their first date and their relationship progressing rapidly towards romance. Chapter 5. Today I will teach you a different way of walking. Lin Mo and Chen Zilin were chatting and laughing when they arrived at the door of a doll shop in the mall. After entering the store, Lin Mo first bought 10 coins from the machine to test the waters, and let Chen Zilin play with it by herself. Boss, your machine is not easy to catch. I want to buy 100 yuan of coins. Can you help me tighten the claws of a certain machine? We only need to catch 2 dolls, one for me and one for my girlfriend. Lin Mo came to the front desk and discussed in a low voice with the boss. Okay, since you care so much about your girlfriend, I'll grant your wish, said the young male boss who looked to be in his 20s. So Lin Mo turned around with the pen and continued to watch Chen Zilin catch the dolls. It's a pity that you're always just a little bit off. Come, let me, the god of catching dolls, teach you. After a few minutes, he saw that every time Chen Zilin was about to catch the doll, it would fall at the exit nearby, and he became a little discouraged, so he spoke. You're also a doll-catching god? Senior, you're not bragging, are you? Chen Zilin turned her head and looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I'll teach you right now. Keep your hand there and don't move. I'll teach you how to press the button at that angle and at that time. As Lin Mo spoke, he placed his hand on Chen Zilin's hand with a serious expression, then grabbed the joystick of the claw machine and pretended to find the angle and timing. It was not until time was almost too late that he grabbed the other person's hand and pressed the button. Chen Zilin felt Lin Mo's strong chest and arms behind her, and the other party was holding her hand. Although she was a little shy and wanted to pull her hand back, she gave up the idea when she saw Lin Mo's serious look, as if he was just teaching her how to catch dolls. Oops, failed. Didn't you just say you were a master at catching dolls? It turns out you were just bragging. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and said coquettishly. It was just a mistake just now. Even gods make mistakes once or twice. Lin Mo said shamelessly and nonchalantly. Let's go to the claw machine over there. The dolls in this machine are prettier. I'm 100% sure I can catch it this time. If I can't, I'll carry you back to school tonight. It was not until the male boss, who was standing in front of a claw machine, gave him a look that Lin Mo instantly looked at Chen Zilin with confidence and said, Really? You're not lying to me again, are you? Chen Zilin said half doubtfully. Of course. Do you get candy if I lie to you? Come over here and I'll teach you how to catch it. So Lin Mo used the same trick again, grabbing Chen Zilin's hand and the joystick, pretending to adjust the angle and wait for the opportunity. Until time was almost too late, he pressed the button. What was different from the last time was that the claws of the claw machine had become very tight after being adjusted by the boss, and soon a yellow doll fell out from the exit. Wow! I really caught it. Senior, you are so awesome. Chen Zilin was as happy as a child for a moment, grabbed Lin Mo's arm, shook it and said. Collected 50 favorability points from Chen Zilin towards the host. The current progress of the love acceleration task has been advanced by 1/3. Please continue to work hard. After the task is completed, the favorability points obtained during the task will be tripled. Lin Mo looked at the system screen that suddenly popped up in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. So Lin Mo repeated the same operation again. Not only did he catch enough Chen Zilin's hands, he also caught the second doll. However, although Chen Zilin was very happy this time, the system did not prompt her to collect the other party's favorability value for herself for the second time. It seems that when the same thing happened for the second time, the other party's threshold was obviously increased. Then we can each have one of these two dolls. They are a pair. You must take good care of them and don't lose them. Lin Mo gave the doll in his hand to Chen Zilin, then looked at her seriously and said, I understand. I will keep it well. You too. Chen Zilin also nodded solemnly and said, Let's go, it's getting late, let's go back to school. Lin Mo said, Okay, let's go. Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo and said with a hint of emotion in her eyes. Then the two of them left the mall near the university town together, hailed a taxi on the roadside and returned to school. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and the campus of Jiangcheng University became quiet. When the two passed the Lover's Hill of the school, they could faintly hear the flirting of couples. Junior, have you ever been in a relationship in college? Lin Mo suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Ah, why are you suddenly asking me this question, senior? A trace of panic appeared on Chen Zilin's beautiful and gentle face. I'm just asking, out of curiosity. Lin Mo looked at the other party and said calmly. I haven't been in a relationship yet, how about you, senior? Chen Zilin thought for a moment and said. I've only been in love once, and it was with the ex-girlfriend you saw in the Western restaurant today. When mentioning his ex-girlfriend, Lin Mo spoke in a sincere and low voice. So, senior, do you feel that it is not worth it and you regret giving your first love to a vain, materialistic, money-worshipping girl who doesn't love you at all? Or even hate her? Chen Zilin blinked her charming elf-like eyes and said. Maybe I will feel that it's not worth it, but I won't hate her. And it's all over. I have to thank her for making me sober and aware. Otherwise, if I continue to be with someone like her, wouldn't my life be ruined? Lin Mo looked at the angelic Chen Zilin with bright eyes and spoke very honestly and frankly. You're right, meeting the wrong person can really ruin your life. Just let it go, senior. Chen Zilin said with a beautiful smile. Besides, if it wasn't because of her, how would I have met you? What do you think? Lin Mo suddenly gave the other person an ambiguous and unruly look and said. That's true, but we just met. Chen Zilin's beautiful face showed a pensive expression, and her long and thick eyelashes were as charming as a crescent moon. Silly boy, there is no speed in love, only depth. In life, there are some people we have known for a lifetime but can only be ordinary friends, while there are some people we have only known for a short time but can secretly get married to each other. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with deep affection and seriousness. That seems to be the truth. Liking someone is really a wonderful thing. It requires a lot of feeling and fate. Chen Zilin said softly as she stepped hard on the stone slabs on the school path with her high heels. Zilin, look, there are people kissing over at Lover's Hill. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he pointed Chen Zilin in a direction. She looked in the direction of Lin Mo's finger, and under the light of the school's streetlights, she saw a young couple sitting on the Lover's Hill, kissing each other passionately. Ah, senior, stop looking, let's go. Chen Zilin said this with a red face and ran away. Lin Mo smiled slightly and said nothing more, but quickly caught up with the other person and followed him again. Zilin, do you usually walk with boys like this? Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and asked with a chuckle. What else? How else can I take a walk? Chen Zilin asked in confusion. So how about I teach you a different way of walking today? Lin Mo kept the question a secret again. What's a different way to walk? Chen Zilin asked softly. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin's naturally hanging right hand in the distance between them, and decisively reached out to hold her right hand while looking at her with a bright and ambiguous smile and said. That means walking hand in hand with the person you love. After hearing Lin Mo's words, the blush on Chen Zilin's face that had just faded away reappeared, and her right hand subconsciously tried to break free. But the next second she found that she seemed to desire and like the feeling of walking hand in hand with the senior in front of her in the quiet university campus at night, so she simply let go of her fingers and interlocked theirs. How about this kind of walking? Do you like it? Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with pure and fond eyes and said. After a while, Chen Zilin replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper. 70 favorability points from Chen Zilin to the host have been collected. The current limited time love acceleration task has been completed by 2/3. After the task is completed, the favorability points obtained during the task will be tripled. Chapter 6 Reward Withdrawal, Night Chat in the Girls' Dormitory. Oh my god. It really worked. This means that Chen Zilin also likes me in her heart, otherwise even if I reluctantly hold her hand, the system will show that the mission has failed. Lin Mo looked at the system screen and said with ecstasy in his heart. After calming down, Lin Mo held Chen Zilin's hand and walked slowly on the campus of Jiangnan University. At this moment, he felt unusually calm and happy in his heart, and even had a vague feeling of happiness. It looks like the dormitory is about to close. I'll take you downstairs. Lin Mo said softly. Good. Chen Zilin felt that she was still a little confused, so she spoke in a low voice. The two soon arrived downstairs of Chen Zilin's dormitory. You are so beautiful tonight, the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Lin Mo said as he looked at the girl who was wearing high heels and a white dress, looking sexy, elegant, beautiful and gentle like a flower fairy. Really? You're not trying to cheer me up, are you? Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo happily and said. Of course not. What I said is true. Could it be that Jiang University's campus beauty Chen Zilin is not confident about her beauty? Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and said with a smile. How do you know I'm the campus beauty of Jiang University? Chen Zilin asked in a low voice. Don't forget that I am also a student of this school. I can find out by searching. Besides, your name often appears in various occasions in the school. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with gentle and doting eyes and said. Well, you are smart and good at talking. Chen Zilin smiled. I'm very happy today. Let's hug each other, and then you can go to sleep well right away. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he hugged Chen Zilin without waiting for her to answer. Okay, I get it. You too, remember to say good night to me before you go to bed. Chen Zilin felt the other party's gentle and affectionate hug, so she stretched out her arms and hugged the other party, saying in a very playful voice. Collected 100 favorability points from Chen Zilin towards the host. Ding, the host and Chen Zilin have developed feelings for each other, holding hands and hugging has been completed, and the love acceleration task has been completed. The 170 favorability points obtained during the task will be doubled immediately. Currently obtained 510 favorability points. The current total favorability value is 1210, and there are still 104 favorability values to the third stage of love. In the next stage, the host's charm effect on the heroine will continue to double, which is 4 times that of the acquaintance stage. Please keep up the good work. Perfect. He and Chen Zilin were about to enter the stage of falling in love. When he thought of his school beauty girlfriend being gentle and sweet to him, he couldn't help but feel moved. Moreover, after the strategy is successful, he can get at least 5,200 love points, which means 520,000 yuan in cash after the system's 100-fold cash rebate. Isn't this 520,000 yuan a huge sum of money for him, a college student who hasn't even graduated yet? He could even get special rewards, so he couldn't help but look forward to it. Thinking of this, Lin Mo, who was about to leave, turned around and looked at Chen Zilin and said softly. By the way, the day after tomorrow is the weekend, why don't we go to Jiangcheng Ancient Town on Saturday and take some photos together? We can wear Hanfu costumes together and I'll prepare clothes for you. Sure, can you take pictures? Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo and couldn't help but ask. Because she really likes taking photos and has very strict requirements for the quality of the photos. It would be great if the person she likes could take photos of them. What? Are you doubting my photography skills? I have learned it, all right. Although I'm not as good as a professional photographer, it's still good enough for taking photos when I go out for fun. Joke. My current photography skills are at the level of a first-class photographer, good enough to even take pictures of international supermodels. Won't you be able to worship me thoroughly by then? Lin Mo deliberately kept it a secret to show his mystery. I'll trust you for now, but I'll make it clear if the photos don't turn out well, I'll be angry. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo, smiled and reminded him. Then we'll just wait and see then? Good. After saying this, Lin Mo hugged Chen Zilin again and then turned and left, walking towards the boys' dormitory of the computer department. Unfortunately, there was no one else in the dormitory except him. His 3 roommates had all gone out for internships or jobs, and he was the only one still staying in the dormitory to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination. But now the situation is different. With the Love God system, he only needs to continuously complete the system tasks to get 100 times cash back of the love value he collected. By then, he will have more money than he can spend. He had chosen to take the postgraduate entrance examination before in order to improve his academic qualifications and competitiveness in the workplace so that he could have a good job. Now, naturally, he no longer needs to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Just to prevent others from thinking that he was idle all day, he also made careful plans. After a while, when he has enough money, he will rent a house in a community outside the school and live there himself, and then invest in a franchise to open a Snow King milk tea shop. Later, I would hire a few people to work in the store, and I would only need to show up occasionally, and I could do whatever I was doing the rest of the time. Speaking of money, Lin Mo quickly stood up from the chair in the dormitory and clicked on the system screen to check whether the 1210 favorability points he obtained today could be withdrawn after a 100-fold rebate. The current total love favorability value is 1210. After the 100-fold cashback, the amount that can be withdrawn is 121,000 yuan. Do you want to withdraw cash to the host's available bank card? Lin Mo decisively chose to withdraw the cash. Ding, 121,000 yuan has been transferred to your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank. Hiss. It is really true, Brother Tonzi is really rich and inhumane, so reliable. He earned 120,000 yuan in just one day. Only players like him who own the system can get such a good thing. Since he can withdraw the money at any time after receiving 100 times cash back as long as he keeps collecting more love favorability points, can't he just flirt with a few more S-level goddess-level beauties at once? Even those girls who are not bad looking, as long as there are enough of them, can't they also collect enough favorability points? Wouldn't it be a huge fortune if they were put together? However, considering that his time and energy do not allow him to become a master of time management and flirt with dozens or hundreds of girls at the same time, after comprehensive consideration, he still thinks it would be more reliable to flirt with a few girls with high basic favorability values above S level. After Lin Mo figured all this out, he went downstairs to the bathhouse to take a shower. Then he climbed onto the bed, took out his cell phone, sent a goodnight message to Chen Zilin on Green Bubble, and fell asleep soundly. On the other side, Chen Zilin, who was holding flowers in her hands and a doll in the box with a slight smile on her face, was surrounded by her 3 roommates as soon as she returned to the dormitory. Zilin, are you still the school beauty I knew who never had any scandals with boys during college and always focused on studying and dancing, away from the world? Are you in a relationship? Tell me the truth quickly. Sun Xuanyi, her roommate and best friend, looked at Chen Zilin and asked loudly in amazement. Xuanyi, it's not what you think. These flowers and gift boxes were given to me by a friend at a Western restaurant today. I happened to run into a senior computer science student from our school who was celebrating his girlfriend's birthday. He prepared these flowers and gifts for her. It's just that his girlfriend broke up with him right away because she despised his incompetence and thought he wasn't good enough for her. She was originally going to throw away the flowers in the gift box, but I thought the flowers were very pretty and he folded the paper cranes one by one, which was very thoughtful, so I asked for them. Chen Zilin looked at her best friend Sun Xuanyi, smiled gently, and explained patiently. Oh my god, is it that exciting? Zilin, you accidentally got to the melon eating scene. What does that senior look like? Is he tall? Is he handsome? Sun Xuanyi continued gossiping. Well, about 1.75 meters tall. She looks okay, pretty. But that doesn't seem to be the point, Xuanyi. Chen Zilin glanced at Sun Xuanyi and said coquettishly. How come it's not the main point? Although the flowers in the gift box can be said to be an accident in my appreciation of your sincerity and loyalty and love, what about the doll? Didn't you two catch it together? Sun Xuanyi instantly grasped the key point that had been missed, and the other 2 roommates nodded in agreement with bright eyes. Oh, it's nothing, actually. My senior gave me flowers and gifts, so I thought I'd treat him to a meal. Then after dinner, we went shopping in the mall, played some claw machines, and then went back to school together. Chen Zilin said with a slight shyness and twinkling eyes. Great, she even went to eat and catch dolls with the senior. It seems that our campus beauty Chen, who has always been away from the secular world, has also been tempted by the secular world. Sun Xuanyi covered her mouth and chuckled. I didn't. This is the first time I met him. Chen Zilin once again brought out that classic quote about modesty, but this time even she herself felt a little less confident. Chapter 7 Teacher, can you teach me how to train my abdominal muscles? Perhaps it was because he was too excited last night. Lin Mo woke up at 7 o'clock and couldn't fall asleep again after waking up. So he simply washed up, got dressed, and went downstairs to the Jiangda canteen to have breakfast. While buying breakfast, he also met Zhang Shui, a girl from the same class. The other person was also a senior who was staying in school to prepare for postgraduate studies like him. She was pretty, and since 70% of their class were boys, Zhang Shui could be considered a beauty. It was a pity that after he praised the other party a few words, Zhang Shui's face turned red. Then when the system prompted that the other party's basic favorability value for him was 5, he decisively gave up the idea of flirting with the other party. There is no way, the other party's basic favorability value is really ridiculously low. If he continues like this, when will he be able to become the richest man in Jiangcheng? After thinking all this through, Lin Mo looked around the cafeteria and didn't find any goddess-level beauties, so he left in disappointment. As expected, although there are many beauties in Jiang University, it is still not easy to meet goddess-level beauties with a charm value above S-level. After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Mo thought that there should be a lot of beauties in the gym. Seeing that it was already 8:30, there should be more people coming to the gym, so he quickly walked into the gym next to the school cafeteria. After spending 999 to buy a 6-month membership card at the front desk, Lin Mo walked into the training area of the gym. As soon as he entered, he was attracted by a figure wearing purple yoga clothes, with a pair of long legs and a devilish figure, who was working on her abs. Although she only had light makeup on and a simple ponytail on her head, she still looked like a heroine from an anime and lit up Lin Mo's world as soon as she appeared. Is this the power of Double D plus a beautiful woman with an exquisite face like a porcelain doll? The other party may be a little less beautiful than the school beauty Chen Zilin, but she has a devilish figure. Lin Mo thought silently in his heart. Ding! The SS-level goddess-level beauty Zhao Xiaolu has appeared. If you succeed in conquering her, you will get a special mission reward. Love acceleration task tips: please approach Zhao Xiaolu to finish the conversation in the gym and ask her to teach you how to get 8-pack abs. Finally, take a photo with them showing you in intimate poses. If you succeed, the love value you get during the task will be doubled. If you fail, the other person's favorability towards you will be reduced. Host, please choose to accept or reject the love acceleration task. After seeing the system light screen prompt, Lin Mo couldn't help but agree with Brother Tongzi's aesthetic, and then he decisively chose to accept the system task. Are you kidding? How can a real man be a coward? After thinking for a while about how to strike up a conversation correctly and effectively in the gym, he had a preliminary plan in his mind, and then he strode over to Zhao Xiaolu. My classmate, you are really professional in your training. Are you the coach here? Lin Mo bowed slightly and looked at the other person sincerely and generously. I'm not the coach here, I'm here to work out too. Zhao Xiaolu continued to practice while turning to look at Lin Mo and said, Are you also a student of our school? I feel like you're very professional in training, and you've even developed your abs. I just got a gym membership, and I don't know how to train. Can you teach me? Lin Mo continued to open the topic by first calmly praising the other party, then reasonably stating his needs and explaining why he was here. Are all people who work out in the school gym necessarily students? Zhao Xiaolu stopped what she was doing, smiled at him and said, Could it be that you are a teacher at Jian University? Lin Mo was shocked and thought to himself that he forgot to check the other party's detailed identity information before coming over to chat with him. Guess what major you are in, classmate? Don't you have to go to class today, Friday? Zhao Xiaolu took a sip of water and looked at the tall and strong Lin Mo with interest and said, I'm a senior student majoring in digital media in the computer department. My name is Lin Mo. Now is the internship period. Everyone is out doing internships, but I'm staying in school to prepare for the postgraduate entrance exam. Are you really a teacher in our school? Lin Mo asked. I'm a senior student majoring in digital media. I'm Zhao Xiaolu, the counselor of Computer Network Class 1. I remember your counselor's name seemed to be Lu Shuejuan. Are students so bold now? Do you believe me? I'll tell your counselor about you chatting me up in the gym today? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo with a serious and slightly cunning expression. To be honest, she really wanted to see how this senior boy from the same school, who was not much younger than her, would respond to her questions and challenges. Should we flee in panic? Or is there any interesting way to face the challenge head-on? After all, there are very few students like the other person who just approached her, the counselor, at school. Moreover, the other party did not seem to want to add her with a green bubble right away, but instead asked her to teach him fitness. It seems that he is quite smart. Zhao Xiaolu thought to herself. So you are really a teacher in our school. But you are wrong, teacher. I didn't mean to flirt with you or have any sexual advances. I just saw that you were exercising very professionally, so I wanted you to teach me, a fitness rookie. Is there anything wrong with that? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu's natural anime face and sexy and charming figure and said with a calm smile. It turned out that he was the counselor of Computer Network Class 1. This identity was also very attractive to him. After all, he was about to graduate, so the identities of the two were not a problem at all. Besides, strictly speaking, the counselor was not a teacher. Is that really the case? What you said seems to make sense. So where do you want me to teach you to start? Zhao Xiaolu said as she looked at the student in front of her who seemed to have some cleverness and composure. Then teacher, can you teach me how to train my abdominal muscles? I want to train my 8-pack abs to show my future girlfriend. Lin Mo said as he looked at instructor Zhao with bright and uninhibited eyes. Although counselors are not teachers in the strict sense, it always sounds better to call them teachers, just like you would call the deputy general manager the general manager in your workplace. Have you ever practiced before? Isn't it too early to show it to your future girlfriend before you even start practicing? Zhao Xiaolu rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said. I've never practiced before, but it's okay. After all, it will take some time for me to make my future girlfriend like me. Lin Mo smiled brightly and spoke in a relaxed tone. Then may I ask, have you met your future girlfriend yet? Zhao Xiaolu asked with great interest. I have something to say but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Let me make it clear that you are not allowed to be angry after I say it and you don't need to tell my counselor. I will tell you. How about that? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and deliberately kept her in suspense. What are you talking about? Okay, I promise, go ahead. Zhao Xiaolu thought for a few seconds and then answered. This sentence is about my future girlfriend. She is actually far away but close at hand. Lin Mo smiled brightly, and when the answer was about to come out, he deliberately stopped and looked at Zhao Xiaolu beside him with an ambiguous look, hinting at her. Okay, Lin Mo, you are so brave that you actually want to seduce me, your teacher? When Zhao Xiaolu reacted, a blush flashed across her face and then she pretended to be angry and said. 100 favorability points from Zhao Xiaolu towards the host have been collected, and the acquaintance stage has begun. Host, please keep up the good work. After completing the love acceleration mission, the favorability value gained during the mission will be doubled. Chapter 8 Intimate Photo with the Beautiful Counselor. No, teacher, did you misunderstand something? I haven't finished what I said just now. What I meant is that it is far away and in the near future. Lin Mo shamelessly continued to pull with the other party. Really? Then it seems that I really misunderstood Mr. Lin. Don't you want to train your abdominal muscles? Come, I will teach you. Zhao Xiaolu felt that she, a university counselor, had been fooled by a student. She secretly decided to teach the student a lesson when she was training him later. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Counselor, you are not secretly taking revenge on me while you are teaching me training, are you? Lin Mo glanced at Zhao Xiaolu and said worriedly. How is that possible? Am I that kind of person? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo slyly and said. I think it's very possible. But I also always believe that there are people with good intentions. I believe you agree, right? Lin Mo tried to confuse the other party with flattery. Maybe. Come here and lie down. I'll teach you how to exercise your abdominal muscles. But since you're a beginner, just do simple exercises at first. Once you get used to it, you can increase the intensity. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo's ordinary abdominal shape and said. Okay, then I will give you my whole life and my future happiness. Lin Mo said while lying on the training equipment. Okay, get up, go down, get up, and go down again. Zhao Xiaolu said as she gently supported Lin Mo's back. About 15 minutes later. Why do I feel like I'm about to collapse? Didn't we agree that I'm still a novice and just need to practice a little? Lin Mo, who had been trained like a dog, squatted on the ground, breathing heavily and sweating profusely. Sorry, maybe I was distracted and forgot to pay attention to the time. There was a hint of pride in Zhao Xiaolu's eyes, and as she spoke, she let down her ponytail, allowing her long, straight black hair to fall naturally like a waterfall. It doesn't matter. It's worth it to have a beautiful instructor teaching me for so long. After all, fitness is always tiring. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu who was smiling on her face as she finished speaking, but in her heart she was muttering to herself, I think you are just deliberately taking revenge on me. To be honest, I feel like you're not here to train my strength today, but to train my eyes. Your body is so well trained. When I first entered the gym, I thought you were a female coach. Lin Mo continued to praise and flirt with her. Really? Unfortunately, no matter how nice you say it, it's useless. I'm not interested in my brother. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and said with a charming smile. Haven't you heard a saying? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said mysteriously. What? Zhao Xiaolu asked. A man's maturity does not lie in his age, but in his heart, which has undergone many changes. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolian seriously and said. But? Are you trying to say that you are very mature and experienced? Then what have you experienced at such a young age? Zhao Xiaolu couldn't help but asked with a chuckle. If I say that my girlfriend of 3 years dumped me on my birthday yesterday because she disliked me for being poor, does that count? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with a tragic and affectionate expression and said. Then you are indeed quite miserable and miserable, huh? Zhao Xiaolu smiled even more happily now. Can you please not take other people's sadness as your own happiness? This person is too mean. Lin Mo continued to joke with the other party with an exaggerated expression, raising the mood and atmosphere between the two. That's who I am. So, if you're scared, you can leave now. I'm going to do aerobics now. Do you want to join me? Zhao Xiaolu walked towards the treadmill, turned around and made a playful face at him and said. What am I afraid of? Can you eat me? Here I come. Lin Mo thought that there seemed to be hope. The two began to jog on the two adjacent treadmills, and Lin Mo secretly adjusted the speed to the lowest. While running, Zhao Xiaolu took out the Pocari sweat she brought and took a sip. If you want to know whether a girl likes you or not, you only need to make a preliminary test to find out. Go for it. Well, I've just practiced for a long time and I'm tired and thirsty. Can you let me have a sip of your water? Don't worry, I'm not good with my mouth. Seeing that Zhao Xiaoli didn't answer, Lin Mo took the pulse from her hand, took a sip directly from it, and then returned it as if nothing had happened. This guy drank my water mouth to mouth right in front of me? He is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Zhao Xiaolu was obviously stunned for a moment, then she picked it up and took another sip as if nothing had happened. Ding! 100 points of favorability from Zhao Xiaolu towards the host have been collected. The love acceleration mission has been completed more than halfway. Please keep up the goodwill after the mission is completed. The favorability value gained during the mission will be doubled. The current stage of love between the two, the acquaintance stage. When the favorability value reaches 520 or above, the two can enter the knowing stage. In the next stage, the host's charm effect on the heroine will double, and the heroine will be more likely to be attracted to the host. Oh my god, it seems that the beautiful counselor Zhao Xiaolu, who has an angelic face and a devilish figure, really has a good impression of me. As expected, if you don't scratch the lottery ticket, you will never know whether the number below the lottery ticket is the winning number. Lin Mo looked at the system prompt and was secretly excited. Half an hour later. I think that big mirror on the wall over there is perfect for taking photos. I think you look photogenic. Why don't we go over there and take a photo together while we're working out? After Lin Mo finished speaking, he went to the large mirror on the wall without waiting for Zhao Xiaolu to answer, and the other party followed him as he expected. It's indeed quite suitable for taking pictures. Do you like taking pictures normally? As Lin Mo spoke, he took out his cell phone and started taking pictures. It's okay. I occasionally take selfies and photos of training. But they don't look good. Zhao Xiaolu thought for a moment and replied. That's because you haven't met anyone who can take pictures of you. If you don't believe me, I'll take a couple of pictures for you and you'll know. Lin Mo suppressed the gradually rising corners of his mouth and said. Taking pictures? Isn't this just a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth to give me points? I have mastered photography skills, equivalent to the level of a top professional photographer. Even with a mobile phone, I can take blockbuster photos in minutes. He thought secretly in his heart. Really? I don't believe it. Zhao Xiaolu glanced at Lin Mo and said with suspicion. What? You look down on me, don't you? If you don't believe me, come over here and I'll take a few photos of you individually. If you're satisfied, we can take some photos together, how about that? Lin Mo deliberately provoked the other party. Well, it's up to you. Zhao Xiaolu then walked to the mirror. Okay, that's right, just move closer, smile a little more, and be more natural. Lin Mo directed the other party to pose very professionally. 2 minutes later, Lin Mo showed Zhao Xiaolu a dozen photos he had taken. Oh my god. You actually took such a beautiful picture of me? If I didn't know you were still a student, I would have thought you were a professional photographer. Zhao Xiaolu said with surprise. You can also understand that I have learned a little bit of photography skills. Keep a low profile and don't be obsessed with me because of this. Lin Mo chuckled and joked. TSK, I'm not a fool, and I'm obsessed with you. Zhao Xiaolu raised her head, rolled her eyes at the other person and said. Okay, come here, let's take a check-in photo together. Lin Mo waved at Zhao Xiaolu and said. 123. Eggplant. Lin Mo put one arm around Zhao Xiaolu's shoulders and made a heart shape with the other hand. With a click, the picture was frozen. Didn't you just say that you wanted to film a collaboration of us working out together? Why are you making the heart gesture? Because it means that we are both very loving people. Lin Mo said nonsense seriously. I don't trust you. Zhao Xiaolu glanced at Lin Mo and said coquettishly. Collected 100 favorability points from Zhao Xiaolu towards the host. Ding, the host and Chen Zilin have developed feelings for each other, the intimate photo has been completed, and the love acceleration task has been completed. The 300 favorability points obtained during the task will be doubled immediately. Currently, Zhao Xiaolu's total favorability value towards the host is 600, and the favorability value has reached over 520. The two of them immediately enter the knowing stage. During this stage, the host's charm effect on the heroine doubles, and the heroine will be more likely to fall in love with the host. This effect lasts for 1 week. When the favorability value reaches 13-14 or above, the two can enter the love stage. In the next stage, the host's charm effect on the heroine will continue to double, which will be 4 times that of the acquaintance stage. After completing the romance acceleration task, the favorability value doubled to 600, which means 60,000 yuan in hand? Brother Tonzi is awesome. Lin Mo looked at the system light screen prompt and couldn't help but admire in his heart. Chapter 9 Playing Big. Student Lin, the photo you just took of me is so beautiful. It looks like it was taken by a photographer. The beautiful counselor Zhao Xiaolu looked at the photo in Lin Mo's hand again and said. Add me green bubble, and I'll send you the photos. Lin Mo couldn't help but look at Zhao Xiaolu's charming curves outlined by the yoga clothes, and said absent-mindedly. Okay, I'll add you. Thank you, Lin. Zhao Xiaolu scanned the code and added Lin Mo's green bubble while thanking him. No need to thank me. If you really want to thank me, just treat me to a meal. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with an unruly and ambiguous look and said. Okay, how about I treat you to Japanese food someday when I'm free? I have something else to do today. Zhao Xiaolu glanced at Lin Mo and said with a dazed look. Okay, then it's settled. Liars are puppies. Lin Mo chuckled and joked. Don't worry, sister, I never lie to children. Zhao Xiaolu turned around and looked at Lin Mo charmingly and said. Why did I so easily agree to treat this senior student to a meal as a joke? Or did I really want to meet him in person? Is it possible that I am so attracted to this little boy? Zhao Xiaolu couldn't help but wonder in her heart. After Zhao Xiaolu left, Lin Mo took a taxi to the mall near the school alone. He first went to a photography equipment store to buy a camera, and then went to a Hanfu store to buy a set of couples Hanfu in preparation for his date with school beauty Chen Zilin in Jiangqing Ancient Town tomorrow. After returning to the dormitory at night, Lin Mo was about to send a message to Chen Zilin, but found that the other party had already sent him 2 messages in the afternoon. Senior, what are you doing today? What time should we go to Jiangqing Ancient Town tomorrow? It seems that Chen Zilin is also looking forward to her date with me tomorrow. That's a sure thing. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile when he saw the message Chen Zilin sent him. He thought to himself while typing a reply to the other party. I went to the mall today and bought a camera and some Hanfu clothes for us to wear tomorrow. Wow. Really? Senior, are you so well prepared and so attentive? Chen Zilin on the other side of the phone replied almost immediately. I heard that Jiangqing Ancient Town is the best place to wear Hanfu and take photos. Now that I'm there, I must experience it. As for the camera, it will be useful for us to go out and play together in the future. It will be very meaningful to record every happy moment of the two of us in the future. A shy expression was attached next to the text. Lin Mo smiled slightly and couldn't help but tease Chen Zilin on the phone. Chen Zilin, Sr., you seem to be thinking too far. Really? If you don't like being photographed, forget it. I'll go return the camera. Lin Mo deliberately took a step back to advance and tease the other party. No, Senior, please don't quit. I was just kidding. What time do we leave tomorrow? Chen Zilin, who hit the opponent with her hands, surrendered. I'll wait for you downstairs of your dormitory at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Lin Mo replied. Okay. Chen Zilin replied. Love acceleration task tips. Please complete the intimate act of kissing and falling in love during the date with school beauty Chen Zilin in Jiangqing Ancient Town tomorrow, and confess to each other. If the confession is successful, the two will directly skip the love stage and enter the stay together stage, and the total favorability value will reach more than 5,200. At the same time, if the confession is successful, it will be regarded as a successful capture of the heroine and automatically open a special reward. Failure will cause the other party to block you and delete your favorability value and reset to 0. Note, during the staying together phase, the heroine's favorability towards the host will remain at a minimum of 5,201. This effect will last for 3 months. During this phase, the heroine's love and dependence on the hero will reach its peak. Host, please choose to accept or reject the love acceleration task. Let him kiss Chen Zilin and confess his love tomorrow? Isn't this system getting more and more troublesome? And if the confession is successful, the two will directly enter the love stage, and the favorability value will soar to 5,200. If it fails, they will be directly deleted and blocked, and the favorability value will be reset to 0. It is true that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. How could he not follow such an exciting thing? This time he's going to go big. Lin Mo thought about it and decisively chose to accept the task. The next morning, Lin Mo put his camera and 2 sets of Hanfu costumes into his backpack, and went to Chen Zilin's dormitory to wait for her. After waiting for a while, he saw Chen Zilin, wearing white stockings and a JK uniform, with beautiful and delicate features and a slight blush on her face, running towards him briskly. Is this what they say on the internet? You really have to run when you go to see the person you like? Why are you running so fast? I can't run anymore. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and said with a doting smile. I'm afraid you'll get impatient if you wait too long. Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo and smiled sweetly. Have you had breakfast? How about we go to the cafeteria to have breakfast first and then go to the ancient town? Lin Mo said. Okay, I haven't had breakfast yet. Chen Zilin said softly. Let's go then, give me your bag and I'll help you carry it. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he took the pink bag from Chen Zilin. Thank you, Senior. Chen Zilin said with slight delight. I help you carry your bag, and you hold my hand as you walk. What a warm picture. Lin Mo chuckled and grabbed the other person's slender fingers in his hand. Chen Zilin just nodded gently without saying anything. After finishing their breakfast in the cafeteria, they took a taxi to Jiangqing Ancient Town. It was already noon when we arrived at the gate of the ancient town. The sky was clear and the ancient town was flooded with white light and crowded with people. Under the reflection of various ancient buildings and ancient city walls, it seemed as if we were dreaming back to ancient times. Let's go to the bathroom and change into Hanfu first, then find a store to have afternoon tea, and then go out for a walk and take pictures when the sun gets a little smaller. Lin Mo took out 2 pieces of Hanfu from his backpack, handed the one for girls to Chen Zilin and said. Okay, I've never worn Hanfu before, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Senior. After Chen Zilin finished speaking excitedly, she picked up the Hanfu in her hand and walked into the bathroom not far away. Lin Mo also went to the bathroom and changed into Hanfu for boys. When he came out, he was holding a folding fan in his hand. He immediately felt like a handsome young man from ancient times. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Chen Zilin finally changed her clothes and came out of the bathroom. At this moment, Chen Zilin, wearing a pink Hanfu and standing in this ancient city of Jiangcheng, gives people the feeling that she is a beautiful and talented woman of the Han Dynasty, who can captivate everyone with her every frown and smile. What? Are you stupid? Seeing Lin Mo staring at her in a daze, Chen Zilin couldn't help but laugh and joked. No, I was just thinking, weird, why does this person look a bit like my next girlfriend? Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with bright and ambiguous eyes and smiled slightly. Chapter 10, I kissed the school beauty and she will pay me back a little every day. I don't believe it. Even my roommate said that men's words are deceiving. Chen Zilin rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said. After chatting and laughing, the two of them walked into a dessert shop in the ancient town, one after the other, wearing hanfu. You two are really a perfect match. What would you like to order? You can scan the QR code at the table to place your order. The female boss, who looked to be in her early 40s, came over and said with a smile. Okay, thank you, boss. Chen Zilin looked at the female boss gently and generously and said. Lin Mo ordered matcha cake and taro balls, and 2 cups of milk tea. While waiting for the dessert to be served, he started fiddling with the camera, intending to use his photographer-level photography skills to give the other person a little shock and surprise later. Senior, can you take pictures with a camera? Chen Zilin asked as she looked at Lin Mo, who was fiddling with the camera. I just bought it, too. I can only say that I know how to use it. After all, I used to take photos with my mobile phone. Lin Mo deliberately kept the other person in suspense by saying that he didn't know how to use a camera to take pictures in order to lower the other party's expectations. When Chen Zilin actually took the pictures and found that he took very good pictures, the huge sense of gap brought her a huge sense of surprise. Is that so? It's okay, then I will be the senior's first test subject. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and smiled. Then it seems I have to go all out. Lin Mo said with a smile. It's not that exaggerated anymore. Chen Zilin smiled brightly. After a while, the female boss brought them the desserts and milk tea they ordered, and the two chatted while drinking afternoon tea. How about I help you read your palm and see how your love fortune is this year? Since we have a good relationship, the first 5 minutes will be free. Lin Mo glanced at Chen Zilin and said mysteriously with a smile. TSK, senior, can you read palms? Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo in surprise and said. Yes, if you don't believe me, I'll show you and you'll know. I'm a well-known half-immortal in my hometown. Lin Mo talked nonsense in a serious manner. Ha, senior, are you really that awesome? Chen Zilin said with a beautiful smile. Of course, open your right palm and let me take a look at it for you. As Lin Mo spoke, he sat down next to Chen Zilin and took the other's outstretched right hand in his. Look, this is your lifeline. It's quite long, which means you will live to at least 80 years old. Really? 80 years old is enough. Chen Zilin said softly. This longest line is the stupid line. It means you are not very smart this year and you can't make any money. It's for idiots only. Lin Mo deliberately paused before speaking. You are the idiot and the fool. Your whole family is idiot. I am obviously very smart, otherwise how could I be admitted to Jiang University's ethnic dance major? After hearing this, Chen Zilin immediately attacked Lin Mo with her fists. Okay, stop. I was wrong. You're not a retard, but I am. Keep quiet. I really want to help you check your love luck. Lin Mo put on a serious expression and looked at Chen Zilin and said in a pretending serious manner. Okay, then senior, can you tell me how my love luck is this year? Chen Zilin asked with her big watery eyes. Well, I've calculated your love fortune for today. It's a very good one. It can be summed up in one sentence. Do you want to know what it is? Lin Mo continued to look at Chen Zilin confidently and spoke. So what sentence did you say, senior? Chen Zilin, who was innocent, gentle and ethereal like a fairy, asked with anticipation. Open your phone and search now. You will find out that the moon under the sea is the next sentence of the moon in the sky. Lin Mo said with a mysterious smile in his eyes. Okay, I'll search. Ah, senior, are you trying to tell me that the moon under the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person in front of me is the person in my heart? Chen Zilin blurted out the words first, then after she reacted, a large blush appeared on her beautiful face. I haven't said anything. If you really think I'm your sweetheart, it's not impossible. When you behave better, I can reluctantly consider you. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with bright and ambiguous eyes and said. Ah. Senior, you are tricking me. Chen Zilin reacted and attacked Lin Mo with her fists again, but he blocked them all and took the opportunity to hug him into his arms. You just hit me so many times. Is it too much to punish you to feed me now? Lin Mo lowered his head, glanced at Chen Zilin in his arms, chuckled and said. I obviously didn't use any force. If you want me to feed you, just say so. Chen Zilin rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said this, but after that she still fed him a taro ball with her spoon. Have you finished eating? After the two of them played around for a while, Lin Mo looked at the time and said. Okay. Chen Zilin said. Then let's go out and visit the ancient town and take some photos. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he put all the things into his backpack. Okay. Chen Zilin was as well behaved as a kitten at this moment. The two walked side by side in the charming scenery of Jiangcheng ancient town. When passing the ancient bridge, Lin Mo stopped, took out his camera and started taking pictures of Chen Zilin. Senior, do I need to cooperate with you in posing? Chen Zilin leaned on the railing at the bridge head and turned her head slightly and said. Just look at the scenery under the bridge normally and then turn your head slowly. I'll take the photo. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he turned on his camera and started to take pictures. So the moment Chen Zilin turned around and looked back, Lin Mo quickly pressed the shutter. Oh my goodness, this little girl is really like the ancient poem, there is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. One glance from her can conquer a city, another glance can conquer a country. Turn it again, put your hands up, yes, try a few more poses. Lin Mo collected his thoughts and continued to use his professional photography skills to help Chen Zilin take more than 10 photos. Senior, can you show me how your photo was taken? Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo expectantly and said. Okay, but let's talk first. If the photo is not taken well, you are not allowed to get angry or hit others. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and chuckled. I know, it's okay. Even if the photo is not perfect this time, you can still improve next time. After saying that, Chen Zilin skipped over to look at the camera in his hand. About 2 minutes later. Wow! This photo is so beautiful. I can hardly recognize myself. Senior, are you a photographer? No, I think you are many times better than most photographers. Your photos are almost as good as those taken for models. I love it so much. Chen Zilin was so happy that she forgot herself and hugged Lin Mo's arm and said coquettishly. Really? Then, Junior, do you like these photos I took or do you like me? Lin Mozhan walked over, hugged the other person into his arms and said with an ambiguous and tender look in his eyes. I don't know. Chen Zilin suddenly said hesitantly and shyly. By the way, are you wearing the same lipstick I gave you last time? Lin Mo asked in a pretended serious tone. Chen Zilin lowered her voice shyly and spoke softly. Then you should pay me back a little every day from now on. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with a clear and bright smile and said. How can I repay you then? Just when Chen Zilin raised her head and looked at Lin Mo with a little confusion, the other party kissed her on the lips lightly with lightning speed before she could react. That's all. After the kiss, Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with a bright and uninhibited smile on her face. So what the senior meant by paying him back a little bit every day is that I should kiss him every day and then pay him back a little bit of his lipstick? It's a bit embarrassing, but it's really fun. Chen Zilin couldn't help but mutter to herself in her mind. Chapter 11 Walkthrough completed. Reward for Martha, a car that makes her 7 centimeters taller. Collected 200 favorability points from Chen Zilin towards the host. The current total favorability value is 1410. The two have exceeded 1314 favorability values and entered the love stage. In the current stage, the heroine's love for the host will become more and more obvious and active, even without any scruples. The favorability value doubling critical strike effect can be randomly triggered in the current stage. Ding, the host and Chen Zilin have sealed their love with a kiss during their date in Jiangcheng ancient town. As the two of them are in love, the total favorability value continues to soar and has reached 5,200. The next stage is the stay together stage. In this stage, Chen Zilin will love the host surgingly, and will be more proactive and clingy. At present, the love acceleration task has been completed more than half. Please continue to confess to the other party in time. If the confession is successful, the two will immediately enter the stage of staying together. At the same time, the task of attacking will be automatically completed to unlock special rewards. Failure will cause the other party to block you and delete your favorability value to 0. Oh my god. Chen Zilin's favorability towards me soared from 1410 to 5200, just reaching the maximum critical value of entering the stage of staying together. I made nearly $300,000 in one go. It feels so good. Moreover, after the confession is successful, a special reward will be unlocked, which can only be obtained by goddess-level beauties with a charm value of SSSS level. Since goddess beauties above S level are so rare, it makes sense that this reward is more generous. Lin Mo looked at the words that suddenly popped up on the system screen and was ecstatic for a moment. Senior, why are you in a daze? Are you thinking about something inappropriate for children? Chen Zilin took the initiative to hold Lin Mo's arm and spoke in a slightly coquettish tone. I haven't thought of any scenes that are inappropriate for children, but I have just thought of the names of our future children. One will be called Lin Shuer and the other will be called Lin Su. Lin Mo glanced at Chen Zilin, who was holding his arm, and said with a shameless smile. Ah. Senior, why are you so shameless? You're thinking too far ahead. We haven't even been together yet, and how come you've even thought of a name for your future child? Isn't that a little too fast? Chen Zilin's face immediately turned red due to Lin Mo's teasing. Her shy and beautiful look seemed even more ethereal under the sunshine of the ancient town. Student Chen Zilin, are you overthinking it again? Who said I wanted to have a baby with you? I just asked you to help raise the child. You are at most a foster mother. Lin Shuer and Lin Su are the child's mother's children. Lin Mo continued to joke and tease Chen Zilin. Ah, senior, you are too mean. Not only do you make me a stepmother, but you also want to support other women outside. How dare you? I will break your legs. After saying this, campus beauty Chen kicked Lin Mo and pretended to be angry. You're just kidding. I'm kidding. Stop. How dare I? You're enough for me in this life. My heart is so small that I can only love one person in my life, and it can only accommodate you. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and said in a tone that was half joking and half serious. Really? Senior. You're not kidding me, are you? Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo with a gentle and obsessed look and asked. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, why don't you try living in my heart? Lin Mo put away his playful expression and looked at Chen Zilin seriously with an affectionate and gentle expression. Then how can I live in the heart of the senior? Chen Zilin raised her head and looked at Lin Mo and said gently and shyly. It's very simple, as long as you date me. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and smiled. Ah, are you serious, senior? Chen Zilin felt her heart suddenly tighten, and then began beating violently. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sunlight in the ancient town gradually became warmer, gently shining on the leaves and branches of the ancient trees to form mottled light and shadows. Under the tree, Lin Mo and Chen Zilin, wearing hanfu, looked at each other tenderly like a pair of fairy lovers. The wind gently blew up the sleeves of the two people, and the scene was beautiful and moving. Of course it's real, it's more valuable than real gold. Chen Zilin, let's go out, I like you. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was almost the same, Lin Mo took out a rose that he had hidden in the bushes at the bridge head and handed it to the other party and said. Speak up. If you don't, I'm going to throw away the roses. Seeing that Chen Zilin kept her head down and didn't say anything, Lin Mo deliberately provoked her. Ah, senior, you threw me. I agree. Actually, I like you too. After Chen Zilin finished speaking, she raised her head and looked at Lin Mo with gentle and sweet eyes. Then we're together. To make it more ceremonial, I'll stamp your marriage certificate first. After the stamp is stamped, it means you're officially my girlfriend from now on. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and said with a slight smile. Ah, how do I stamp it? Chen Zilin asked very simply. Close your eyes and I'll teach you how to stamp. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin tenderly. No, you're not going to kiss me secretly again, are you? Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and said coquettishly. You're wrong. This is a kiss and a seal in broad daylight. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he hugged Chen Zilin into his arms, lowered his head and kissed her seriously. Chen Zilin closed her eyes in a daze. For a moment, time and space seemed to stop, and only Lin Mo and Chen Zilin were left in the ancient town of Jiangcheng. Ding! 1,000 favorability points after Chen Zilin's double critical strike on the host have been collected. The current total favorability value is 6,200. The host successfully confessed to the school beauty Chen Zilin, and the two immediately entered the stage of staying together. The task of conquering the goddess is automatically completed to unlock special rewards. Note, during the staying together phase, the heroine's favorability towards the host will remain at a minimum of 5,201. This effect will last for 3 months. During this phase, the heroine's love and dependence on the hero will reach its peak, and the possibility of her actively considering and paying for the other party will increase infinitely. Special mission rewards have been opened. A blue Maserati is reward. The relevant documents have been processed for the host, and the host will be given a professional racing driver level driving skill. The car has been parked in the ancient town parking lot. Award, 1 million special mission bonus and a set of height-growing liquid can instantly grow 7 centimeters taller after taking it. This liquid can only take effect once on the host and has no side effects. Oh my god. Brother Tongzi really didn't lie to me. This reward is so generous. The 6,200 favorability points alone would be 620,000 after the system's 100-fold cash rebate. Even if he had already withdrawn 120,000, there was still 500,000 to withdraw. Add to that the 1 million special mission bonus, which means he now has 1.62 million in cash. Not only did the system reward him with a Maserati worth $1 million, it was also considerate enough to get all the documents for him. It was even fearing that he couldn't drive, so it directly gave him a driving skill that was comparable to that of a professional racing driver. The most outrageous and considerate thing is this height-increasing liquid, which can make a person grow 7 centimeters taller directly after taking it, and there are no side effects. As we all know, height is very important for a man. Even many girls would rather choose a boy who is over 1.8 meters tall and has ordinary looks when they are in love, rather than a handsome guy who is only 1.7 meters tall. Now he is 1.75 meters tall, and if he takes this bottle of height-enhancing liquid, he will immediately reach the height of 1.82 meters. This is not some height-enhancing liquid, it's simply a man's self-confidence and dignity. And there's this skill that can erase the heroine's fragmentary memory once during the 3-month period of being together. Isn't Brother Tongzi forcing him to be the king of the sea while also giving him a way out? If he encounters any major Shura incident that cannot be resolved in the future, can't he just use the amnesiac technique to erase it? I didn't expect the system to be so advanced and user-friendly. Love it. Chapter 12. Lin Mo rented a luxury car and found a school beauty to piss me off? About 10 minutes later. Senior, are we still going to take pictures? The sun will set soon. After Chen Zilin broke free from Lin Mo's arms, she said with gentle and emotional eyes. Go ahead, but are you sure you still want to call me senior now? From now on, you have to call me brother or baby, okay? Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and tried to make her happy. I don't want to. Calling you brother is too green tea. I can't do that. I can't quite bring myself to call you baby. Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo and said with a red face. Then I'll give you a few options, choose one. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with eyes full of love and said. What options? Chen Zilin asked simply. Brother, baby, darling, husband, dear, just pick one of these names. Anyway, I don't want to hear you call me senior anymore. Lin Mo pretended to be serious and looked at Chen Zilin. I'm a little shy. I've never been in a relationship before. How about I call you brother Lin Mo first, and then call you baby after a while, is that okay? Chen Zilin reached out and grabbed one of Lin Mo's arms and shook it vigorously while speaking in a coquettish manner. My god, this little girl is so annoying when she acts coquettishly. Lin Mo cried out in his heart. Okay, I'll let you off this time. From now on, I'll have to carefully assess whether you are qualified to be my girlfriend. Lin Mo gently pinched Chen Zilin's beautiful and delicate face and said. Brother Lin Mo, let's go take a few more photos. The sunset will be coming out soon. After Chen Zilin finished speaking, she took Lin Mo's hand and continued to stroll around the ancient town, looking for the best place to take photos. Until the beautiful sunset and afterglow appeared, Lin Mo picked up the camera and took many beautiful photos of Chen Zilin in different scenes and angles that were comparable to model art photos before they stopped. Come on, baby, let's go to that store over there and eat something before going back to school. Lin Mo took Chen Zilin's hand and pointed to a beef hot pot restaurant not far away and said. Okay, let's go then. After hearing Lin Mo calling her baby, Chen Zilin blushed and stammered. After all, it was her first time to fall in love and hear the boy she liked call her that. Although she is the campus belle of Jiang University, there are many boys chasing after her in school, including academic masters, rich second generations, tall and handsome athletes, etc. But for some reason, she is not interested in these boys. On the contrary, Lin Mo, the handsome and interesting senior, had remembered him firmly since he witnessed his ex-girlfriend break up in a Western restaurant outside the school on her first day. She even felt an invisible force that made her want to get closer to him. Let's go, you little idiot. Lin Mo stretched out a finger and gently tapped Chen Zilin's forehead and said lovingly. No. Let's go eat beef hot pot, brother Lin Mo. Chen Zilin turned and smiled sweetly at Lin Mo. So the two of them walked hand in hand into the beef hot pot restaurant in the ancient town. During the meal, Lin Mo and Chen Zilin sat side by side,
feeding each other naturally and skillfully.
In particular, Lin Mo would occasionally bury his head in the other's ear and whisper a few words, which made Chen Zilin feel embarrassed and annoyed, and she punched him. This scene instantly made the other single men who were eating hot pot in the restaurant envious, jealous, and even gnashing their teeth. They secretly cursed Lin Mo countless times in their hearts. No, on what basis does he have? How could such a beautiful fairy fall for him? Damn it, damn it. Obviously, my Jiang Chung Yanzu is much more handsome than him. After they finished eating hot pot, Lin Mo took Chen Zilin's hand and came to the ancient city parking lot. Lin Mo took out the car key from his pocket and quickly found his brand new blue Maserati. He walked to the passenger door and opened it for Chen Zilin and made a pleased gesture to her. Brother Lin Mo, is this car yours? The innocent and gentle little white rabbit school beauty Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and asked in shock. Yes, you guessed it right, I just bought this car. I asked my assistant to drive it over here this afternoon. Lin Mo thought of a reason why the car suddenly appeared here and said. But brother Lin Mo, why didn't you tell your ex-girlfriend earlier that you are actually very rich and have a Maserati? That way she wouldn't break up with you. After Chen Zilin sat in the passenger seat, she looked at the handsome Lin Mo in the driver's seat and said. Because I earned the money from stock trading, and I just sold all my stocks a few days ago. Besides, if I didn't break up with her, how could I be with Chen Zilin, the most wonderful and beautiful woman in the world? What do you think? Lin Mo leaned over to help the other person fasten his seatbelt while teasing him with an ambiguous and affectionate look. Ah, I see, let's go back to school. Chen Zilin said with her face as red as a monkey's butt. Okay, sit tight. I'll take the baby back to school. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Damn it! Damn it, how can he drive a luxury car and have a beautiful girlfriend? When passing by the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, the single guys saw Lin Mo and Chen Zilin sitting in the car, and they cursed in their hearts again with their teeth gritted. The blue Maserati sped along the road like lightning and soon arrived at the gate of Jiangnan University. At this moment, Lin Mo's ex-girlfriend Wu Qianyu and her roommate Shui Lin were standing at the school gate waiting for the bus. The two of them were wearing delicate makeup and little skirts, preparing to go out to eat barbecue at an internet-famous barbecue restaurant outside the school. Because Chen Zilin suddenly remembered that she wanted to buy some marshmallows sold at the school gate, when Lin Mo parked the car on the side of the road and got out of the car with his girlfriend Chen Zilin, the school beauty with little white rabbit, they were seen by Wu Qianyu's roommate Shui Lin. Shanqian, look, it's a blue Maserati. It's said that this car is worth $1 million. Are there any rich second-generation boys in our school who drive this car to school? I'm so envious. Shui Lin pulled Wu Qianyu's arm, but she was typing a reply and didn't look up at once. No, why do these two people who just got off the car look so familiar? I remember now, isn't this Jiangda's campus beauty Chen Zilin and your ex-boyfriend Lin Mo? Look. After recognizing the identities of the two people, Shui Lin became completely flustered and quickly reminded Wu Qianyu loudly again. How did they end up here? They were walking hand in hand with Chen Zilin. Could it be that Lin Mo deliberately rented a luxury car and asked them to act out to annoy me? This man is too petty and lowbrow. It seems that leaving him was the right decision. Wu Qianyu thought angrily in her heart as she watched Lin Mo and Chen Zilin walking towards her hand in hand. Chapter 13, the slap in the face came too quickly, the ex cried and begged for reconciliation. No, Shanqian, didn't you tell me that your ex-boyfriend was not only very poor but also had no ambition at all? How could he afford $1 million luxury car like a Maserati and go back to school hand in hand with the school beauty? Could it be that Lin Mo is actually a rich second generation and he is in love with the school beauty? Shui Lin, the roommate next to him, once again came up with an imaginative idea to make the final move. Impossible. Lin Mo and I have been together for 3 years, and I have never seen him drive a car, let alone a luxury car worth millions. He must have rented this car, and Chen Zilin was just cooperating with him in the acting. The purpose was because Lin Mo was unwilling to be dumped by me, so he wanted to take revenge on me, so he deliberately drove a luxury car and showed up in front of me holding hands with the school beauty to piss me off. Wu Qianyu explained to her roommate Shui Lin with certainty and confidence. Is that really the case? Shanqian, why don't you wait for them to come over and ask Lin Mo? If it's just what you said, you should ruthlessly expose Lin Mo on the spot and make him never dare to bother you again. Shui Lin looked at Wu Qianyu and came up with a brilliant idea. Alright, I'll expose his true colors and embarrass him in front of everyone. After Wu Qianyu finished speaking, she strode up to Lin Mo and Chen Zilin and stopped them.
Wu Qianyu, why are you here? A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of the way.
Lin Mo glanced at Wu Qianyu and said with disgust. It was obvious that he hated this materialistic woman who had no feelings at all.
Why am I here? Lin Mo, I should be the one asking you this, right? It's been so long, and you still haven't changed your habit of pretending to be rich even though you don't have money?
Wu Qianyu shook her hair and looked at Lin Mo angrily.
I don't understand what you're talking about, you crazy woman. Move away, you're blocking me and my girlfriend from buying cotton candy.
Lin Mo glanced at the other person impatiently and said. Lin Mo, you are still so childish and ridiculous.
At this time, you are still acting stupid in front of me? Do you think I can't see through your clumsy trick of renting a Maserati and then asking Zhao Zilin, the school beauty, to pretend to be your girlfriend and deliberately appear in front of me to get revenge on me, so that I can get angry and jealous and come back to you?
Wu Qianyu glanced at Lin Mo and Chen Zilin with disdain, then turned around and spoke viciously to Lin Mo.
Wu Qianyu, right? I think you may have misunderstood something.
I'm not someone that brother Lin Mo hired to play the role of his girlfriend.
I'm his girlfriend.
And his car was bought with his own money, not rented.
Please be more careful with your words next time. Get out of the way. Chen Zilin was also annoyed at this moment.
After all, someone dared to say bad things about her boyfriend to his face. She would not tolerate the other party, so she reached out and pushed Wu Qianyu aside.
Okay, you're the school beauty Chen Zilin, right? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty and have a good figure. Just based on the fact that you helped Lin Mo act today, I can expose it to the school's forum and let everyone see clearly that you are so greedy for money that you don't hesitate to play the role of a poor guy's fake girlfriend.
After being pushed away, Wu Qianyu became even angrier and crazier, looking at Chen Zilin viciously and speaking.
Oh my god, was my wife protecting me just now?
I didn't expect that my little white rabbit would be so good at the critical moment. After Lin Mo was secretly happy in his heart, he turned around and looked at Wu Qianyu and decided to teach her a lesson on how to behave today.
Wu Qianyu, are you saying that I deliberately rented a Maserati and even asked the school beauty Chen Zilin to play my girlfriend, just to deliberately anger you and make you change your mind?
Don't let others laugh at you here. Who would try every possible means to win you back for a woman like you who worships money and material things and tramples on love?
Can you please stop having such unrealistic dreams and flattering yourself? Do you think you are worthy of the love of a rich man in your current state?
Lin Mo looked at Wu Qianyu and spoke in a fierce and murderous tone.
Lin Mo.
You're a poor fellow, so forget it.
What right do you have to say that I don't deserve the love of a rich man? What right do you have?
Wu Qianyu looked at Lin Mo and shouted hysterically, almost going crazy. Xuelin, who was not far away, saw that Wu Qianyu was about to go completely crazy and quickly came over to support her.
Why? Is it enough that I am rich now? Here are the driving license and vehicle registration certificate.
Wu Qianyu, you'd better take a good look to see if this car is mine. Lin Mo opened the door of the Maserati, took out the driving license and vehicle registration certificate from the car and threw them into Wu Qianyu's hands and said, The name of the owner written on the driving license and vehicle registration certificate is indeed Lin Mo.
Qianqian, this car is really his. But didn't you say he was very poor and you never saw him driving? Did he deliberately hide his identity in front of you before?
Xuelin took out the certificate from Wu Qianyu's hand and read it first, then said with a shocked look on her face.
Lin Mo? Why did you lie to me? Your family is obviously very rich, right?
After reading the certificate, Wu Qianyu's expression changed from shock to discomfort and finally to visibly disappointed. She turned around and looked at Lin Mo and said,
Wu Qianyu, do you think these are still important now? Does my family have money have anything to do with you? And didn't you just say that Chen Zilin was an actress I found to deliberately anger you?
I'm going to let you see now whether she is my girlfriend or your so-called actress. Lin Mo looked at Wu Qianyu fiercely, then turned around and looked at Chen Zilin tenderly and said, Baby, kiss me and let this woman see if we are a real couple or just fake actors. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Chen Zilin's eyes slightly reddened, and then she obediently kissed him on the face. Wu Qianyu and Xuelin, who witnessed all this with their own eyes, opened their mouths wide with disbelief on their faces.
How could this happen?
Lin Mo, you are such a scumbag. My Qianqian broke up with you just a few days ago, and now that you have money, you are dating the school beauty.
Are you worthy of Qianqian and your 3 years of relationship?
Xuelin stood up at this moment and spoke with a righteous look.
Shui Lin, right? It turns out that there are only two kinds of people in the same rat hole. A few days ago, your good roommate Wu Qianyu scolded me in front of so many people on my birthday in a Western restaurant, saying that I was a poor loser with no money and no ambition. She didn't even bother to raise her head to look at me and said we should break up before leaving. Where were you? Why are you jumping out to accuse me now? Lin Mo glanced at Shui Lin and said with disgust and indifference. Lin Mo, you. When Shui Lin wanted to say something to refute, she was stopped by Wu Qianyu. Lin Mo, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have been so blinded by money. I shouldn't have scolded you in public at the Western restaurant for your shabby gift. I shouldn't have broken up with you. I really know I was wrong. And I didn't go back to my hometown for a blind date. I've already rejected my parents. If you don't believe me, you can always call my parents to ask for clarification. Husband, I was wrong. Please give me another chance, please come back to me, okay? Wu Qianyu suddenly collapsed and threw herself on Lin Mo, grabbing his arms and apologizing and crying for forgiveness. Wu Qianyu, I'm not your husband, don't yell. I'm telling you for the last time, there is no possibility between us anymore. I won't be with a woman who only cares about money for even a minute. My current girlfriend is Chen Zilin, now and in the future. So please don't show up in front of us again, and please don't bother me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being polite. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he took Chen Zilin's hand again. Baby, let's go. I'll buy you marshmallows next time. It's really unlucky to meet certain people today. Let's go back and take a shower to wash away the bad luck. Okay, got it, brother Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin tenderly and affectionately after he finished speaking. He turned around, glared at Wu Qianyu, then opened the door of the Maserati again and got in. With the roar of an engine, the brand new Maserati carrying the school beauty Chen Zilin drove away, leaving Wu Qianyu crying in frustration. Chapter 14 Invitation from the Beautiful Counselor. After Lin Mo parked the Maserati in the school parking lot, the two of them walked hand in hand to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. I'm going up. A hint of joy appeared on Chen Zilin's pure and beautiful face. She took the initiative to hug Lin Mo and said, Okay, go ahead. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with gentle and doting eyes and said, Baby, have you forgotten something? Just when Chen Zilin turned around and prepared to leave, Lin Mo suddenly called her. What did you forget? Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo with suspicion and said, Forgot to stamp goodnight on my face. If you don't stamp it, I won't be able to sleep today. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and said with a chuckle, Okay, I get it. Is it really that magical? Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and asked shyly, Really? How will you know if you don't try? Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with bright and ambiguous eyes. Okay. After Chen Zilin finished speaking, she quickly walked over, pecked Lin Mo on the face, and then ran away. Honeymoon love mission tips. Please maintain a honeymoon love period of more than 2 weeks between the host and the school beauty Chen Zilin, and the relationship will not break down or turn over, then you can get a special mission reward. Host, please choose to accept or reject the task. Brother Tonzi, is he going to cause trouble again? Lin Mo stood there and looked at the system screen that suddenly popped up and said silently, How could he and Chen Zilin maintain a 2-week romance without their relationship breaking down or going haywire? And they couldn't use amnesiacs on each other? The key is that he still has to earn money by gaining favor with other S-level goddesses. Isn't this forcing him into a Shura field and adding fuel to the fire? Lin Mo, who had already fully understood Brother Tonzi's character, chose to accept the system task with an expressionless face, and then said indignantly in his heart. While thinking this, Lin Mo had already returned to the dormitory. After washing up in the bathhouse downstairs, he couldn't wait to take the bottle of height growth liquid. Then he was hit by a strong sleepiness. Before climbing into bed, Lin Mo opened his phone, sent a kiss and goodnight message to Chen Zilin on Green Bubble, and then fell asleep. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Lin Mo woke up in the bright sunlight outside the window. He got out of bed and walked to the mirror on the wall. He saw that he had grown a lot taller, and his net height reached 1.82 meters. Wow, this is definitely the height of a male god. Then Lin Mo suddenly remembered that now that he had money, a Maserati, and even a girlfriend who was a campus beauty, it would be too inconvenient to live in the school dormitory, so he took out his mobile phone to look for good rental information near the school. He did what he said.
After washing up and having breakfast in the school cafeteria, Lin Mo found a fully decorated house with 2 bedrooms and a living room near the school through an agent, with a monthly rent of 1,800 yuan. This amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for him, who now had a rich love system. After visiting the house on site with the agent, he transferred half a year's rent on the spot and rented the house. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Mo had moved all his belongings from the school dormitory and moved into the newly rented house. Finally, he called the cleaning lady to clean the entire house inside and out, and then he lay down on the large and comfortable sofa in the living room and watched TV. "Baby, I moved out of the school dormitory today. Let me show you the house I just rented. It's right next to our school, and it's only a 5-minute walk away." Lin Mo turned on his phone, took a video of the newly rented house and sent it to Chen Zilin. "This house is so beautiful and warm. It feels like home." Chen Zilin replied to him with a surprised tone on the green bubble. "Silly boy, this will be our little home from now on. We can cook and watch TV series here on weekends. If you like animals, I'll buy you a cat. We'll be happy petting the cat together." Lin Mo said. "Really? Brother Lin Mo, I like cats. I want to raise a golden tabby cat. And it would be great if we could cook together." Lin Mo could feel Chen Zilin's joy and excitement through the phone screen. "Of course, you will know when you come and see the cat after I buy it in a couple of days. When have I ever lied to you, baby?" Lin Mo couldn't help but smile in his heart and typed a reply. Yeah. Hubby, you are so nice. Husband, you are so nice as an emoticon." After hesitating for a moment, Chen Zilin shyly sent this emoticon. "Now that I've caught you, call my husband and prove it." Lin Mo teased the other person deliberately. "No way. I just sent an emoticon." Chen Zilin on the other end of the phone said in a naughty way. "Well, you've only been together for a short time and you're already cheating, right? How can this be tolerated?" Lin Mo pretended to send an angry emoticon to scare the other party. "No, it's obviously you, brother Lin Mo, who bullied me." Chen Zilin on the other end of the phone sent a crying emoticon. The two of them flirted with each other for a while, and Lin Mo suddenly noticed that the beautiful counselor, who he hadn't contacted for 2 days, actually sent him a message saying that she wanted to treat him to a meal. "Brother, are you free tonight at 7 o'clock? I'd like to invite you to eat Japanese food. I promised you last time, but I'm sorry I only have time today because I'm so busy." Lin Mo looked at the message sent by the beautiful counselor Zhao Xiaolu, and after forcibly suppressing the joy in his heart, he replied, "Sure, I have time. It is my honor to have the beautiful counselor miss me." Lin Mo then clicked on the detailed information of Zhao Xiaolu, which he had not had time to read before. Name, Zhao Xiaolu. Age, 24. Native place, Zhangcheng. Occupation, Counselor of Class 1 of Computer Networks at Zhangcheng University. Family background, parents run a small business, middle-class family. Number of romances, 1. Hobbies, I love Japanese and Thai food, taking photos, and traveling. I especially like boys who can take photos, sing, and dance. Personality, quirky, sometimes sentimental, sometimes playful, and optimistic. Charm value evaluation, appearance 90 points, figure 96 points, temperament 92 points, final evaluation SS level goddess. Zhao Xiaolu's current total favorability towards the host, 600. The two are in the stage of love, the acquaintance stage. The next stage is the love stage. When the favorability value reaches 13-14 or above, the two can enter the love stage. In this stage, the host's charm effect on the heroine will continue to double, which will be 4 times that of the acquaintance stage. It turns out that our beautiful counselor is a girl who is only 2 years older than me. She has only been in love once, and her figure is 96 points. It is really terrifying. She is worthy of being the best spokesperson for the devil figure and angel face. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu's character card information and said with a mysterious smile on his face. Ding, love acceleration task reminder, please complete the intimate behaviors of feeding each other and holding hands and hugging sweetly during your date with the beautiful counselor Zhao Xiaolu tonight. If you succeed, the love value you get will be doubled by 2.5 times. If you fail, it may reduce the other party's favorability towards you. Ding, since the host has successfully completed a strategy mission, the current experience value has met the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade the system to level 2? After the upgrade, each time the host completes a love acceleration mission, in addition to receiving a doubled love value reward, there is also the possibility of receiving a random mission treasure chest reward. Lin Mo looked at the system upgrade prompt that popped up and chose yes without hesitation.
Are you kidding?
After upgrading, even every time you complete a side quest like a love acceleration quest, you can get a random quest treasure chest reward.
Only a fool would not do that. Chapter 15. A good hunter often appears as prey. 6:30 in the evening. Lin Mo drove his blue Maserati and parked the car downstairs of the teacher's apartment building of Jiangcheng University.
After waiting for about 5 minutes, Zhao Xiaolu, wearing tight jeans and a white Givenchy t-shirt, came downstairs. She looks quite pure and beautiful, but this female college student also has a devilish figure and the sexy and alluring eyes of a goddess.
Wow, a blue Maserati. I didn't realize you were a rich second-generation kid. If I had known, I would have let you treat me to dinner today. After all, I'm not as rich as you. Zhao Xiaolu walked around his Martha and exclaimed in admiration. Sister, you're kidding. I'm not some rich second generation. I just got lucky and made some money speculating in stocks. My parents are just ordinary workers.
Lin Mo glanced at Zhao Xiaolu and said with a smile.
Then you are even more amazing.
You can drive a luxury car at a young age with your own ability without relying on your family.
Unlike your sister, I am actually a fixed salary as a college counselor.
Zhao Xiaolu laughed and teased herself. Ding, collect 100 favorability points of Zhao Xiaolu towards the host, which can be doubled after completing the love acceleration task.
Aren't counselors good? No matter how rich a rich second generation is, he has to obey his elder sister, right? By the way, can I call you Sister Xiaolu?
Lin Mo suddenly changed the subject and said to the beautiful counselor Zhao Xiaolu.
Of course you can. Who wouldn't like to have such a handsome and rich brother? Hey, that's not right. How come you've grown a lot taller after just 1 or 2 days of not seeing you?
Zhao Xiaolu glanced at Lin Mo and said with bright eyes.
Really?
That might be because you didn't pay close attention to my height last time at the gym, Sister Xiaolu.
Lin Mo didn't explain much, but simply smiled and said. Really? Then let's go.
I'll take you to a great Japanese restaurant today. I used to go there with my bestie on weekends when I had free time. After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she got into the car with Lin Mo with a happy look on her face.
As Lin Mo stepped on the accelerator, the Maserati disappeared into the gradually darkening night.
About half an hour later, the two came to a shopping mall not far from the school.
They entered the mall and went up to the 3rd floor and came to a Japanese restaurant called Ogawa Cuisine. The decoration style of the whole store is very Japanese and exquisite, suitable for 2 people to date, chat, and have a drink.
Lin Mo and Zhao Xiaolu sat in a Japanese private room, smiled at each other, and picked up the menu in front of them to look at it.
Brother, just order whatever you want to eat.
I'll pay for today. Although I'm not as rich as you, I can still make sure you eat until you're full. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo, who was tall, handsome, rich and good at taking pictures, and smiled. Then I will respectfully obey your command. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he called the waiter and ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes.
Let me add some more. I've eaten these many times before and I never get tired of them.
Zhao Xiaolu ordered a lot of dishes from the waiter and then looked up at Lin Mo and said. Okay, I trust my sister's vision and taste. Lin Mo said with a smile.
Brother, how about we get a little tipsy?
After the dishes gradually came up, Zhao Xiaolu ordered some liquor.
Okay, I haven't had a drink and chat with anyone in a while.
Lin Mo said as he looked at the sexy and beautiful counselor Zhao Xiaolu. Why don't you sit over here? It's too noisy here. I can't hear you clearly if you sit across from me. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile and bright eyes. Okay, I'll go sit over there. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he sat down next to Zhao Xiaolu.
No, isn't what Zhao Xiaolu just said the same thing I said when I was having dinner with a girl before? Why are the roles reversed now? Could this be the legendary reason why skilled hunters often appear as prey? Am I the dish on the beautiful counselor's plate today?
After Lin Mo sat down, he couldn't help but think secretly in his heart.
Come on, cheers.
Zhao Xiaolu raised her glass and clinked it with Lin Mo and said.
Does Sister Xiaolu drink often?
Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and asked tentatively.
I don't like drinking. I rarely drink normally. I only get tipsy with the right people. Zhao Xiaolu blinked at Lin Mo, smiled intimately and said.
Lin Mo knew that the atmosphere between the two was almost the same at this time. In order to avoid being suppressed by the other party and becoming a young man with no aggressiveness and masculinity, he decided to take the initiative. "Let me feed you a slice of 3-flavor fish. You were just busy drinking and didn't eat much." Lin Mo picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of salmon and handed it to the other person's mouth. When he was about to tease the other person and then withdraw the chopsticks, Zhao Xiaolu had already quickly eaten the salmon slice. "In return, I'll feed you one too." Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo with charming and bright eyes, and then she picked up a piece of salmon and put it into Lin Mo's mouth. Collected 100 favorability points from Chen Zilin towards the host. Ding, the host and Zhao Xiaolu have successfully fed each other, and the love acceleration task has been completed more than half. After the task is completed, all love points obtained during the period will be doubled. Please keep up the good work, host. Lin Mo looked at the system light screen prompt, and suddenly felt that this love acceleration task was a bit too simple. "How is it? Did I feed you delicious food?" Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and said with a sweet smile on his face. "If I still say it's delicious, will Sister Xiaolu feed me like this in the future?" Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said with a chuckle. "That depends on your performance. Brother, don't be too greedy." Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo with a playful and teasing look. As the two of them were pulling each other, their eyes were already thick with anger, but they were both restraining themselves, wanting to see who would give in first. "Really? I was just thinking that my sister is gentle, considerate and caring, and is suitable to be married to. It seems that I have made a mistake in choosing her." Lin Mo deliberately set a trap to lure the other party. "Brother, can you tell whether a girl is suitable to be your wife so quickly? Isn't it too fast? Shouldn't you get to know her better and observe her more deeply before drawing a conclusion?" What Zhao Xiaolu meant was that I should stop making promises to my sister. It is too early to trap me with just a few words. "Really? But when true love comes, it can't be stopped, isn't it? Love is not like doing homework or negotiating business. There is no absolute formula or process to speak of. Some people fall in love with you at first sight, while others can only be ordinary friends even if they accompany you for your whole life. It is destined that you will never fall in love with them. What do you think, Sister Xiaolu?" Lin Mo looked at the other person and continued to chuckle. "Although what you said is very right, I may not listen to you, sister." Zhao Xiaolu made a face at him, then took a sip of the wine in her hand and said with a smile. But when she lowered her head, Lin Mo saw a trace of panic and uneasiness in her eyes. Ding, collect 100 favorability points of Zhao Xiaolu towards the host, which can be doubled after completing the love acceleration task. This woman who says one thing and means another is so stubborn. Lin Mo looked at the prompt on the system screen, shook his head and said in his heart. Chapter 16, Love Acceleration Mission Completion Reward, Singing Mastery. I want to ask, do the students in your class know that their beautiful counselor is so charming, sexy, and even a little playful? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with an ambiguous and unruly look and suddenly said. How could the students in our class possibly see me like this? After all, in their eyes, I am the extremely strict and vicious nun Miju. They can't even hide from me. Zhao Xiaolu glanced at Lin Mo and said with a sly look. I never thought that such a goddess counselor with a graceful figure and beautiful temperament would be the nun Miju in the eyes of your students. Lin Mo said in pretended shock. There are many things you can't imagine. What are we going to do after dinner? Zhao Xiaolu asked proactively. What do you want to do? Actually, Lin Mo wanted to go to the movies or ice skating, but he held back and wanted to test the other party's thoughts first. How about we go ice skating together? There happens to be a big skating rink on the 5th floor of this mall. Can you skate? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo with great interest. Sure, even though I can't skate, I can learn. After all, what's important is not skating, but who you skate with. What do you think? Lin Mo said as he looked at Zhao Xiaolu, whose eyes were beautiful, sexy, and even a little playful. You should know that the most suitable activity for a date to warm up the relationship is ice skating, and it is normal for two newbies to hold hands and skate together when skating. It seems that he has become the prey of the beautiful counselor today. He didn't expect that the other party had even thought about ice skating in advance. Lin Mo said secretly in his heart. Okay, I can't skate either, but it should be fun for the first time. My brother is really good at it, so let's go. Zhao Xiaolu said as she looked at Lin Mo with a slight smile on her face. So the two of them got up together and went to the ice rink on the 5th floor. After buying tickets, putting on their skates and the necessary protective equipment for novices, they carefully skating into the rink. At first, Zhao Xiaolu only dared to slide while holding the railing, but after a while, she gradually became braver. Lin Mo, come over here, let's let go of the railing and slide to the middle of the skating rink. Do you dare? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo with a pure and cheerful smile and said. What are you afraid of? Come on, let's slide over together. Lin Mo chuckled, then let go of the railing and slid carefully towards the center of the skating rink. Zhao Xiaolu was so excited that she failed to control her speed and fell down. Ouch, my butt hurts. Lin Mo, come over and help me up. Zhao Xiaolu turned around and shouted at Lin Mo who was behind her. Okay, here I come. Lin Mo slowly slid to Zhao Xiaolu's side, stretched out his hand and pulled her up. In the next few minutes, Zhao Xiaolu held his hand very naturally, and the two of them skated slowly and in unison on the ice rink. This was really a formal way of skating hand in hand. After Lin Mo let go of Zhao Xiaolu's hand, she slid slowly on her belly. When she was feeling very proud of herself, her center of gravity was unstable and she fell straight towards him. The final result was that the beautiful counselor, who was known as Nun Miju in his class, threw herself directly into his arms, and even stretched out her hands to hug him tightly with a look of horror on her face. More than 2 minutes passed like this and there was no sign of letting go, and Lin Mo had no intention of exposing her. After all, it actually felt good when a girl took the initiative, especially when the other party was a beautiful woman with a devilish figure, an angelic face, and the temperament of a goddess. Ding, Zhao Xiaolu's favorability towards the host has reached 100. The host has completed the intimate behaviors of feeding each other and holding hands and hugging sweetly during the date with the beautiful counselor Zhao Xiaolu tonight. The love acceleration task has been completed. The random task treasure chest reward has been obtained. During the mission, the host gained a total of 400 favorability points from Zhao Xiaolu, which is doubled by 2.5 times to a total of 1000 favorability points. Zhao Xiaolu's current total favorability value towards the host is 1600. The favorability value has reached 1314 and the two have entered the love stage. In this stage, the host's charm effect on the heroine will continue to double, which will be 4 times that of the acquaintance stage. Zhao Xiaolu will like and take the initiative to the host more, and even be obsessed with him. Random mission treasure chest rewards unlocked. The host gains mastery of singing skills, and his singing level is comparable to that of top second-tier singers. 1600 favorability points would be 160,000 yuan after a 100-fold rebate. Although it is not much, it is not a small amount either. The most important thing is that it only takes one night. And this random task treasure chest is also great, maybe it can give out other better rewards in the future. Although he has now acquired a pretty good singing skill, and a boy who can sing can easily charm a lot of girls, but he still feels a little flashy. When will Brother Tonzi give him a combat mastery or a more luxurious and explosive reward? Lin Mo looked at the system screen and muttered silently in his heart. Lin Mo, what are you thinking about? Why don't you hold my hand and let me skate for a while, so that neither of us will fall easily? Zhao Xiaolu glanced at Lin Mo and spoke in a gentle and affectionate voice. Okay, Sister Xiaolu, I'll hold your hand, and we'll skate slowly. Once we get more familiar with it, we can skate faster. Lin Mo held Zhao Xiaolu's slender fingers and spoke in a steady and gentle voice. Okay, I didn't expect you to be so calm and thoughtful. It would be so happy if I were in a relationship with you. Do you think I should thank your ex-girlfriend? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and said with bright eyes. I don't know why, she hasn't been in a relationship for more than a year and has rejected the pursuit of many outstanding boys during this period, but she has a special feeling and inexplicable liking and appreciation for this boy who is 2 years younger than her. Is this the fate and love destined in the universe? Zhao Xiaolu thought secretly in her heart. Why did Sister Xiaolu say that? Lin Mo looked at the other person and asked, pretending not to understand. Because if your ex-girlfriend hadn't broken up with you, how could I have known such an outstanding, mature, considerate and gentle boy like you? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and spoke word by word, with a bright light flashing in her eyes. Is this the legendary "the fragrance of flowers attracts butterflies"? Boys really shouldn't be lickers. They should strive to be the light instead of chasing the light. Because you may never be able to imagine how proactive and how good at flirting the goddess who usually acts cold, sexy, and even keeps people at a distance in front of you can be in front of more outstanding boys. Sister Xiaolu, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary senior graduating from college. Compared to those successful people in society, I can't be considered outstanding at all, otherwise I wouldn't have been dumped.
Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said modestly. Chapter 17, KTV Love Kill, a kiss to seal the relationship. But you are tall, handsome and young, and most importantly, you have a nice mouth and seductive eyes. I wonder how many girls like a guy like you. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo with charming and joyful eyes and said. Although Zhao Xiaolu kept praising herself on the surface, Lin Mo became alert in his heart. On the surface, the other party was praising him with fondness, but in reality, she was testing whether he was a fickle and unfaithful man, and her words were full of temptations. How could that be, Sister Xiaolu? You're overthinking it. If I were good at talking and flirting, I wouldn't have been dumped by my girlfriend of 3 years. I'm just a stay-at-home guy with a small social circle who doesn't like to go out much. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said seriously and calmly. Is that really the case? Could it be that I, sister, have made a mistake? Zhao Xiaolu stood on the skating rink and looked at Lin Modeo with interest. Otherwise, I'm just an ordinary senior boy. I'm a little tired from skating, how about we go out and take a rest? After Lin Mo finished speaking, he changed the subject. Okay, let's go and take off all this equipment. Zhao Xiaolu chuckled, stretched out her hand and made a coquettish expression, asking Lin Mo to hold her hand and slowly skate out of the ice rink. After taking off their skates and protective gear, the two went to a milk tea shop and sat for a while. Ding, love acceleration task reminder, the host state with the beautiful counselor Zhao Xiaolu tonight is going well. Please strike while the iron is hot and have a sweet kiss with Zhao Xiaolu during tonight's date. If you succeed, you will receive a special task reward and your total favorability will directly reach 5,200 or more, entering the stay together stage. If you fail, the other party's favorability towards you may be reset to 0, and you may be deleted and blocked. Note, during the staying together stage, the heroine's favorability towards the host will remain at a minimum of 5,201. This effect will last for 3 months. During this stage, the heroine's liking for the hero will reach its peak, and she will become more and more clingy and willing to give to the other party. Host, please choose whether to accept the task. Is Brother Tonsi so crazy tonight? He sent me 2 love acceleration tasks in one night? Is he forcing him to take a gamble? However, he also understands that in the world of love, sometimes opportunities are fleeting when men and women are dating. If he doesn't strike while the iron is hot this time, the relationship between the two may either stagnate or deteriorate next time. Just like the stock market, opportunities are fleeting. So Lin Mo made up his mind again and chose to accept the task. Sister Xiaolu, are you happy to be with me today? Lin Mo said while looking at the beautiful counselor Zhao Xiaolu. It's a great experience. The food, scenery, and skiing are all great. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and said with full emotional value. So do you want to be happier and crazier? Lin Mo kept the question in suspense and continued to guide the other party. How can I be happier and crazier? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo with bright and charming eyes and said. Do you like singing? Why don't we go to KTV and sing together? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said with a clean and hearty smile. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo, and suddenly felt that this big boy seemed to have a magical power over her, making her unable to help but explore and get closer to him, even sticking to him unconsciously. But she still maintained a little reserve on the surface and said, It's already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Are you sure we still want to sing it this time? What's the matter, Sister Xiaolu, are you afraid that I will eat you in the KTV? Besides, isn't this the time for singing? Who would go to sing in broad daylight? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said calmly. Then I'm not afraid. Let's go. Actually, I like karaoke. When I was in college, I would go to the KTV near the school with my roommates whenever I had time. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and started talking. Seeing this, Lin Mo knew that something interesting was going to happen tonight, so he took the initiative to hold Zhao Xiaolu's hand and walked towards the KTV next to the cinema. After entering the KTV, the two of them checked into a small private room and ordered some fruit, melon seeds, snacks, and a box of beer. Zhao Xiaolu then happily ran to order a song. Lin Mo, do you want to come over and order some songs? Zhao Xiaolu selected a few songs she wanted to sing and waved at him. You sing first. I'll eat some fruit and then sing later. Lin Mo glanced at Zhao Xiaolu's long legs and said. Are you kidding? In this situation, shouldn't he let the other party warm up the stage and sing happily first, and then he can make his final appearance with the charm and strength of a singer to really blow the other party's heart? Zhao Xiaolu first sang a song called Bungee Jumping Machine, which has been very popular on TikTok recently.
I have to say that her singing was quite nice and she had some talent. Baby, our relationship is like a jumping machine. Let me suddenly rise into the air and then fall to the ground quickly. When the other party's singing started, Lin Mo also started to shake his head. After the other party finished singing the whole song, Lin Mo applauded enthusiastically, then used a bamboo stick to pick up a piece of cantaloupe from the fruit plate and fed it to Zhao Xiaolu's mouth. Thank you, you're so nice. Zhao Xiaolu ate the cantaloupe that Lin Mo fed her in one gulp and then looked at him with a sweet smile. I'll sing a song for you, too. I'll sing Running Towards You. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with bright eyes and an ambiguous smile. Okay, then I'm all ears. Zhao Xiaolu smiled slightly. Then Lin Mo ordered the song and took the microphone to sing. I will wait for you in 4 seasons. Talent is used to dream about you. Who used thousands of kilometers. Stop me from running towards you. I want to get on that flight. I want to run towards you. When singing to the climax, Lin Mo turned around and looked at Zhao Xiaolu affectionately. It has to be said that under the dim lighting, Lin Mo's 1.82 meter tall handsome face, coupled with the voice and professional singing level that the system gave him, which was comparable to that of a famous singer, made Zhao Xiaolu fascinated and immersed in it in an instant. There is even a special feeling that it sounds better than the original version, making people fall in love with this heavenly voice and the affectionate lyrics at once. No, how can he sing better than the original singer? Oh my god, this is killing me. After the song was over, Zhao Xiaolu felt like her soul almost flew away following Lin Mo's singing. Brother, you sing so well. I didn't expect that not only do you take better photos than the photographer, but you also sing as beautifully as a singer. If you don't control your charm, I will lose control and fall for you if you continue like this. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo with a dazed look in her eyes and spoke in a coquettish voice. Since you can't control it, why not just not control it? Sister Xiaolu, what zodiac sign do you like in boys? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and suddenly put her head close to him, teasing him with ambiguous and unrestrained eyes. I still have to control myself. As long as it's someone I like, any sign is fine. Zhao Xiaolu suddenly became shy and said. Have you ever had a Scorpio boyfriend? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu approaching the other party again and said. No. Zhao Xiaolu seemed to realize something and her eyes became more blurred and gentle. So now you have a Scorpio boyfriend. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he gently kissed Zhao Xiaolu's lips. Zhao Xiaolu was only slightly surprised for a few seconds, then slowly closed her eyes. The entire KTV became quiet and romantic in an instant. Chapter 18 The moonlight is beautiful tonight, please take me home. Collected 300 favorability points from Zhao Xiaolu towards the host. Ding, the host has completed a sweet kiss with Zhao Xiaolu during tonight's date. The love acceleration task is halfway through. Please keep up the good work. You said you don't know how to flirt, so what were you doing just now? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and smiled. What happened just now can only be called involuntary and two-way rush. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said with a bright and clean smile. Shame on you. Who was running in both directions with you? It was you who took advantage of me when I wasn't paying attention. Zhao Xiaolu said this with a coquettish expression on her beautiful face. Well, since it's not a two-way trip and it's just my one-sided wish, then it would be too self-indulgent for me to stay here. I'm leaving now. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and deliberately teased her in a relaxed tone. After he finished speaking, he pretended to open the door of the private room and prepare to leave. You are not allowed to leave. If we are going in both directions, then we are going in both directions. It's a good deal for you. Zhao Xiaolu hurriedly walked forward to stop Lin Mo, who was pretending to walk out the door, and said in a slightly coquettish tone. I think someone's expression and tone are a bit forced, why don't I just leave? Lin Mo glanced at Zhao Xiaolu and continued to tease her. Lin Mo. You dare. Believe it or not, I will bite you. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and said with a grin. I didn't expect that the beautiful counselor of Jiang University is born in the year of the dog. Who would want to marry you if you bite people all the time? It's too violent for a girl like you. Lin Mo said with a smile. I'm not marrying you anyway, why do you care about me? Lin Mo, okay, you're teasing me on purpose, right? Zhao Xiaolu was halfway through her speech when she suddenly seemed to realize something and started chasing Lin Mo and attacking him with her fists. Yes, lady, spare my life. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he grabbed the other person's hand and took Zhao Xiaolu into his arms.
Sister Xiaolu, I think the moonlight is beautiful tonight, why don't you take me home?
Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and spoke in a gentle and ambiguous voice.
Why? Don't you have a car and can drive yourself home?
Zhao Xiaolu said shyly as she leaned into Lin Mo's arms.
Because I just drank and can't drive. I drank a little while you were singing. You should drive me home.
Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said softly.
Okay, then, shall we go home now, or sing for a while longer?
Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and felt her heart beating faster.
How about we sing a song together before we leave?
Lin Mo thought for a moment and said.
Okay, what song do you want to sing?
Zhao Xiaolu said happily.
How about singing the song Elope to the Moon?
Lin Mo said in a deep voice.
Okay, I'll listen to you.
Zhao Xiaolu glanced at Lin Mo and said softly. After Lin Mo ordered the song, he handed the other microphone to Zhao Xiaolu. As the music started, the two began to sing with passion and enthusiasm.
Male, actually, you are a cruel and ruthless thief.
My heart, my breath, and my name were stolen. Female, you are the one who kidnapped me. I am sitting on the back seat of the motorcycle, feeling the wind.
Escape from mediocrity. Male, 5 billion people on this planet miss out every day.
How lucky I am to have you watching the stars vying for favor together. As the two of them became more emotional, their eyes looking at each other were filled with endless love and joy. After the song was over, Lin Mo opened his arms and hugged Zhao Xiaolu tightly, and Zhao Xiaolu also stretched out her arms to hug him. It was not until a long time later that Lin Mo let go of his arm, took Zhao Xiaolu's hand and walked out of the KTV.
After arriving at the parking lot, Lin Mo opened the passenger door and got in. He looked at Zhao Xiaolu affectionately and said, okay, this time it's your turn to take me home. In exchange, let me take you home every night when I don't drink, okay?
Zhao Xiaolu was touched by Lin Mo's sincere eyes and affectionate words, and she became emotional all of a sudden. In her eyes, Lin Mo at this moment seemed to be the person she had been waiting for a long time, and it was all worth it. Okay, you said it, so don't cheat when the time comes. After Zhao Xiaolu sat in the driver's seat, she looked at Lin Mo and spoke in a gentle and sweet voice. Then Zhao Xiaolu drove Lin Mo's car and took him back to the community next to the school where he had just rented. The two parked the car and walked out of the community parking lot hand in hand.
Sister Xiaolu, my cat can do backflips. How about I take you up there to see it?
Lin Mo suddenly turned around and looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said with a chuckle.
Ah, is it really that magical? Are you kidding me?
Zhao Xiaolu asked softly, pretending to understand nothing.
In fact, she had seen this sentence on the internet a long time ago, and even her ex-boyfriend had said it to her, but does it matter what the other party says now? Of course, why would I lie to you? Come on, I'll take you up there and you'll know. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he took Zhao Xiaolu's slender hand and went into the elevator.
After arriving at the door, Lin Mo opened it and turned on all the lights in the house so that Zhao Xiaolu could get familiar with the place more quickly and feel more secure. Then he took out a pair of new slippers and handed them to her, asking her to take them off.
How come you have so many new slippers at home? Did you prepare them for tonight?
Zhao Xiaolu glanced at the slippers in Lin Mo's hand and asked slyly.
How could that be?
I just moved, and I bought new slippers just in case my friends come over to my house for dinner and gatherings.
You're overthinking it.
Lin Mo knew that the other party's words just now were intended to set a trap for him, so he explained it straightforwardly.
Okay, you passed.
Zhao Xiaolu smiled and stretched out her arms to hug Lin Mo and said.
By the way, didn't you just say your cat can do backflips? Where's the cat?
Zhao Xiaolu looked at the living room and the room and asked.
You mean the cat?
It might be staying at the neighbor's house tonight and won't be back until tomorrow.
There's also a kitten next door, and they have a very good relationship.
Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu who was talking nonsense seriously.
TSK, really? Why do I look a little unconvinced?
Zhao Xiaolu rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said.
Really? Why would I lie to you? By the way, I have some red wine in the fridge. How about we drink some together? Let's listen to some music and drink some red wine to get a little tipsy. You didn't even drink at the KTV just now.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he quickly changed the subject.
You still have red wine at home? Not bad, that's fine, I haven't been tipsy for a long time, and since I'm so happy today, I'll drink with you. After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she winked at Lin Mo playfully. Okay, I'll go get the wine and the glasses, you wait for me. Good.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he turned around, opened the refrigerator and took out the red wine. Then he went to the kitchen to get the wine glasses and bottle opener, and by the way, he also adjusted the speakers in the living room to a suitable volume. The two of them sat in the living room of Lin Mo's house until almost dawn, listening to music, drinking red wine and chatting. The looks they gave each other became more and more loving and passionate. Chapter 19, Completion of the Walkthrough Rewards, Moon Lake Villa and Combat Mastery. Somehow even the air in the living room became hot. Zhao Xiaolu took a few more sips of red wine and leaned back slightly on the sofa in the living room. The oversized white rabbit candies on her chest were about to pop out, and the tight jeans made her long legs and hips look even more sexy and charming. Has anyone ever told you that you are more elegant and charming when you don't speak? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu in front of him and said with tender and passionate eyes. No, you are the first one. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and smiled. Really? Then will I be the last one? Because I want you to belong only to me, and no other man can get close to you in the future. Lin Mo suddenly reached out and hugged Zhao Xiaolu into his arms. His eyes were full of wildness and his tone was domineering and confident as he looked at her and said. Zhao Xiaolu was overwhelmed by Lin Mo's sudden domineering aura and the scent of male hormones. For a moment, she felt a little dazed and vaguely expecting something. It turns out that Lin Mo also has such a domineering and manly side. Is this the true look of the person I like? Zhao Xiaolu was thinking wildly in her heart. Ha ha. Brother, are you so domineering? Aren't you afraid that your rivals are stronger and more capable of fighting than you, and you may not be able to defeat them? Although Zhao Xiaolu's heart was about to completely collapse, she still pretended to be calm on the surface, covering her mouth with her hands as she looked at Lin Mo and chuckled. Really? Then I'll beat them until they surrender. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with an extremely domineering look and said. It turns out that little men also have such a domineering side. I almost misjudged him. Zhao Xiaolu stretched out a finger and drew circles on Lin Mo's chest. Do you think the red wine tastes good? Is it sweet? Lin Mo responded to Zhao Xiaolu directly and hugged her tighter and asked. It tastes good, sweet, very sweet. Zhao Xiaolu thought for a moment and answered in a light voice. Then let me ask you, do you think the red wine is sweeter or you are sweeter? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with a playful expression in his eyes and said. Ah. I don't know. Ugh. Zhao Xiaolu was halfway through her words when Lin Mo kissed her, blocking her mouth and she couldn't continue. Zhao Xiaolu glanced at Lin Mo and felt that he was handsome, confident and domineering at the moment, and her heart gradually sank following his gaze. The night became more and more charming, and the two people in the living room became more and more excited. Then Lin Mo picked up Zhao Xiaolu and walked into the bedroom. There are lights from thousands of houses outside the window, and the bedroom is filled with spring scenery. It was around 2 a.m., and Zhao Xiaolu, perhaps because she was tired, fell asleep on Lin Mo's chest as docilely and obediently as a kitten. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the morning that Lin Mo woke up from his sweet dream. Lin Mo gently scratched Zhao Xiaolu's nose with his fingers, and after a while, she woke up. Hate it. It's all your fault. I haven't slept well yet. In the eyes of the students, the beautiful counselor Zhao Xiaolu, who always had a serious expression and ruthless methods, looked at Lin Mo like an 18-year-old girl and spoke in a coquettish voice. Who did you just blame? Who am I to you? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said with a pretended serious expression. Brother, you are my good brother, isn't that enough? Zhao Xiaolu took the initiative to stretch out her arms and put them around Lin Mo's neck and said coquettishly. Just a good brother? Then why are you in your good brother's bed now? Otherwise, you'd better leave. I don't recognize you as my sister. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu again and said in a pretended angry tone. Okay, don't be angry, husband. At most, I will call you husband when it's just the two of us from now on. You should be satisfied now, right? Zhao Xiaolu continued to speak in a coquettish voice while gently kissing Lin Mo on the face. That's better than the truth. If you don't behave yourself in the future, I will no longer recognize you as my wife. Lin Mo glanced at Zhao Xiaolu and said with a smile. Got it, husband. After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she leaned her head into Lin Mo's arms. The host and Zhao Xiaolu had a sweet kiss during their date last night, and successfully conquered each other's body and mind. The love acceleration task has been completed, and the conquering task has been completed. Zhao Xiaolu's favorability value for the host has reached 5,300. If the favorability value reaches 5,200 or above, the two will immediately enter the love stage. Note, during the staying together phase, the heroine's favorability towards the host will remain at a minimum of 5,201. This effect will last for 3 months. During this phase, the heroine's love and dependence on the hero will reach its peak, and the possibility of her actively considering and paying for the other party will increase infinitely. Special mission rewards have been opened. Reward: a 3-story finely decorated villa in Xiangshan Yuevu, Jiangcheng. The relevant materials, property certificate and keys have been prepared for the host. Reward: high-level skills, combat proficiency and physical fitness improvement. One can beat 100 ordinary adult men. As the electronic sound of the system machinery fell, Lin Mo only felt that his whole body was filled with explosive power at this moment, as if there was a primordial force in his body that was about to erupt at any time. Even the Grandmaster level fighting skills in his mind were automatically integrated. As long as he wanted, he could easily knock down a few strong men in a few minutes. Even the powerful boxers and taekwondo masters were just a bunch of noobs in his eyes. Cool. It's really cool. The special rewards that came out after completing this strategy mission turned out to be the fighting skills and physical fitness improvement skills he had always dreamed of, and they were all high-level skills. After being strengthened by the system, his physique is now dozens of times stronger than that of ordinary people. In combat, he can even defeat 100 enemies alone. He is simply a god like being among ordinary people. Moreover, the system also gave him a 3-story fully decorated villa in Xiangshan Yuevu, Jiangcheng. You know, Xiangshan Yuevu is a famous wealthy community in Jiangcheng. The entire community is built on a small island with mountains, lakes, and golf courses. It is one of the most high-end communities in the provincial capital Jiangcheng. The most ordinary villa on the island starts at 10 million. Judging from the area of his villa, the market value is at least 12 million. He is rich, he is really rich. Brother Tongzi is really rich this time. In comparison, the 5,300 favorability value is only 530,000 cash after the system's 100-fold cash rebate. It seems very mediocre. Ding, 530,000 yuan has been transferred to your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank. After Lin Mo withdrew the cashback reward, the total balance of his bank card reached 2.14 million. Only a few short days had passed, and after successfully conquering 2 SS-level goddess-level beauties, he had now become a small wealthy man with total assets of about 15 million. He had luxury cars, mansions, and a goddess-like girlfriend all at once. This huge contrast in happiness made him feel unreal and unbelievable sometimes. Chapter 20, A Small Shura Field is Coming? I'm a little hungry, baby, can you cook? After coming back to his senses from the great joy, Lin Mo said to Zhao Xiaolu in his arms. Yes, but didn't you just move? Do you have vegetables and kitchen utensils at home? Zhao Xiaolu raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Mo and said. That's easy. I can just order takeout. The main reason is that I want to try your cooking skills. Lin Mo gently stroked Zhao Xiaolu's head and said. I understand, husband. I will show you my cooking skills reluctantly. But in return you have to accompany me shopping and watching a movie this afternoon. Zhao Xiaolu stuck out her tongue and continued to act coquettishly towards Lin Mo. Sure, then I'll look forward to your baby's cooking skills. Lin Mo smiled and said, then he opened a group order and placed an order for kitchen utensils, bowls and chopsticks, as well as some fish, shrimp, beef and vegetables. In addition to that, he also bought a bouquet of roses and a gold necklace from Jin Shifu to give Zhao Xiaolu a little surprise. Oh, by the way, honey, it seems that Investiture of the Gods 2 was released recently. I really want to watch it. How about we go watch this movie this afternoon? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo with affection and expectation and said coquettishly. Okay, let's go watch this movie this afternoon. It's up to you. Seeing the other party's pitiful appearance, Lin Mo couldn't bear to refuse, so he stretched out his finger again and scratched Zhao Xiaolu's nose and said lovingly. It's so kind of you. Zhao Xiaolu rubbed her head against Lin Mo's chest and said. How come this woman is 2 years older than me, but since they had in-depth communication, she has completely turned into a little woman who is dependent, clingy and loves to act coquettishly. So what do you think our relationship is like now? Are we in a relationship or something like that? Zhao Xiaolu suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Mo and asked seriously. What kind of relationship is that? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and teased her deliberately. It's the kind of relationship where you don't have to take responsibility for the girl. Zhao Xiaolu suddenly pouted and looked at Lin Mo angrily. Yes, that's the kind of relationship you're thinking of.
Lin Mo deliberately chuckled. Okay, I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. I've let someone call you husband, but you still don't want to be responsible for them. I was wrong about you. After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she bit Lin Mo's arm hard, then turned around and ignored him angrily. Okay, I was just teasing you. Baby, you are so pretty, you have such a good figure, and you are so well behaved and charming. How could I bear not to be responsible for you, don't you think? Lin Mo then immediately moved over and hugged Zhao Xiaolu into his arms again, speaking affectionately and gently. Who knows if what you said is true? Men are really pigs, they only know how to talk sweet words. Once they get something, they won't cherish it. Although Zhao Xiaolu was no longer angry in her heart, she still spoke angrily and unyieldingly. Okay, it's my fault. You'll understand my husband's good intentions soon. Lin Mo hugged Zhao Xiaolu again and spoke with tenderness and patience, while also keeping the other party in suspense. Humph, what good intentions do you have? You're not going to lie to me. I'm not an 18-year-old girl, so I'm not that easy to fool. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and snorted. Why would I lie to you? There's no candy for me if I lie to you. If I really lie to you, I will choose to lie to you for the rest of your life, so that you will never be able to leave me in your next life or the next life. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with a smirk on his face and joked. Shame on you. I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend. Who wants to be with you in the next life or the next life? Although Zhao Xiaolu said this coquettishly, her body was honest and she buried her head back in Lin Mo's arms. That's why women in love are always so hypocritical and emotional. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The two continued to be affectionate for a while before getting up to wash up. After they finished washing up, the takeaway was delivered. Lin Mo first put the kitchen utensils and the purchased vegetables into the kitchen, then walked up to Zhao Xiaolu and said mysteriously, Baby, close your eyes. What are you doing? You're so secretive. Although Zhao Xiaolu didn't know what Lin Mo was going to do, she still closed her eyes obediently. No peeking. Lin Mo slowly put the gold necklace that Jin Shifu had asked the delivery boy to buy for him around the other person's neck while instructing him. Okay, I get it, you stinky husband. You're so secretive. Zhao Xiaolu couldn't help but reach out and hit Lin Mo coquettishly. Okay, you can open your eyes now. After Lin Mo put the necklace on the other person, he stood in front of Zhao Xiaolu with flowers in his hands and said, Ah, what beautiful roses. Thank you, husband. Zhao Xiaolu said with surprise as she looked at the flowers in front of her. Also, look down at what you are wearing on your chest. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said with a smile. Ah. Is this a gold necklace? So pretty. It shouldn't be cheap. I love you so much. Zhao Xiaolu ran to the big mirror in the bedroom, looked at herself with shining eyes, and then said to Lin Mo and kissed him actively. Are you happy? Do you want to be with me now? My girlfriend? If you refuse, I will give you to someone else. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu, a beautiful and graceful woman in front of him, and said with ambiguous and unruly eyes. What? How dare you? I agree to be with you. Zhao Xiaolu pouted fiercely and warned Lin Mo, then quickly agreed, as if she was afraid that her boyfriend would be snatched away by someone else if she was late. That's good. Okay, baby, go and cook. Do you want to starve me to death? Lin Mo hugged Zhao Xiaolu and spoke in a gentle and doting voice. Got it, I'll go cook now. Love you, husband. After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she kissed Lin Mo on the forehead, then turned around and happily ran into the kitchen to get busy. Could this be the other side of the cold goddess counselor with a devilish figure and angelic face that countless licking dogs and otakus dream of? The slow-moving goddess from a different place that countless losers love? You see, actually, in the world of love, there is no such thing as slow to warm up or not. It's just that you are not manly enough and the other party simply can't get hot for you. If you are handsome enough and good at flirting, the goddess will fall in love with you in minutes. Lin Mo thought in his heart with great emotion. He sat down in the living room and watched TV while waiting for Zhao Xiaolu to prepare the meal. During this time, he opened his mobile phone and logged into Green Bubble. Then the pure and beautiful Chen Zilin sent him a message. Brother Lin Mo, are you free today? The movie Function 2 was released recently, I really want to watch it, can you go with me? What? Another investiture of the gods too? Why did the school beauty ask me to watch this movie together? Is my little Shura field going to arrive early? Chapter 21. Watching the same movie twice is also a surprise.
Don't panic, as a perfect male god with a system, he does have some self-cultivation of a male god, so it's no problem for him to deal with this small situation. Since Chen Zilin and Zhao Xiaolu both asked him to watch the same movie on the same day, and he and these two girls were still in the sweet period and it was difficult to refuse or reject either of them, he might as well agree to both of them. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. At that time, he just needs to stagger the time and place of watching movies with the two of them. In the afternoon, he will go shopping and watch a movie with Zhao Xiaolu, and in the evening he will find a reason to leave in advance and go to watch a movie with Chen Zilin.
Isn't it just the same movie that he watched twice with different people and he had to act out the surprise and naturalness of watching it for the first time? Isn't this a simple acting skill for him?
After thinking about it, Lin Mo typed a reply to Chen Zilin, "Okay, baby, I have some paperwork to deal with this afternoon.
Can I go to the movies with you in the evening after I finish it?"
Soon, Chen Zilin on the other end replied, "Okay, brother Lin Mo, I'll wait for you to pick me up in the evening."
Heart, I miss you.
Lin Mo continued to reply, "Okay, I will pick you up after I finish my work in the evening."
Love you, I miss you.
After waiting for about an hour, Zhao Xiaolu finally brought the 3 dishes and a soup to the dining table in the living room, and also considerately served him some rice. I have to say, the goddess sister is so sweet. She knows how to act coquettishly and take care of people. Lin Mo picked up the bowl and chopsticks, thinking happily in his heart.
Baby, you've worked hard. Open your mouth. Your husband will feed you the first bite. I'm rewarding you for your hard work today.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into Zhao Xiaolu's mouth.
Thank you, husband. You are so kind.
After Zhao Xiaolu took a bite of the braised pork and swallowed it, she looked at Lin Mo with a happy and cheerful face and said,
"Silly boy, you obviously cooked this meal. I'm just eating with you."
Lin Mo said with a smile.
"I don't care. I'm already very happy to have you by my side."
Zhao Xiaolu came over, rubbed her head against his arm, and said sweetly, "It turns out that women in love are all clingy kittens and love-brained. At this time, no matter what you say or do, it will be right in the other person's eyes."
Okay. I'll listen to you.
You have big breasts, so you are right." Lin Mo thought to himself, then he raised his head and looked at Zhao Xiaolu, chuckling and teasing her.
What?
Superficial.
You pervert. If you say that again, I'll bite you.
After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she opened her mouth and pretended to bite someone to scare Lin Modeo.
Okay. Actually, the most beautiful thing about you is your temperament and soul. That's all. Come eat quickly. After dinner, I'll take you shopping and watching a movie.
Lin Mo coaxed Zhao Xiaolu as if he was coaxing a child.
Okay, got it. Then I'm going to go back and change into a nice skirt and high heels before going out, okay?
Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo with joy and said, "No need, I can just drive you to the mall to buy a skirt and shoes.
We have to go shopping when we go out anyway."
Although Lin Mo expressed that he was very considerate and full of love for the other party, he was actually afraid that Zhao Xiaolu would have to spend a long time packing up when she returned, which would waste time. It would be terrible if this caused them to finish the movie very late.
Okay, husband, you are so good to me. You have considered everything for me. I love you.
After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she wiped her mouth with a tissue and kissed Lin Mo on the forehead.
I love you too, let's pack up and go.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he began to urge Zhao Xiaolu.
So the two of them quickly went downstairs to the parking lot, and as Lin Mo stepped on the accelerator, the Maserati sped out. About half an hour later, the two arrived at a shopping mall not far from Jiangcheng University.
After they walked hand in hand for more than an hour, Lin Mo really bought Zhao Xiaolu a red sexy suspender dress and a pair of high heels. However, considering the other party's amazing figure, he did not choose to buy her a deep V-neck halter dress. After all, he had not yet let passers-by get a glimpse of his girlfriend's ideas. So Lin Mo held the other person's changed clothes in one hand and held Zhao Xiaolu's hand with the other hand. After they continued shopping in the mall for a while, they bought movie tickets for 3:30 and prepared to go in to watch a movie. Even before buying the movie tickets, Lin Mo was so stupid as to tell Zhao Xiaolu in advance that her aunt in Jiangcheng would come to see him in the evening and he would have to go back to greet her. After the movie, he let her take a taxi back home. Zhao Xiaolu also agreed very obediently and expressed her understanding, saying that she could take a taxi back to school by herself. She is so considerate, I am crying.
God knows I really don't want to be a scumbag. Brother Tonesy, all this is your fault. Lin Mo thought silently while holding the movie ticket. Baby, do you want some popcorn? How about I go over and buy some popcorn and Coke and bring them in to eat while watching the movie?
In order to make himself feel better, Lin Mo even offered to buy popcorn and Coke for Zhao Xiaolu, and also to accompany her to watch a movie.
Okay, honey, I like popcorn. I like any popcorn you buy. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile. Okay, I'll go buy it, you stand here and wait for me. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he turned around and went to the front desk to buy a movie snack set for two, and came back with popcorn and 2 cups of Coke in his hand. After checking their tickets at the ticket gate, they walked into the cinema.
The movie will not start for a few minutes, but because this movie has been very popular recently, there are already quite a few people sitting inside. Lin Mo bought a seat in the middle of the last row, so there was no one on either side. As for why you should buy the last row instead of the middle seat, those who understand will understand.
When Zhao Xiaolu asked him why he didn't buy a seat in the front, Lin Mo answered her like this, Baby, the seats in the back are quieter and more convenient for watching movies. Could it be that this upright gentleman Lin Mo really wants to watch the movie seriously? Soon the movie began. Zhao Xiaolu was watching the movie with as much gusto as everyone else in the cinema. After watching for a while, Lin Mo also felt that the plot was okay and not so boring that he fell asleep, but it was not exciting enough to make him applaud and watch it to the end. Baby, come over and lean on my shoulder. Will it be more comfortable?
Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and persuaded her patiently.
Really? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile. Of course. If you don't believe me, just come over and try it and you'll know. Lin Mo said with bright eyes. All right. After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she leaned on Lin Mo's broad shoulders. Baby, I'm about to fall asleep. If you kiss me, I think I'll be more alert. Okay, just give me a kiss. Zhao Xiaolu said with a red face. Well, just a kiss. Then why didn't you let me go after kissing me for 10 minutes?
Honeymoon love mission tips. Please maintain a honeymoon love period of more than 2 weeks between the host and the beautiful counselor Zhao Xiaolu, and the relationship will not break down or turn over, then you can get a special mission reward. Host, please choose to accept or reject the task.
Again? It seems that Brother Tong is deliberately trying to make him survive in the Shura field?
Lin Mo silently complained in his heart but still chose to accept the task. There was nothing he could do about it because the system's task rewards were so good. Chapter 22, Daily Sweetness with the Beautiful Campus Girlfriend. The movie soon ended with the two of them playing and fighting. At 5:40 p.m., Lin Mo walked out of the cinema holding Zhao Xiaolu's hand.
Baby, I'm going to pick up my aunt first.
You can take a taxi back to the school dormitory later. Lin Mo gently touched Zhao Xiaolu's hair and said, God knows his aunt is actually a gorgeous school beauty who is only 20 years old.
I know, husband, please go. I can do it myself.
Zhao Xiaolu has turned into a charming and obedient girl. It turns out that the goddess counselor who was cold and strict outside can also be a love-brained person who loves to act coquettishly when she is in love.
Lin Mo sighed and without thinking too much, he walked towards the underground parking lot while sending a message to Chen Zilin, Baby, I'm going to pick you up now and we'll be here soon.
Chen Zilin replied almost immediately, Okay, brother Lin Mo, I'll wait for you.
Half an hour later, Lin Mo appeared on the top floor of Chen Zilin's dormitory in a Maserati. After the other party got in the car, he quickly stepped on the accelerator and left through the back door of the school, because he was afraid that if he stayed for too long, he would hit Zhao Xiaolu and the car would overturn.
Baby, you look so beautiful in the blue floral dress today.
You look like a girl walking out of a painting. It suits your temperament very well.
While driving, Lin Mo glanced at Chen Zilin and praised her in great detail and sincerity.
Really? I finally picked this out after going through several outfits this afternoon.
Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and smiled sweetly. It is obvious that as the saying goes, women dress up to please themselves. There is no girl who doesn't like her boyfriend to praise her beauty sincerely and from the heart.
As expected of my girlfriend, you know how to match clothes. If we have a little girl in the future, you will be responsible for dressing her up as a little beauty.
Lin Mo continued to imagine the future with Chen Zilin.
Hate it. Who said I want to have a baby with you? I haven't even decided whether to marry you or not. We've only just gotten together. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo coquettishly and shyly and said. So you said you don't plan to marry me in the future, so do you plan to marry another man?
Lin Mo looked at Chun Zilin and said with a pretended serious expression.
Ah. I don't have any. If I were to get married, I would definitely marry you, brother Lin Mo, don't be angry. Chen Zilin thought Lin Mo was really angry, so she explained pitifully. Silly boy, I was just teasing you. How could I bear to be angry with you? By the way, you haven't had dinner yet, right?
Lin Mo said gently while looking at Chun Zilin.
Not yet. Chen Zilin said softly. Okay, let's go eat first, and then go to the movies together. Lin Mo said. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chen Zilin said softly.
Soon Lin Mo drove Chun Zilin to a hot pot restaurant. When Chen Zilin saw that it was the hot pot she had been dreaming about, she couldn't help but feel happy.
Shu prawn hot pot? Ah, that's great. Brother Lin Mo, how did you know I like hot pot? Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and said with great surprise. Would you believe me if I said I guessed it?
Lin Mo looked at Chun Zilin and said with a smile on his face.
I don't believe it. Did you secretly check my moments? Chen Zilin said with a pout. Student Chen Zilin, please clarify this. What does it mean to secretly read your moments? Does your boyfriend need to read your moments secretly? Your statement is very dangerous.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he hugged Chen Zilin into his arms and looked at her with a smirk on his face.
Ah, I see. I was wrong. How about you punish me?
Chen Zilin's little head turned and she suddenly smiled sweetly at Lin Mo and said.
Okay, then I'll punish you by kissing me.
Lin Mo said as he looked at the absolutely beautiful and ethereal Chun Zilin.
Ah, okay.
Chen Zilin blushed and looked at Lin Mo, then leaned her head over and pecked him lightly on the cheek and said.
I didn't mean kiss on the face, I meant kiss here.
Lin Mo pointed to his lips and said.
Oh, no, there are so many people here, I'm shy. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and blushed instantly. There's nothing to be shy about. Look at all the couples kissing on the curb. We're already an old married couple, so what are we afraid of?
Lin Mo said as he looked at Lin Mo with a completely shameless look.
Who said you were an old married couple? You are shameless.
Brother Lin Mo, I noticed that you are much more shameless than when we first met.
Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and rolled her eyes at him and said. No way.
Your boyfriend is always the shyest. In the end, Lin Mo simply threw his face away and didn't want it anymore.
TSK, shameless. Chen Zilin said.
While the two were flirting with each other, the soup base of the hot pot was boiling. Lin Mo can't eat spicy food, so he likes to eat clear soup hot pot. However, Chen Zilin, a native of Jiangchang, seems to love spicy food and enjoys it more and more. If Chen Zilin hadn't fed him, he would definitely not have eaten it. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when the two finished eating hot pot.
Lin Mo bought the 8 o'clock show of Fengshan too.
There was still a lot of time left, so Lin Mo decided to take Chen Zilin to the Jin Shifu store for a stroll. After all, he had just given a gold necklace to Zhao Xiaolu today, so he had to treat his daughter Lin Bao equally and not show favoritism.
Brother Lin Mo, why did you bring me here?
Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and turned to leave after she finished speaking.
Nothing, I'm just showing you around. The movie won't start for a while anyway. Since you're here, why don't you take a look and see if there's anything you like? Before Chen Zilin could say anything again, Lin Mo pulled her into the store.
Finally, under Lin Mo's repeated insistence, he bought Chen Zilin a gold necklace and 2 couple bracelets. Brother Lin Mo, I don't really care about these things. As long as I'm with you and you treat me well, I'll be happy even if I have to eat in the cafeteria with you every day.
Really?
After Chen Zilin walked out of the Jin Shifu store, she looked at Lin Mo and said seriously and affectionately.
Okay, I get it, silly. I know all this, but these are what I want to buy for you, so just accept them. When you wear them in the future, you will think of me first.
Lin Mo squeezed Chen Zilin's soft little hand, held her in his arms and spoke tenderly. It turns out that when it comes to dating, it's better to date a young, beautiful, fair-skinned, pretty schoolgirl with unparalleled temperament. Not only are they pleasing to the eye, but they can also give you a full emotional value. After a while, the two of them held hands and came to the cinema lobby. They sat and waited for a while, then walked into the cinema. It still followed the same old rules. Lin Mo bought a seat in the last row. There were not many people around. Not only was the view good, but it was also convenient to operate. It was simply perfect. After the movie started, Lin Mo pretended to be watching the movie for the first time. He discussed the plot with Chen Zilin in a startled manner, and then after 20 minutes he suddenly looked at her and said, "Baby, there's no one around now, you can kiss me. You haven't fulfilled the punishment just now." Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with bright eyes and said, "Ah, brother Lin Mo you." Chen Zilin's face turned slightly red, but after hesitating for a while, she still kissed Leaky Moly on the lips lightly. "Baby, how would you rate your kissing skills just now?" Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin shamelessly and asked with a chuckle. "I don't know." Chen Zilin blushed again. "Then I'll teach you to practice and improve." "Ah, don't, you bad guy." Chapter 23, Chatting with Meow Goddess in Jiangcheng Ancient Town. After watching the movie and coming out of the cinema, Lin Mo drove Chen Zilin back to the school dormitory, although he also wanted to eat her up in his heart. However, considering that the other party had never been in a relationship before and was still a little restrained and insecure, he was not too anxious. After all, he really had no shortage of girls who liked him now. So after kissing each other passionately goodbye, he drove back to his real home, the 3-story villa in Xiangshan Yuehu. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but get excited. This was a mansion worth 12 million, and now it belonged to him. It was like a dream. Yuehu Island is some distance away from Jiangcheng University. Lin Mo drove his Maserati on the highway for about an hour before finally reaching the island. After parking the car in the exclusive parking space, Lin Mo quickly came to the door of his dream house, and the back door opened after automatic facial recognition. After he walked in addition to being pleasantly surprised by the magnificent decoration and various expensive furniture in the house, he was also very surprised to find that the system had even prepared kitchen utensils, daily necessities, 3-piece bedroom sets, etc. for him. As the host, Lin Mojin only needs to pack his bags and move in. He is worthy of being called Brother Tongzi, a man of great wealth and attention to details. That night, Lin Mo slept soundly on the soft and luxurious bed in the Xiangshan Yuehu villa. He did not wake up until 10 o'clock the next morning. After a quick wash, Lin Mo cooked some noodles in the huge kitchen. There was nothing he could do since he couldn't cook. Now it seems very necessary to hire an aunt who can cook. Lin Mo thought to himself while eating noodles. After eating, Lin Mo went to a nearby mall and bought himself several fashionable and good-looking trendy brands, several brand-name suits, and some underwear, socks, and other items that he needed to change on a daily basis. He returned to the villa only after he finished shopping. After feeling the freedom and boredom of being a rich man, Lin Mo suddenly remembered that when he went to Jiangcheng Ancient Town with Chen Zilin last time, he saw that the hanfu in the hanfu shop there were very beautiful. So, out of interest, he drove to Jiangcheng Ancient Town again. Lin Mo parked the car, and as soon as he walked into Jiangcheng Ancient Town, he was attracted by a hanfu shop called Huajian. There were a wide variety of hanfu and ancient costumes in various styles and colors. Lin Mo picked out a few sets, tried them on, and bought them with a wave of his hand. After leaving the hanfu shop, Lin Mo walked aimlessly in the ancient town. The afternoon sun was bright and warm, not as hot as last time. There were photographers everywhere taking pictures of girls wearing hanfu and ancient costumes. Not only are the makeup and costumes stunning and beautiful, but even the props in the hands, such as umbrellas and pipa, are very delicate and beautiful, making people feel like they are dreaming back to ancient times when walking among them. Suddenly, in front of an ancient attic door, a girl wearing meow costume and taking a selfie alone came into Lin Mo's sight. The girl was like a clear spring in the mountains, flowing into his heart. That kind of beauty is a very strange and ethereal feeling between nature and fairies descending to the earth. It is amazing, as if you have met the fairy from the Yaoqi Lake in the deep mountains. Ding! The beauty Sun Manlin, whose charm value is SSS level goddess, has appeared. The main task has been opened. You can get special task rewards if you succeed in the attack. Love acceleration task tips: please approach Sun Manlin and have a pleasant conversation with her to make her agree to be your one-day lover, and complete intimate behaviors such as holding hands and taking photos with you during the date. If you succeed, you will directly receive 1000 favorability points and a random task treasure chest. If you fail, you may be blacklisted by her. Host, please choose to accept or reject the system task. Oh my god, an SSS level beauty? Is that so exaggerated? Lin Mo marveled at the system's judgment and silently chose to accept the task. Flirting with goddesses is really not his main purpose. Lin Mo just wants to complete tasks to make money and get various rich rewards. Then he thought for a moment and clicked on Sun Manlin's character card information. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Name: Sun Manlin.
Age, 26. Native place, Chengdu. Occupation, attending physician of the ENT department of Jiangcheng Second Hospital. Family background, my father is a medical professor and chief physician, and my mother is a civil servant. Number of romances, 1. Hobbies, I love hot pot, barbecue, taking photos, and traveling. I especially appreciate boys who are good at photography and have a sense of humor. Personality, sweet, generous, occasionally rebellious. Charm value evaluation, appearance 98 points, figure 97 points, temperament 97 points, final evaluation SSS level goddess. Current favorability value towards the host, 0. As expected, Sichuan and Chongqing are home to beautiful women. Each of the 3 items of appearance, figure and temperament is above 96 points, which is simply the standard of a perfect goddess. I am afraid that there may not be a girl of this level in their entire Jiangcheng University. His luck is really off the charts today. Like photography and traveling? Isn't this exactly my area of expertise? Could this be the legendary fate? While Lin Mo was sighing, he also silently thought of a topic to strike up a conversation with. Then he walked over confidently and said hello to the other party. Hi, is this Miao or Yao costume you are wearing? Meng. Sun Manlin raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Mo and spoke very politely. At this moment, at such a close distance, Lin Mo could truly see the flawless face of a fairy in front of him, which seemed like a gift from heaven. Coupled with the unique Miao girl's costume she was wearing, she was simply the reincarnation of a fairy in the mortal world. At this moment, he was a little stunned. Miao costumes? They look really good and stunning on you, and they suit your temperament very well. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and couldn't help but admire her from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for your exaggeration, maybe it's because the makeup artist made me look better. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with joy in her eyes but spoke modestly. How about I play a little game with you? It's very simple, rock, paper, scissors. If you win, there will be a reward. Lin Mo looked at the other person and smiled, then suggested playing games to start interacting with the other person and breaking the sense of strangeness. What reward? Sun Manlin was indeed aroused by Lin Mo's words. You'll know when you win. Lin Mo did not answer the other party directly but continued to guide the two to play games. Okay, let's get started. Sun Manlin glanced at Lin Mo and said. Okay, I'll count to 321. Rock, paper, scissors. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he played rock, and Sun Manlin played scissors. Forget it, since you're so pretty, I'll let you do it again. Lin Mo said with a smile. Okay, let's try again. Sun Manlin said unwillingly. In the second round, the opponent won as expected. I won. Tell me, what's the reward? Sun Manlin said as she looked at the tall, handsome, sunny and interesting Lin Mo. Do you have a partner? Lin Mo suddenly changed the subject and asked. Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Sun Manlin said with a little surprise. Tell me first whether you have a partner? Lin Mo continued to ask. No, I'm single now. Sun Manlin thought for a while and said. Okay, then I'll tell you now that the reward for winning is a boyfriend. I can be your boyfriend for a day for free, and help you carry your bag and take photos. That's a lot of money, right? Lin Mo looked at the beautiful Sun Manlin and said with a clean and bright smile. Chapter 24: A Date with the Goddess Doctor. Are there any other interesting rewards like this? Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. If you don't want it, I'll leave. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin, whose skin was as white as snow, and said in a teasing manner. Yes, of course. This is the reward I won with great difficulty. So from now on, you are my one-day boyfriend? Sun Manlin looked Lin Mo up and down and smiled. Yes, absolutely. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with bright eyes and said. Then help me take the bag, boyfriend. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and smiled brightly. Okay, honey, let's go on a date now. Lin Mo said with a clear and bright smile. Ding, Sun Manlin's favorability towards the host has reached 100. Sun Manlin has agreed to be a one-day lover with the host. The progress of the love acceleration task has been completed by 1/3. Please keep up the good work, host. Perfect. It seems that Sun Manlin had a good first impression of me. Our interaction is also good. Confidence and fun are indeed the best medical beauty for men.
Lin Mo muttered to himself as he looked at the transparent light screen in front of him.
Okay, so where are we going now?
Sun Manlin said as she looked at Lin Mo, who was carrying her bag.
Come with me. I'll take you around the ancient town and take some photos for you, and then we'll go have afternoon tea.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said softly.
Okay. Sun Manlin nodded.
So the two of them strolled side by side in the ancient town, and soon came to an ancient alley full of flowers.
This is a good place for taking pictures. How about I take a few photos for you?
Lin Mo suggested.
Ah, can you take cam videos? Nowadays, guys are too straight when taking cam videos. The photos they take look really bad. I'm a little worried.
Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with a worried look on her face.
Why, you don't trust my photography skills? There are also men among us who are good at taking photos, like me.
Lin Mo said as he looked at the beautiful Sun Manlin.
TSK, I don't believe it.
Sun Manlin rolled her eyes at Lin Mo.
If you still don't believe it, how about we make a bet?
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and chuckled.
What bet?
Sun Manlin was suddenly aroused by Lin Mo again. If you don't think the photos I take of you are pretty, I'll treat you to dinner tonight.
If you think they are stunning, can you treat me to dinner instead?
But let us make it clear in advance that you can't go against your conscience and tell lies, otherwise you will be a puppy. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said with a clean and bright smile.
Okay, I promise you. But it looks like you have to be prepared to treat me to dinner tonight. Sun Manlin smiled at Lin Mo. That's not necessarily true. What if I'm a 1 in a million photography genius?
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and smiled without saying anything. To be honest, even a rare photography genius is far inferior to me, a first-class photographer. To be honest, he even felt it was a bit of a waste that the system gave him such an awesome skill to use to pick up girls.
Lin Mo couldn't help but complain in his heart. TSK, stop bragging and take a picture of me. I want to see how good you can make me look. Sun Manlin glanced at Lin Mo coquettishly and said. Okay, now you just need to listen to me. Just do what I tell you to do, where to stand and how to pose.
Lin Mo glanced at Sun Manlin and gave her instructions.
I see. Then tell me where I should stand and what posture I should take.
Sun Manlin walked into the alley, turned around and looked at Lin Mo and said. Okay, walk forward naturally first, then pretend to look back at me inadvertently, and when you look back, stop and don't move. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and started taking pictures.
Okay, what else? Sun Manlin asked. Walk over there and lean against the wall next to the door. Put one hand on your waist and your other hand with your fingers raised slightly. Yes, that's it. Don't move.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he took another picture of Sun Manlin at her most beautiful look.
About 40 minutes passed like this.
Lin Mo took several sets of photos for Sun Manlin before handing her his phone to show her the photos he had just taken.
Sun Manlin took the phone and looked at the photos in the album.
She was stunned for a minute before she exclaimed in disbelief, "How can the photos be so beautiful?
And they are very artistic and full of mood. No, your real identity is not a great photographer, right? Guess what?"
Lin Mo continued to act mysteriously. "I feel like if you hire a photographer to take pictures of me, I think he'll be able to catch up with those internationally renowned photographers. Tell me honestly, are you really a great, big-name photographer?" Sun Manlin was completely conquered by the incredibly beautiful photos that Lin Mo took with his mobile phone, and she couldn't help but show joy on her face.
If you say so, then it is so. Maybe many great photographers may not be as good as me. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and gave an ambiguous answer. I think so. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with admiration and worship in her eyes. Okay, since you think my photos are good, then I win the bet. Remember to treat me to dinner tonight, don't refuse to pay.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and smiled. Okay, you're obviously a great photographer, and you even deliberately made a bet with me about taking photos.
Did you plan to cheat me out of a meal a long time ago? Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with pretended anger and said. I didn't mean to trick you on purpose.
It was someone who didn't trust my photography skills at all from the beginning. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said helplessly.
TSK, I don't believe your nonsense. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet? My temporary boyfriend.
Sun Madeline rolled her eyes at Lin Mo, then changed the subject and asked.
My name is Lin Mo, what's yours?
Lin Mo said with a smile. As the saying goes, when a girl asks you questions, especially about your personal information, it means she is beginning to be truly curious about you and like you. Oh, it's all because of my damn charm.
My name is Sun Madeline, you can also call me Lin Lin. Sun Madeline looked at Lin Mo and said with great energy.
Okay, I remember that. Now let me ask you, as your boyfriend, can I call you something special? Lin Mo looked at Sun Madeline and smiled mysteriously. Please, just be a temporary boyfriend, okay?
I'm not that easy to be someone's girlfriend. Sun Madeline glared at Lin Mo with her stunning beauty and said.
Okay, so I'll be your temporary boyfriend. Can I call you something special?
Lin Mo chuckled again.
What's a special name?
Sun Madeline looked at Lin Mo and asked.
For example, calling you Lin Lin wife, Lin Lin baby, etc. Lin Mo looked at Sun Madeline and joked shamelessly.
No. You wish. Do you believe I will beat you? Although Sun Madeline knew that Lin Mo was joking with her, she still couldn't help but get angry. Chapter 25. My milk tea is a little sweet, let me try yours.
I believe it, girls should be gentle. Lin Mo smiled awkwardly and shamelessly continued to take Sun Madeline for a stroll in the alleys of the ancient town while enjoying the scenery. The two walked for a while, and Lin Mo, feeling a little tired, took her to a dessert shop to rest and have afternoon tea.
Sit down and take a rest. Do you like desserts?
Lin Mo sat down in the store and said to Sun Madeline.
It's okay. I eat occasionally. I'm afraid I'll get fat if I eat too much.
Sun Madeline, whose figure, temperament and facial features were almost perfect and impeccable, looked at Lin Mo and said softly. You are already so thin, and you are still afraid of getting fat.
How can others live like that? Lin Mo smiled sweetly and praised the other party.
After all, no girl would not like a boy to say that she is thin. A good figure is achieved by losing weight. After all, losing weight is a lifelong process.
Sun Madeline smiled and said. Being a happy foodie is a lifelong thing, so why not just eat while losing weight? What would you like to order?
Lin Mo said as he handed the menu to Sun Madeline.
Just watch out for me. I eat very little.
Sun Madeline handed the menu back and said.
Lin Mo finally ordered a matcha cake, a portion of tiramisu, and 2 cups of fruit tea.
Lin Mo, please use AirDrop to send me the photos you just took. I really want to take a closer look at them.
While the two were waiting for the things to arrive, Sun Madeline couldn't help but speak.
I usually only send AirDrop to friends who have added my green bubble or people with whom I have a closer relationship. Lin Mo looked at Sun Madeline calmly and hinted to her.
Okay, I'll take the initiative to add you green bubble, okay? Open your QR code and I'll add you.
After Sun Madeline finished speaking, she opened her green bubble and prepared to add Lin Mo as her friend.
Okay, I'm happy to help my friends.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he opened the green bubble and asked Sun Madeline to add him as a friend. Then he opened AirDrop and sent all the photos he had just taken to the other party.
You took such a great photo. Even now I still find it stunning and beautiful. So when will you have time to take photos for me next time? Sun Madeline looked at Lin Mo expectantly and said. Didn't we just spend a day together as a couple today? Don't be too greedy. We will meet again if we are destined to.
Lin Mo deliberately spoke in a mysterious way to whet the other party's appetite.
What? It's as good as saying nothing.
Sun Madeline looked at Lin Mo and said in a pretended angrily. I'm afraid that if you meet me more often, you will be conquered by my charm and fall in love with me completely. Then it won't be solved by just being my boyfriend for one day. After all, I haven't decided whether I want to date you or not. Lin Mo shamelessly turned the tables on Tian Gang and said that Sun Madeline was a suitor who wanted to date him.
You haven't decided whether you want to date me or not. Lin Mo, how can you be so shameless? I don't like you.
I just want you to take pictures for me, that's all.
Sun Madeline looked at Lin Mo speechlessly.
So you're not greedy for my body, you're just greedy for my photography skills? Lin Mo said, pretending to be slow to react.
I'd rather be greedy for your body, okay? There are so many handsome guys who like me. Sun Madeline gave Lin Mo a pink fist and said.
But I still like the sweet ones who are gentle and well-behaved.
Can you please not be so violent?
Lin Mo said with a smile.
If you don't provoke me, will I hit you? Sun Manlin said angrily. While the two were playing around, desserts and milk tea were brought up by the waiter. Lin Mo carefully handed the straw to her and placed the tiramisu she liked in front of her. Then he changed the subject and said, "You like taking photos so much, so you should go out traveling when you have time." "Yes, but I'm a doctor and I'm usually very busy. I only have time on weekends or during annual leave. I went to Licheng and Bana with my bestie a while ago." Sun Manlin answered casually while drinking milk tea. "Are these two places fun?" Lin Mo continued to guide. "It's fun. Licheng is an authentic ancient city. The buildings inside are very old and unique. Walking in the huge ancient city is like being in another world. It's so beautiful to take pictures inside." As soon as she talked about things that interested her, Sun Manlin took the initiative to open up and turned from a cold goddess into a lively girl. "Really? Did your bestie take a picture of you?" Lin Mo continued to ask with a relaxed expression. "I took some photos, but they're not as good as the ones you took for me. But they're also beautiful. The important thing is that the ancient city itself is beautiful, and the botanical garden in Bana and the elephants in the Wild Elephant Valley are all beautiful and interesting." Sun Manlin continued to describe to Lin Mo with great interest what she saw and heard along the way. "Really? That's really interesting. I'll go there if I have a chance. By the way, where are the photos you took? Show me if it's really that beautiful." After Lin Mo finished speaking, he very naturally moved from the opposite side to sit next to Sun Manlin. After all, when dating a girl, boys have to learn to create opportunities and seize the moment. "I took a lot of photos. I'll find them and show them to you." After listening to this, Sun Manlin opened her mobile phone album and found the photos of her and her best friend's previous trip to Licheng and Bana and showed them to Lin Mo. Both places are really beautiful and suitable for visiting. The key is that you and your bestie are both photogenic. By the way, how about we take a photo together? I think your outfit and makeup today are very beautiful and photogenic. Lin Mo said the first half of the sentence with his real intention not to drink, and then he stated his real purpose. After all, when you are already having a great time chatting with the girl and are also talking about taking photos, it is the most appropriate time to suggest taking a photo together. "Okay, you take the photo, you take better photos than me." After Sun Manlin finished speaking, she adjusted her sitting posture and leaned slightly towards Lin Mo. "Come on, 123, eggplant." Lin Mo took out his cell phone, turned on the front camera, activated the mild beauty function, and started taking intimate photos of the two of them. "Lean your head a little closer, or you'll be out of the camera. Yes, look happier and lean a little closer on my shoulder." After taking a photo, Lin Mo continued to seriously instruct Sun Manlin to adjust her posture. "Why do I feel like there's something wrong with our photo? Were our actions just now a little too intimate?" Sun Manlin said belatedly after she finished filming. "No, what are you thinking about? Isn't it always like this when taking group photos? You're overthinking, it's not happening." Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with a serious expression, pretending not to understand. "It's obvious, okay? Don't treat me like a little girl who knows nothing." Seeing that Lin Mo began to refuse to admit it, Sun Manlin said coquettishly, "No way, you're overthinking it. By the way, is your milk tea delicious? I think mine is quite sweet but a little greasy. How about I try yours? I think yours is not that sweet and should taste better." After Lin Mo finished speaking, he saw that Sun Manlin was slightly stunned and didn't say anything, so he took the other person's milk tea, took a sip, and then returned it as if nothing had happened. Finally, he added, "Yours is really delicious, not as greasy as mine." Lin Mo. "Who told you to drink my milk tea?" Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with a slight anger. "I just want to taste it, don't be so stingy." Lin Mo replied directly and shamelessly. "Humph. Your little tricks." Although Sun Manlin said this, her actual behavior did not show any dislike for Lin Mo drinking her milk tea with the same straw as her. After saying this, she pretended that she knew nothing and continued to take a sip of the milk tea in front of her. "There's hope. This is a sure thing." Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin, who continued to drink the milk tea he had just drunk as if nothing had happened, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Ding, Sun Manlin's favorability towards the host has reached 100. The host has taken an intimate photo with Sun Manlin, and the progress of the love acceleration task has been completed by 2/3. Please keep up the good work. Chapter 26 Mission completed, Magic Mastery Reward. After a brief silence, Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and suddenly said, I noticed that your fingers seem to be quite slender. Can doctors not do manicures? Yes, I usually have to undergo surgery, so I can't do a manicure. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo beside her and sighed. That's a shame. Your fingers would look great if you had a manicure. But it's fine like this. Your fingers are so long. Let's compare whose fingers are longer. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he opened one of his hands and gently covered Sun Manlin's slender and white palm, then he gently squeezed and interlocked their fingers. Your fingers are not even as long as mine. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and said with a little pride. So what? You can't escape from my grasp now, right? Lin Mo smiled slightly and held the other person's hand a little tighter in his palm. Do you often trick girls like this? Why do I feel like you're really good at it? Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with a sly look. Is this little girl setting a trap for me, testing my fickleness? Fortunately, I was prepared. Lin Mo muttered to himself. No, I've only been in a relationship for 3 years, and I was dumped a few days ago because the other party thought I was not ambitious. Why do you think so? After Lin Mo gave a brief explanation, he asked the other party again. Because you look like a bit of a scumbag, and you've been trying to trick me. But your story sounds a bit tragic. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and continued speaking with a playful expression. As a top talented beauty, there are so many men who actively surround her, so she has met many men, and among them, there are inevitably many scumbags who like to use tricks on her. If I am so affectionate and loyal that all men who fold paper cranes for their ex-girlfriends before breaking up are scumbags, then there are no good men in the world. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said innocently. Really? Are you really that affectionate? I don't believe it just because you say it. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and said with a beautiful smile on his face. Then why don't you try to join the game and see if what I said is true? Come on, let's go for a walk. I heard there will be a light show here at night. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with an ambiguous and uninhibited smile on his face. While talking, he held the other's hand. Really? What time is the light show tonight? Sun Manlin stood up and let Lin Mo hold her hand while they strolled on the blue brick road in the ancient town. About 7 o'clock. It's written on the billboard above. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and explained. Okay, then I'll follow you. Sun Manlin shook the arm that Lin Mo was holding her hand with and said. Okay. Lin Mo said with gentle eyes. Ding, Sun Manlin's favorability towards the host has reached 100. The host has successfully approached Sun Manlin and had a pleasant conversation with her to reach an agreement to be a one-day couple. During the date, they held hands and took photos together. The love acceleration task has been completed. Get 1000 favorability points and a random mission treasure chest. Random quest treasure chest has been opened. Obtain intermediate skill magic proficiency equivalent to the level of a second-rate professional magician. At present, Sun Manlin's total favorability value towards the host is 1300. And the two have entered the stage of knowing each other. If the favorability value exceeds 1314, the two will immediately enter the stage of falling in love. The host's charm and attraction to the heroine will be 4 times that of the acquaintance stage. You will feel the heroine's obvious love and active behavior towards you. I was there for only a few hours and I gained 1,300 favorability points, which after a 100-fold cash rebate is 130,000 yuan, which is pretty great. Finally, this magic skill is pretty good all in all. After all, girls like some romance and surprises, and knowing magic can help them get twice the result with half the effort. It turns out that a real man has to be omnipotent. He was only a dozen points away from entering the 3rd stage of love with Sun Manlin. It seemed that he was very attracted to Sun Manlin from the beginning. Then he could focus on his ultimate move. Lin Mo muttered to himself as he looked at the system screen. Lin Mo came back to his senses and held Sun Manlin's hand and continued to stroll in the ancient town while enjoying the scenery. When passing by a stall selling candied haws, Sun Manlin suddenly stopped. Why, you want to eat candied haws? Just call me husband and I'll buy it for you. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and chuckled, teasing her. You wish. I won't sell myself out for a bunch of candied haws. Besides, I can afford it myself, so I don't need you to buy it. Sun Manlin turned around and glared at Lin Mo fiercely and said. So ambitious? How about you buy me one too? After all, I am still your boyfriend in name only.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and smiled mischievously.
You are such a person. Not only did you not buy it for me, but you also asked me to buy it for you.
Although Sun Manlin said this, she still bought a string of candied haws for Lin Mo. The two of them ate candied haws while wandering among the attics and alleys of the ancient town of Jiangchang. To outsiders, they seemed like a perfect couple who had been together for several years.
Lin Mo, why don't you take a few more photos for me? The creek over there is beautiful for taking photos.
Sun Manlin pointed to a stream surrounded by flowers and attics not far away and said.
Sure, but I'm going to charge you this time. Unless you call me hubby, then it's free.
After all, there's no reason in the world for a boyfriend to charge his girlfriend for taking photos. Lin Mo teased Sun Manlin shamelessly again.
You are such a shameless person. Don't think you can threaten me just because you take good photos. At worst, I won't take photos anymore, humph.
After Sun Manlin finished speaking, she shook off Lin Mo's hand, turned around and ran away angrily. Lin Mo followed behind the other person silently, smiling without saying a word. After another 10 minutes, Sun Manlin watched many girls line up at the railings by the stream and take turns taking photos. The photos taken with the beautiful flowers, clear stream and quaint and weathered attic as the background were all very vivid and eye-catching. Soon Sun Manlin felt a little moved, but she couldn't take the last step, and her expression was embarrassed and conflicted.
What? Miss Sun, are you going to take pictures again? If you don't, the sun will set soon.
Lin Mo used the setting sun to give Sun Manlin a sense of crisis, and said with a clear and hearty smile.
Lin Mo. Okay, if I call you, will you take pictures for me, and make sure they are better than the ones we took before?
Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and asked angrily.
Yes, I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and smiled.
Husband. Is this all right now?
After Sun Manlin finished shouting, she looked at Lin Mo with a slightly red face and said. I'll do anything to take pictures for my wife. Lin Mo smiled brightly and said with an exaggerated expression.
TSK, go to hell, who is your wife? Sun Manlin punched Lin Mo on the shoulder and said.
Ding, Sun Manlin's favorability towards the host has reached 100. At present, Sun Manlin's total favorability value towards the host is 1400. The two have entered the stage of love.
The host's charm and attraction to the heroine will be 4 times that of the acquaintance stage.
You will feel the heroine's obvious love and active behavior towards you.
Is there such a good thing?
Lin Mo was shocked when he looked at the system screen.
Chapter 27 Sun Manlin is being harassed. It's not too much for me to beat 20 of them by myself, right?
After Lin Mo and Sun Manlin entered the stage of falling in love, Lin Mo still appeared calm while taking photos of her, but he was actually secretly observing her. Sure enough, every time Sun Manlin asked him to take a set of photos and come over to look at the photos, she would lean towards him unconsciously and even take his arm.
Lin Mo, you took such a great photo. I feel like I look like a supermodel in the photo. I love you so much. Sun Manlin couldn't help but said happily while holding Lin Mo's arm. In fact, even she herself was wondering why she suddenly didn't dislike Lin Mo at all.
Instead, she began to think that he was tall, handsome, and a very talented photographer, and he was actually quite humorous and interesting when he spoke. Even when he was taking the photo of himself just now, he looked so serious and professional and handsome. It turns out that serious men are the most attractive, right? What's wrong with me? Although I had a crush on him before, I shouldn't be in love, right? Sun Manlin shook her head hard and said in her heart. About half an hour later, the two took pictures and walked to the back door of the ancient town.
Wait here for me, I'm going to the bathroom.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said softly.
Sun Manlin nodded obediently at Lin Mo.
Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked into the bathroom, the system light screen popped up again. Temporary Task 1, Sun Manlin is about to be harassed by Qian Fei, a social idler, and he has 20 accomplices. Please drive away Lin and his accomplices who are harassing Sun Manlin immediately after going to the bathroom. You will receive a reward of 520 love points and 1 point increase in appearance. Temporary Task 2, please make Sun Manlin fall in love with you during your date tonight, and make her kiss you to seal the deal. When you two separate, make her ask you to stay with her for a few more days. After completing the task, the other party's favorability towards you will directly reach 5,200 or above and enter the stay together phase, and you will also receive a random reward treasure chest. Host, please choose whether to accept the task. Oh my god, isn't Tonzi's task assignment too frequent?
Even when he goes to the bathroom, 2 temporary tasks are randomly triggered?
However, even though Lin Mo complained in his heart, he would definitely accept the task immediately. After all, he would be letting himself down if he didn't accept such a generous reward, and he really loved the rare reward of adding 1 point to his appearance.
Is there anyone who dares to harass Sun Manlin in front of her boyfriend? So what if there are 20 people?
They are not enough for him to fight. After all, he has the fighting proficiency skill and can fight 100 people alone. Thinking of this, Lin Mo finished peeing and hurried out of the bathroom. He looked up and saw that Sun Manlin was being harassed by a man who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, wearing jeans and a t-shirt and had a greasy face. He seemed to be chattering something non-stop.
"Beauty, my name is Qian Fei. Let's add a green bubble and get to know each other. I just want to make friends with you. Don't be so disgusted with me. I have a good personality, many friends, and can make money. You will definitely be very happy to make friends with me." Qian Fei said this very confidently and persistently.
"No need, I don't know you, my boyfriend is in the bathroom, he will be out soon, you better leave." Sun Manlin looked at the other party with disgust and coldly refused and warned him.
"So what if you have a boyfriend? You're not married, so what's wrong with me being friends with you?
Besides, your boyfriend is alone. I brought 20 friends with me.
What will happen if he comes out? Do you think he will be scared and run away or pretend that he doesn't know you at all?"
Qian Fei, whose face was covered with oil and pimples, waved to 20 accomplices of similar age not far away, and they quickly ran to his side and waited for his orders.
"You, what do you want? I'm warning you, this is a scenic spot. If you mess around again, I'll call the police."
When Sun Manlin saw the other party call 20 people over with just a wave of his hand, she was a little scared for a moment.
"You still want to call the police? I think you are tired of living."
After Qian Fei finished speaking, he tried to snatch Sun Manlin's cell phone. At this time, Lin Mo quickly appeared beside Sun Manlin and stretched out his hand to grab Qian Fei's arm.
"Who are you? I warn you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I will let my brothers beat you to a pulp," Qian Fei said as he looked at Lin Mo, who suddenly appeared dressed as a college student.
"I'm the boyfriend of the girl you're harassing now.
Get lost if you know what's good for you."
Lin Mo glanced at Qian Fei and the 20 younger brothers behind him and said calmly,
"Boy, you look like you're still in college, right? Have you become stupid from studying so much? There are more than 20 of us, so you two should be the ones who need to know better, right?"
Qian Fei said arrogantly after struggling to break free from Lin Mo's control.
"Baby, stand back a bit, I'll take care of them."
Lin Mo turned around, looked at Sun Manlin and said softly,
"Lin Mo, run quickly, I've called the police. You can't beat them, they're outnumbered.
If you get hurt, I'll blame myself for the rest of my life." After Sun Manlin retreated a few dozen meters away, she looked at Lin Mo with a face full of concern and anxiety and said,
"It's okay, just stand by and watch carefully."
Lin Mo smiled at Sun Manlin.
"Boy, you two are acting affectionate in front of us, right? Do you think we are all dead?
You are pretending to be a hero in front of this girl, but I will make you kneel down and call me grandpa later."
"Come on, brothers."
Qian Fei looked at Lin Mo fiercely and said, then the 20 younger brothers behind him all pounced towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo sneered, then gathered all his strength and knocked down 7 or 8 of the younger brothers who surrounded him with one punch, then he swiftly kicked down another 5 or 6 people with a sweeping kick.
3 minutes later, all 20 people were lying on the ground wailing.
Lin Mo looked at Qian Fei, who was trying to escape, and then quickly chased him and kicked him to the ground.
"Brother, you must have practiced this skill since you were a child.
Today, I was blind and offended you and your girlfriend.
Please be magnanimous and let me go. From now on, I want you to get out of here as far as you can, okay?"
After Qian Fei finished speaking, he actually knelt down in front of Lin Mo and begged for mercy.
"Kneeling down is useless.
If you have anything to say, go talk to the police later." Lin Mo glanced at Qian Fei and said expressionlessly,
"Lin Mo, are you from a martial arts family or a taekwondo black belt? You can easily beat up 20 people by yourself, that's so cool." Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with starry eyes and said, "Do you believe me when I say I'm Superman? You idiot.
I'm warning you, don't fall in love with me just because I'm so charming, handsome, good at fighting, and super good at taking photos.
I'm not the kind of person who would date anyone casually."
Lin Mo smiled and tapped Sun Manlin's head with his finger.
You are still arrogant, right?
Sun Manlin rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said.
After a while, the police took Qian Fei and 20 accomplices away. Chapter 28. I guess you wanted to kiss me just now.
The temporary task has been completed, and you will receive a reward of 520 love points and 1 point increase in appearance. Lin Mo looked at the prompt on the system screen, then turned on the front camera of his phone to look at his face.
Wow! Who is this handsome guy? He is so damn handsome that it's unfair,
he exclaimed in his heart. Although it only improves his original appearance by 1 point, it is enough to turn you from a pretty little handsome guy into a real handsome guy. A 1 point improvement in appearance can often have a finishing touch effect.
Lin Mo, why do I feel like you've suddenly become much more handsome? Sun Manlin walked into the ancient city, staring at him with a look of surprise. Really?
Maybe you were charmed by my handsome appearance of beating up 20 people just now. Although Lin Mo appeared calm on the surface, he was actually secretly happy.
No, I mean the contours of your facial features have become more distinct. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and emphasized very seriously. That may be because it's nighttime now. Come on, I'll treat you to a nice meal, and then we'll go watch the light show.
Lin Mo turned to Sun Manlin, smiled and changed the subject.
Okay, so what kind of dinner are you going to treat me to?
After hearing that there was something delicious to eat, Sun Manlin no longer pestered Lin Mo about whether he had become more handsome or not. Instead, she took Lin Mo's hand and asked with a happy look on her face.
You'll know when you get back.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin mysteriously and said. A few minutes later, Lin Mo brought Sun Manlin to a beef hot pot restaurant, and they naturally sat in a row.
My hands are not very convenient and I can't reach it. Can you feed me one?
Lin Mo looked at the beef that was already in the pot, turned to look at Sun Manlin and said with a chuckle.
It's annoying, you can't pinch it yourself.
Although Sun Manlin said this, her body was still honest. She picked up her chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat and fed it to Lin Mo's mouth.
How can the food I pick for myself be as delicious as the one you feed me?
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and saw an ambiguous and unruly look on her face.
Stop it.
Sun Manlin rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said. After the two of them finished eating beef hot pot, Lin Mo bought tickets and took Sun Manlin to the night show where there was an iron flower performance. There is a large garden inside, with several glowing cartoon dolls not far apart, giving it a children's version of Halloween feel.
There is a small lake in the middle of the garden. On one side of the center of the lake is a performance stage, and on the other side is a high platform for the iron forging performance. Wow!
Lin Mo, this place is quite dreamy and beautiful. Sun Manlin was skipping in front and turned around and said to him with a smile.
It's quite dreamy, but a little childish. But it's suitable for a kid like you. Lin Mo chuckled and teased the other party. How is it childish? It's obviously dreamy and strange. You have no vision. Sun Manlin glanced at Lin Mo and said with a slight annoyance. Fantasy, okay?
You're my girlfriend after all.
Lin Mo chuckled. Come here quickly, the show has started. Someone is dancing over here. This time, Sun Manlin rarely refuted Lin Mo.
Instead, she blushed slightly and quickly pulled Lin Mo to the lake to watch the performance. As the music started, 6 women in Hanfu danced gracefully on the stage, looking magnificent. After the dance, the host conducted a round of games and raffles, and then came to the highlight of the night, the iron flower performance. I saw 2 masters making iron flowers standing on a high platform, carrying iron buckets and swinging their arms heavily towards the center of the lake several times. Beautiful and brilliant iron flowers bloomed in the night sky like fireworks. The other audience members watching the performance around them exclaimed and took out their phones to take photos and videos.
Wow! That's amazing. It's so beautiful. Lin Mo, come over here and take a picture with us.
After Sun Manlin finished speaking, she pulled Lin Mo over, took out her mobile phone and started taking selfies. Then the smiling faces of the two and the iron flowers in the night sky were recorded.
Why do I feel like you're going to cling to me forever? Let's make it clear in advance that I only agree to be your boyfriend for one day, not for life.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin's beautiful face and said in a sly manner, feeling that he had gotten such a great advantage.
TSK, who wants to pester you for the rest of my life? You are such a shameless person. As Sun Manlin spoke, she happily pulled Lin Mo to shoot a video.
As the iron flowers in the night sky became more and more numerous, brighter and more beautiful, the audience around began to become more and more obsessed and shocked.
How about I perform a magic trick for you? Lin Mo looked at the beautiful Dr. Sun Manlin, who was as happy as a child at the moment, and put his head close to her ear and said, "Is this true? Can you perform magic?" Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and asked, "You don't believe me again? Have you forgotten that you didn't believe me in taking pictures this afternoon and got slapped in the face?" Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said with a playful smile, "Okay, I believe you, okay? Then I'll wait and see your performance." Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and smiled even more charmingly. Performing magic for Sun Manlin was too easy for Lin Mo, who now possessed magic skills equivalent to those of a professional magician. "Watch it carefully, don't blink," Lin Mo said as he first showed his two empty hands to the other party, then with a quick change of gestures, when he opened his palms again, a rose appeared out of thin air in his palms. "Wow! How amazing! Lin Mo, why do I feel like you are omnipotent? Not only can you take photos, but your skills are like a martial arts master, and now you can even perform magic." Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with a gleam in her eyes and spoke repeatedly, "These are just appetizers, watch out." After saying that, Lin Mo pulled the rose in his hand hard and it turned into a necklace. Then he put the necklace on Sun Manlin's neck and asked softly, "Does it look good? Do you like it?" "It looks good. I like it very much." Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo almost dazedly and answered, "Then let me play another game with you. You put your hand in my palm, and then we look at each other for 10 seconds. I can guess what you are thinking. Do you believe it?" Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin confidently and gently and said, "I don't believe it, how is it possible?" Sun Manlin said subconsciously, "Okay, now put one hand on my palm, look at me seriously, don't laugh or talk." After Lin Mo finished speaking, Sun Manlin obediently placed her hand in his palm, and then the two of them looked at each other intently. "Okay, let's start now. I'll count to 10. Good." 10 seconds later, Lin Mo smiled and looked at Sun Manlin and said, "I guess you wanted to kiss me just now, right?" I didn't." Just when Sun Manlin was blushing and hesitating, Lin Mo suddenly put his arms around her shoulders, bent down, kissed her lightly, and then let go. Only Sun Manlin was left standing there staring at Lin Mo in a daze. Chapter 29, Can you stay as my boyfriend for a few more days? Why did you kiss me? After reacting, Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo a little shyly and asked, but there was no anger on her face. "I thought you wanted me to kiss you. So how would you rate your kissing skills just now?" Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with a playful smile on his face and said, "Ah, rascal. How am I supposed to know what score to give?" Sun Manlin stood where she was and stamped her feet and said coquettishly, "How about we practice some more?" After Lin Mo finished speaking, he just put his head close to Sun Manlin's lips. He stopped when he was about to kiss her, then chuckled and looked at her without saying anything. Sun Manlin just blushed slightly, then actually met his gaze and kissed him. "Look at the way you look now. Didn't you just say you wanted to kiss me and take advantage of me?" A minute later, Lin Mo, feeling slightly satisfied, took a step back and looked at Sun Manlin and blamed her. "Lin Mo. You're taking advantage of me and still acting cute, right?" Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and unconsciously clenched her fists, ready to hit him. Okay. I won't tease you anymore, let's go out." After Lin Mo finished speaking, he took Sun Manlin's hand and walked out of the garden to watch the iron flower making. "Okay," Sun Manlin replied. Ding, 200 favorability points from Sun Manlin towards the host have been collected. The host has sealed the relationship with Sun Manlin with a kiss during her date tonight. She is now even more obsessed with you and her heart is beating fast. The temporary task has been completed more than halfway. Please keep up the good work. It seems like victory is just around the corner. This little girl, Sun Manlin, has fallen in love with me. Lin Mo looked at the system panel prompt and said secretly in his heart, "Are you in a hurry? How about I take you to listen to some music, chat, and get a little tipsy? There's a pub over there." Lin Mo suddenly pointed to a small bar called Walnut Tavern in the ancient city not far away and said, "Okay, since I'm so happy today, I'll sacrifice my life to accompany you." Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and smiled. The two soon sat down in the Walnut Tavern and ordered beer cocktails, some snacks, and fruit platters. Because the small bar is inside the scenic area, the guests inside are all guests who come here to play and take photos like them. Everyone was very happy and the overall atmosphere was good. There was even a folk singer singing with a guitar on the stage. Do you like listening to folk songs?
Sun Manlin was listening to the song while shaking her head and turned to speak to Lin Mo beside her.
It's okay, I listen to it occasionally.
Lin Mo said with a faint expression.
It's not what you do, but who you do it with, that's important, right? Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with beautiful and blurred eyes and said. Why do I feel like Sun Manlin has teased me?
Lin Mo thought to himself.
You're right, how about we play dice together?
Lin Mo changed the subject.
Okay, come on, how do you play? Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with a little excitement. Truth or dare, what else can it be? The winner can ask the loser to play truth or dare. Lin Mo explained. Okay, let's get started.
Sun Manlin picked up the dice in front of her and started shaking it with a little excitement. So the two of them started playing dice while drinking. Lin Mo lost the first game.
You lose.
Tell the truth.
I ask you a question and you answer it.
The son of a liar has no butthole. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and warned him.
Okay, go ahead and ask.
Lin Mo said calmly.
Okay, first question, is the person you like here now?
Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and punched him hard almost as soon as he came up.
On the scene.
Lin Mo thought about it and answered truthfully.
In the second game, Sun Manlin deliberately lost to Lin Mo. I lost, so ask me. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo expectantly and said. Same question to you, is the person you like here now? Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said in a clear voice. On the scene.
Sun Manlin raised her head and looked at Lin Mo and spoke in a firm and gentle voice. In the third round, Lin Mo lost.
How long was the longest relationship you've ever been in?
Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and asked softly.
3 years. Lin Mo answered almost without any thought.
In the fourth round, Lin Mo lost again.
What was the reason for the breakup? Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with bright eyes and said.
We met in the club when we were freshmen and it was recruiting new members. At the time, I felt that this girl was very innocent and weak and I wanted to protect her, so I pursued her for a while and then we got together. But after we got together, I realized that the other person was not as simple as I imagined, but was actually very realistic and hypocritical. The reason for the breakup was because he thought my family was poor and I had no money, and that I probably wouldn't make much money, so he proposed to break up with me.
Lin Mo said to Sun Manlin in a slightly low voice. Ah. So what you told me during the day was true. Your girlfriend of 3 years really dumped you because you had no money? Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with surprise and distress on her face. Otherwise, do you think I would make up a story to deceive you?
Lin Mo rolled his eyes at Sun Manlin and said.
Ah, I didn't think so. It's okay. Without those wrong people, how can you grow up? And how can you meet the person who can really accompany you for the rest of your life? Don't you think so?
Sun Manlin said this and leaned towards Lin Mo's shoulder.
Maybe only the wrong people will separate, but the right people will never be separated. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with a little emotion and said. Let's keep playing. Good.
Sun Manlin lost the fifth game.
So how long was your longest conversation?
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said gently.
About 1.5 years. Sun Manlin recalled briefly and said. Then what was the reason for the separation? Lin Mo continued to ask. Let's break up peacefully. Maybe there is no passion and tacit understanding between us anymore. We have gradually become familiar strangers and separated.
Sun Manlin thought for a moment and said calmly.
Without those wrong people, how can you meet the one who can truly accompany you for the rest of your life? Don't you think so?
I'll give you the same words. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he hugged Sun Manlin into his arms and gently kissed her on the forehead.
Yes, maybe everything is destined.
I hope everything will be arranged for the best.
Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with affection in her eyes. I will. It's getting late, how about I take you back?
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said gently.
Okay. I'll listen to you.
Sun Manlin said with a sweet look in her eyes. Soon Lin Mo took the slightly tipsy Sun Manlin to the parking lot behind the ancient city, and called a designated driver to take Sun Manlin home.
Didn't you say your family doesn't have much money and your girlfriend broke up with you because she thought you couldn't make money? Then how can you afford a Maserati?
Sun Manlin and Lin Mo looked at each other and asked after sitting in the back seat of the car.
Everything I told you is true. I got this car because I was lucky recently and made money from stock trading. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said seriously and affectionately. Okay, I believe you. I feel a little dizzy, call me when we get home.
After Sun Manlin finished speaking, she pretended to be dizzy and leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder to rest. Half an hour later, the car stopped downstairs of the community near Sun Manlin's home. After Sun Manlin and Lin Mo said goodnight, they turned around and prepared to go upstairs. After walking a few steps, the other party suddenly walked back to Lin Mo, kissed him lightly on the face and said, Lin Mo, today is over. Can you continue to be my boyfriend for a few more days? Chapter 30, Forced by the System to Become a Time Management Master. How long do you want to continue? Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said with a bright smile on his face. Let's renew it for 7 days first. If you perform well, I'll consider renewing it for longer. Sun Manlin, who looked graceful and beautiful in Meow costume, looked at Lin Mo and smiled playfully. Then what benefits or rewards can you give me? Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with an ambiguous and playful expression and said. That depends on what kind of reward you want. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and smiled. As the two continued to pull each other, their eyes were almost tearing. 7 days, right? What if I say I want you to wash my clothes and cook for me for 7 days? Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with a playful expression. Sure, you can be my boyfriend for 7 days, and I will do your laundry and cooking for you for 7 days after get off work. That's fair and reasonable. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with a charming smile. Okay, then it's a deal. Come to my house and cook for me starting tomorrow night. Lin Mo walked up to Sun Manlin, hugged her, and said with a smug look on his face. Sure, but I have to make it clear in advance that we are only a 7-day couple. I am not responsible for sleeping with you. Sun Manlin raised her head and looked at Lin Mo, who was half a head taller than her, and said with emphasis. Don't worry. I'm afraid you might be plotting something bad against me and deliberately find excuses to stay at my house. After saying this, Lin Mo let go of Sun Manlin in his arms and prepared to turn around and leave. Shame on you. Who wants to stay in your house? Sun Manlin spat at the other person and said. After hearing what the other party said, Lin Mo smiled without comment, waved at Sun Manlin, and drove away in his Maserati. The host has sealed the relationship with Sun Manlin with a kiss during her date tonight, and when the two of you separated, she was reluctant to leave you and took the initiative to ask you to be your lover for another 7 days. The temporary mission has been completed. Sun Manlin's total favorability towards you has reached 5,500, and the two of you have entered the stage of staying together. During the staying together stage, the heroine's favorability towards the host will be maintained at a minimum value of 5,201, and this effect lasts for 3 months. During this stage, the heroine's love and dependence on the hero will reach its peak, and the possibility of her actively considering and paying for the other party will increase infinitely. An additional random treasure chest is obtained, host endurance plus 100 points, which is 3 times the endurance of an ordinary person. Ding, 550,000 yuan has been transferred to your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank. I love it, love it. After completing this temporary task, his favorability value was directly raised to 5,500. He earned 550,000 yuan in just 1 day of dating Sun Manlin. This was simply too cool. Could this be the legendary crazy gold coin explosion? Adding the previous 2.14 million, he now has a total of 2.69 million in cash in his bank card. Moreover, as he continues to complete the goddess conquering missions issued by the system, the number will increase. It is only a matter of time before he becomes rich. But what is this endurance rewarded by the system? Does the 3 times time endurance of ordinary people refer to that kind of endurance? The system wants him to be a tough guy. And it has to be Brother Tongzi. I have to say that this is very thoughtful. After Lin Mo returned to Xiangshan Yuehu Villa, he took a shower and lay on the spacious and luxurious sofa in the living room, watching variety shows while playing with his mobile phone and replying to messages. Brother Lin Mo, what did you do today? This message was sent to him by Chen Zilin in the afternoon. Baby, I was busy reading books and doing questions for the postgraduate entrance examination at home today, so I didn't look at my phone much. Lin Mo quickly typed a reply to Chen Zilin. Ah, Brother Lin Mo is so hardworking and persevering? You must be tired, why don't we go out and play together tomorrow so that you can relax? Chen Zilin on the other end of the phone said very considerately.
Lin Mo was just about to reply when he found a message from the talented Dr. Sun Manlin popped up. Are you home? I am very happy to be with you today, my boyfriend.
Lin Mo then smiled and replied to Sun Manlin, I'm home and ready to go to bed.
What? You can't bear to leave me after just a while? Girlfriend.
I really envy you for having such a narcissistic and good attitude.
I'm going to sleep, good night. See you tomorrow night. I am obviously confident, okay? See you tomorrow.
Sun Manlin looked at the phone, smiled sweetly, then put the phone away, buried herself in the quilt, closed the door and went to sleep. Since Sun Manlin is coming to my house to cook for me tomorrow night, I am only free during the day.
How about taking Chen Zilin to Happy Valley during the day?
This way, there will be no conflict in schedule and I can spend time with both of us. Just when Lin Mo was still congratulating himself on his own intelligence, Zhao Xiaolu sent several messages in a deadly chain.
Zhao Xiaolu, what? Brother, you don't treasure what you have. These past 2 days, if I didn't look for you, you stinky little brother wouldn't look for me.
Lin Mo felt a headache instantly when he saw Zhao Xiaolu's look of accusation.
It really is a drama involving 3 women.
He had to face 3 goddess-level beauties at the same time. Having always been a scumbag before, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. How come a pure love warrior like him was accidentally forced by the system to become a sea king and a master of time management? If Brother Tonzi hadn't given him so much, he would really have wanted to quit. Then, at this point, Lin Mo could only bite the bullet and deal with it. He thought for a moment and replied to Zhao Xiaolu, how could that be?
Baby, you think too much.
I've been busy reading books and doing exercises for the postgraduate entrance examination these 2 days.
How about we go to the beach together the day after tomorrow?
Zhao Xiaolu replied almost immediately, really? I forgive you because you admit your mistakes so well.
Lin Mo replied, when have I ever lied to you?
Zhao Xiaolu, okay, it's settled then.
Love you, good night, husband.
Lin Mo, good night, baby. After comforting Zhao Xiaolu and Sun Manlin, Lin Mo typed a reply to Chen Zilin again, baby, how about we go to Happy Valley to play during the day tomorrow, but I have to go back to the online class for the postgraduate entrance examination in the evening and can't accompany you.
Chen Zilin replied immediately, brother Lin Mo, it's okay. A whole day is enough for us to play. What time do we leave tomorrow morning? About 9 a.m. I'll pick you up downstairs of your dormitory then.
Lin Mo thought about it and replied.
Okay, good night, see you tomorrow, baby.
Chen Zilin held the phone, thought for a moment, a sweet smile appeared on her face, and then she replied to Lin Mo.
Good night, see you tomorrow, baby.
When Lin Mo saw Chen Zilin actually called him baby on Green Bubble, he was instantly delighted and replied immediately. Afterwards, Lin Mo returned to his bedroom with a happy and relaxed mood and quickly fell asleep.
Chapter 31 A Day Trip to Happy Valley with Chen Zilin. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Lin Mo was woken up by the alarm on his cell phone.
After quickly washing up and blowing his hair, he carefully selected a new set of trendy brand clothes and put them on before driving to Jiangcheng University.
5 minutes before 9 o'clock, Lin Mo arrived downstairs of Chen Zilin's dormitory.
About 5 minutes later, he saw Chen Zilin, who was wearing a white sportswear and looked as pure as a snow-white and flawless pear blossom, jogging towards him.
Slow down, don't fall.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he hugged Chen Zilin in his arms and gave her a doting princess hug.
Brother Lin Mo, it's okay, put me down, let's go.
Chen Zilin was very shy and spoke in a delicate voice while being held in Lin Mo's arms.
Didn't someone call me baby last night? Why are you shy now?
Lin Mo put Chen Zilin down and said to her with bright eyes.
Really? Obviously not, okay, you must have remembered it wrong. Chen Zilin stuck out her tongue and said happily. Have you had breakfast? Do you want me to take you to the school cafeteria to eat something first?
Lin Mo touched Chen Zilin's forehead lovingly and asked.
I have eaten. I just had some bread and milk in the dormitory. Let's go. I am so happy. Chen Zilin took Lin Mo's arm and smiled sweetly. Good.
Lin Mo said with a slight smile.
After the two got into the car, Lin Mo stepped on the accelerator and sped towards Happy Valley. About 40 minutes later, the two arrived at Happy Valley. Brother Lin Mo, why don't we go play the rapids?
It's so fun and exciting to see the car sliding down from the highest point and splashing water more than 10 meters high. Chen Zilin said as she pointed at the small car that was speeding down from the height of the railway track and splashing water into the pool.
Okay, then how about if you call me baby or hubby again, I'll take you out to play.
Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and teased her deliberately.
I don't want to. I'm sorry, can you wait a while?
Chen Zilin reached out and grabbed Lin Mo's arm, shaking it and acting coquettishly.
Okay, I'm scared of you. I'll play with you. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and surrendered instantly.
So the two of them bought transparent raincoats at the door and went in to queue up for the whitewater rafting project. Since today was not the weekend, there were not many people there, and after waiting for about 20 minutes, it was soon their turn.
Why don't we sit in the back? Otherwise, if we sit in the front, we'll get soaked by the water when the car rushes down. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and reminded her. No, let's sit in the second row in the front.
It's more fun to sit in the front.
Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo's innocent and stubborn face.
To be honest, it may be that Lin Mo had experienced materialistic, vain and numb girls like his ex-girlfriend Wu Qianyu, so he is now naturally lacking resistance to girls like Chen Zilin who are pure, beautiful like a fairy. He always couldn't help but be particularly doting on Chen Zilin and play pranks with her. If the system had not been awakened, he would even want to have a simple, sweet, long-lasting love affair with the girl in front of him and then get married and have children. Perhaps such a life would already be extremely beautiful. Unfortunately, if there was no system, how could he win the love of such an outstanding and beautiful girl? How could there be a perfect answer in the world? Me, then the two of us will sit in the second row in the front. Lin Mo came back to his senses and looked at Chen Manlin with tenderness in his eyes.
Let's go, brother Lin Mo, hurry up, or our seats will be taken away by someone else. Chen Zilin pulled Lin Mo and trotted to the railway car.
The train had about 6 small carriages. After sliding slowly on the rails for 3 minutes, it began to gradually go uphill. When it reached the highest point, it suddenly rushed down to the pool at the bottom, splashing water columns and splashes more than 10 meters high.
Ah! This is so fun!
It was not until the rail car slid down from the highest point that Chen Zilin said excitedly as she looked at the water-filled carriage. Because they were sitting in the front 2 rows, even though they both wore raincoats, their hair and trouser legs still got wet.
Your hair is all wet, silly. You might catch a cold.
Lin Mo touched the other person's hair and said with concern.
It's okay, husband. I exercise regularly and I'm in good health. Chen Zilin grinned at Lin Mo. What did you call me just now? Call me again, I didn't hear it clearly.
Lin Mo looked at the beautiful Chen Zilin who looked like an elf in front of him and said with a chuckle.
It doesn't matter if you didn't hear it. How about we play it again? I didn't have enough fun just now.
Chen Zilin smiled and quickly changed the subject.
I'm scared of you. If I play with you again, can you call me husband again?
Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with an expectant look in his eyes.
You wish. Don't scream. Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo and said coquettishly.
In the end, Lin Mo had no choice but to accompany Chen Zilin to play the whitewater rafting again. After the second time, the other person's hair was almost squeezed out of water after he got off the rail car. Lin Mo hurriedly took the other person's hand, walked out of the project gate, and bought a towel for the other person to dry his hair in the supermarket.
Brother Lin Mo, you are so nice.
Chen Zilin dried her hair with a towel and looked at Lin Mo with a smile.
Silly boy, if I don't treat you well, who will? After all, I am your boyfriend. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and spoke very emotionally and seriously. Then I am so happy. Let's go and play the next project.
After Chen Zilin finished speaking, she stood up, took Lin Mo's hand and continued walking inside. She couldn't help but stop when she saw a very large and tall bungee jumping machine.
Brother Lin Mo, I want to play this.
Chen Zilin pointed to the bungee jumping machine that was almost towering into the sky and said,
This is too high. It's not suitable for children to play. Why don't we try another one?
Lin Mo, who was a little afraid of heights, coughed slightly and spoke righteously to Chen Zilin.
No, I just want to play this. Could it be that someone is afraid of heights and doesn't want to play this? Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo and said in a very witty and clever way. How could that be? I'm doing this for your own good.
I'm afraid you'll cry out of fear up there later.
Lin Mo continued to speak. Are you kidding? How could a real man like him and a wealthy man who has awakened his system be so cowardly in front of his girlfriend? Then since brother Lin Mo isn't afraid, let's go play. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo, giggled, and took his hand to go in queue.
After waiting in line for about 20 minutes, the two sat on the bungee jumping facility. After fastening their safety belts, Lin Mo held Chen Zilin's hand tightly. As the machine started, the bungee jumping machine quickly soared into the air. The huge feeling of weightlessness made Lin Mo so nervous and scared that he didn't dare to open his eyes in mid-air. Woo! So happy! Chen Zilin next to him kept her eyes wide open and screaming with joy the whole time. Chapter 32, The Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth. Lin Mo took Chen Zilin to play in Happy Valley for a whole day, and they tried almost half of the projects there before sending her back to school satisfied. I'm going up. I'm really happy today. It's the happiest time I've ever had since I was a child. Chen Zilin walked up to Lin Mo, hugged him and said with a look of reluctance. Silly, there will be many more opportunities like this in the future. Lin Mo rubbed the other person's hair and said lovingly. Really? He. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo with a smile on her face. Of course, you have to pamper your girlfriend yourself. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin, smiled slightly, lowered his head and kissed her before slowly letting go. TSK. You're being a hooligan again. Chen Zilin spat at Lin Mo. You're wrong, baby, this isn't called being a hooligan, this is called being affectionate. Lin Mo said shamelessly. Collect 1,000 favorability points from Chen Zilin towards the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, and the balance on the card is 2,790,000 yuan, China Everbright Bank. As expected, my girlfriend, who is still in the stage of staying together, has a very high favorability towards me, and I got a lot of gold coins. This day is really worth it. Who wouldn't love it if you can have a sweet and pure campus girlfriend and earn a lot of gold coins at the same time? After Lin Mo sent Chen Zilin back to the school dormitory, he prepared to return to Xiangshan Yuehu Villa and shared his location with Sun Manlin on the way. Got it, I'll be at your house in about an hour, boyfriend. But what the hell is it that your family lives in a luxurious villa area? Is this what you told me about your family being poor? Goddess Dr. Sun Manlin asked with a puzzled look on her face. It's just a rental. Don't take it too seriously, girlfriend. He smiled and explained lightly. Ding, love acceleration task reminder, the beautiful Dr. Sun Manlin will come to your house tonight to cook for you. She is very fond of you and very proactive. Please strike while the iron is hot and make Sun Manlin fall in love with you completely and confess to you during tonight's date. After completing the task, you will receive a 6,666 favorability reward and a random treasure chest. If the task fails, the other party's favorability towards you may be reset to 0, and you may be deleted and blocked. Host, please choose whether to accept the task. Strategy mission reminder, tonight will be the best time for the host and Sun Manlin to completely open their hearts. Perhaps everything about her will be revealed to you. After successfully completing the strategy, you will receive a special mission reward. Host, please choose whether to accept the task. Oh my god, 2 of them at once? They came together, right? However, if you complete the 2 tasks combined, the rewards will undoubtedly be very generous. Lin Mo thought about it and chose to accept the task option. Not long after Lin Mo returned to Yuehu Villa, the doorbell rang. He walked over and opened the door. Sun Manlin, wearing a sexy black dress and delicate makeup, who was as beautiful as a fox demon, was standing at the door with an expectant look on her face. This woman is not here to cook and wash clothes for him, she is clearly here to seduce this male god, okay? Since you took the initiative to fall into the tiger's mouth, don't blame me for eating you. Lin Mo thought silently in his heart. What are you daydreaming about? You've never seen me in a skirt before. Why don't you invite me in? Sun Manlin rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said. However, although she said this, she was very satisfied with Lin Mo's performance just now. With my temperament, figure and looks, it would be strange if I didn't charm you to death with a little bit of dressing up. I've never seen you wearing a skirt before. It's quite special. But I just have a little advice for you. Don't wear black next time. Black makes you look old. Lin Mo deliberately teased the other person to make him angry. Lin Mo, you're going to die. You look old. Your whole family looks old. After Sun Manlin finished speaking, she raised her fist angrily and punched Lin Mo a few times. Okay, I was wrong. Baby, you look your most beautiful today. Black is sexy and mysterious, it suits you very well, right? As Lin Mo spoke,
He naturally took Sun Manlin's hand and walked into the spacious living room. Who asked you to hold my hand? Didn't you say I was old? Why don't you hold the hands of girls who don't look old? Sun Manlin pretended to be angry and slapped Lin Mo's hand away. So you can't get over this hurdle. You'll get wrinkles if you get angry so easily. I was just teasing you. In fact, you're more beautiful than she sure in my heart. Otherwise, why would I take the initiative to get to know you yesterday? What do you think? Lin Mo smiled and took Sun Manlin's hand again, squeezed it and said, Humph, your sweet words may be enough to fool a young girl, but you are too young to fool me. Don't forget that I am already 26 years old and a doctor studying medicine. Sun Manlin pretended to be serious and calm and looked at Lin Mo and said, Yes, you are a top student and a beautiful doctor, with a beautiful temperament and extremely smart. Please, beautiful doctor, help me cook a meal. I have already bought the food. Lin Mo dealt with Sun Manlin with a smile and then changed the subject. Okay. Since you apologized to me so sincerely, I will forgive you. Where is your kitchen? Sun Manlin stood up, glanced at Lin Mo and said calmly, Come on, I'll take you there. After saying that, Lin Mo took Sun Manlin's hand and came to the fully equipped and luxuriously decorated kitchen. He first helped the other person tie an apron very gently, and then carefully explained to the other person where everything that was needed was placed. I can't believe you have all the cooking supplies at home. Do you often cook at home by yourself? Sun Manlin turned around and looked at Lin Mo with slight surprise and asked, Just make some yourself when you have time. Although Lin Mo said this, what he was actually thinking was, if you agree to come and help me cook, I won't bother to buy so many little things. Then you will be responsible for helping me tonight by washing and cutting vegetables. Sun Manlin glanced at Lin Mo and said softly, Yes, my dear wife. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with a smile and said, Don't shout, who is your wife? We are just a temporary couple, okay? Sun Manlin glared at Lin Mo and said, As expected of a beautiful doctor, she is so strict. Lin Mo said this with an ambiguous and uninhibited expression while stretching out an arm and pressing the other person against the wall in the kitchen corner. I don't have that. Sun Manlin felt Lin Mo's ambiguous and domineering gaze and felt flustered. But Dr. Sun, don't you think that life would be too boring if even dating was so strict? Also, don't treat temporary lovers as non-lovers, okay? My dear wife. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Sun Manlin's soft lips domineeringly and decisively. Sun Manlin was stunned for only 2 seconds before she took the initiative to launch a counterattack. Collect 800 favorability points from Sun Manlin to the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 80,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, and the balance on the card is 2,870,000 yuan, China Everbright Bank. Gold coins exploded again. Love it. But how come Sun Manlin's favorability towards me is so high now? Could it be that she has already fallen in love with me? Lin Mo thought silently in his heart. Chapter 33 The Goddess Doctor is actually a love-brained. A long time. Okay, I'm going to start making dinner. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo coquettishly and said, Now you are behaving yourself, right? Just stay here and cook. I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to leave first. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he ran out of the kitchen. Asshole, you took advantage and ran away. You didn't even help wash the dishes. Sun Manlin said viciously as she looked at Lin Mo running away. Lin Mo was watching TV in the spacious living room while waiting for Sun Manlin to prepare the meal. About an hour later, Sun Manlin finally brought 3 dishes and a soup to the dining table. For 2 people, 3 dishes and 1 soup are obviously enough. How is it? My meal looks and smells delicious, right? Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with pride and asked. It's too early for you to say that. I haven't even tasted it yet, so how do I know if you're bragging? Lin Mo said to Sun Manlin in a rude tone. Then please try it, old man. Sun Manlin glared at Lin Mo and said, but ignored the word wife from him. Okay, let me try it. This soup doesn't taste very good. It feels like something is missing. Lin Mo said while looking at Sun Manlin with a smile. So what's missing? Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and said a little unhappily. It's missing you. It would be perfect if you, my dear wife, could feed me a sip yourself.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he picked up his spoon and handed it to Sun Manlin, suggesting that she feed him the soup.
You're yelling again.
After Sun Manlin scolded Lin Mo with a hypocritical tone, she still picked up the spoon and fed a mouthful of soup to the other person's mouth. Well, it turns out that the soup my girlfriend feeds me is different.
It's like the nectar from heaven.
Lin Mo quickly drank the soup Sun Manlin fed him and said,
TSK. No one would believe your lies.
Your words can only fool an 18-year-old girl.
You are not good enough to fool this doctor.
Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo's stubborn look and said,
How can you be so afraid of what others think of you? These are all my sincere words, how can they be lies?
Besides, I, Lin Mo, have never lied to a girl since I was a child. If you don't believe me, I swear.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said with a smile. Anyway, I just don't believe it, huh?
Sun Manlin rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said,
Since you don't believe me, I can only show it with my actions. I'll feed you a bite.
After saying that, Lin Mo picked up his spoon and fed the other person a mouthful of soup.
It's no use trying to please me. Are you still in this girl's probation period?
Sun Manlin said with a proud expression as she drank the soup that Lin Mo fed her.
Really? But I remember it was someone who took the initiative to ask me to extend my temporary boyfriend relationship for a few more days?
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with a playful and ambiguous expression and said,
You want to die. And you still say that.
Sun Manlin, whose sore spot was caught, kicked Lin Mo with a red face and said viciously,
Okay. I won't say anything more. Have you finished eating? After you finish, come and watch TV with me.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and spoke gently.
Wait a minute, I'll be there after I finish clearing the table and washing the dishes.
After Sun Manlin finished speaking, she carried the dishes and leftovers on the table into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of washing dishes could be heard from the kitchen.
It's really rare to see such a virtuous and stunning goddess doctor. And it seems that she is also a love-brain person. Could it be that I have found a treasure? In the end, it still comes down to the popular saying recently?
Money flows to those who have no shortage of money, and love flows to those who have no shortage of love.
Isn't that me?
Now he seems to have both.
Lin Mo thought secretly in his heart.
After Sun Manlin cleaned up the kitchen and washed the dishes, she came and sat down next to Lin Mo.
Would you like to watch any TV or movies? Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said, Why don't we watch a Chinese Odyssey? It's a classic and memorable movie. Sun Manlin thought for a while and said, Okay, could it be that you have also imagined yourself as Fairy Zixia, looking forward to meeting your own supreme treasure one day?
Lin Mo turned on the TV and tuned for the movie A Chinese Odyssey, then looked at Sun Manlin and said in a bright voice,
As a girl, who doesn't have feelings and fantasies? Besides, it's easy to put yourself into the movie when watching it.
Sun Manlin said thoughtfully. Then congratulations, you don't have to wait. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and suddenly spoke mysteriously.
Congratulations on what?
Sun Manlin unconsciously leaned her head on Lin Mo's shoulder and said,
Congratulations. You found your own supreme treasure? Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said nervously, Ah, where is my supreme treasure?
Sun Manlin raised her head and looked at Lin Mo and said,
You were just leaning on your Zazunbo's shoulder, enjoying the movie.
People, sometimes, just don't know how to cherish the present and the people in front of them.
Do you have to wait until you lose them before you regret it?
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and suddenly said with a serious and emotional expression,
No. I actually knew that, and she was obviously very proactive, okay?
And you're still taking advantage of her. After Sun Manlin finished speaking, she angrily punched Lin Mo on the chest twice.
It hurts. You want to murder your husband. And you still say you know how to cherish the person in front of you?
Lin Mo pretended to be in pain and teased Sun Manlin. I clearly didn't use any force, I don't believe it really hurts that much. So how do you think I cherish you?
Sun Manlin suddenly looked at Lin Mo with a sly and playful look and said, Can you drink? Let's talk about it while we drink.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with bright eyes and said,
You can drink a little red wine.
I was under a lot of pressure from the previous surgeries, so when I couldn't sleep, I would drink some red wine to help me sleep. Sun Manlin said with gentle eyes.
Don't worry, I will be the best medicine to cure your insomnia from now on.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he gently kissed Sun Manlin on the forehead, then stood up and went to the refrigerator to get the red wine and wine glasses. Collect 900 favorability points from Sun Manlin to the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 90,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, and the balance on the card is 2,960,000 yuan, China Everbright Bank. A large amount of favorability points and gold coins exploded again? It turns out that happiness is so simple. My goddess doctor, are you still insisting that you are not in love? When will you change your stubborn habit? Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and laughed secretly in his heart. Lin Mo, are you serious about what you just said? After Lin Mo sat down at the table and poured red wine into both of their glasses, Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and suddenly asked seriously. What else? Have you forgotten that I never lie to girls? Besides, I won't get any candy if I lie to you. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with a clear and bright smile and said. That's what you said. From now on, when I can't sleep at night, you will be responsible for making me sleep. It's the puppy who regrets it. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and said seriously and stubbornly. Of course, isn't it normal for a boyfriend to coax his girlfriend to sleep? What do you think? Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with affectionate and doting eyes and said. Chapter 34, Successful Strategy, Reward, Ferrari SF90. But you can't keep coaxing me, because we're just lovers for 7 days. Thinking of this, Sun Manlin lowered her head and said with a slightly sad expression. Silly boy, we can always become lifelong partners if you want. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with gentle and affectionate eyes and said. Really? But aren't we moving too fast? We don't know each other well enough yet. I've never been together with someone after only knowing them for 2 days. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with anticipation and worry in her heart, and her expression was complicated. Baby, there is no speed in love, only depth. People who are destined to be together always meet too late and fall in love with each other in a flash. On the contrary, there are many people who have known each other for a lifetime but can only be ordinary friends. What do you think? Lin Mo first told the other party very emotionally that feelings are wonderful, so that the other party would no longer hesitate and be entangled, and then he threw the question back to the other party, waiting for her to give the answer herself. It seems like that. You're right, but I don't know you well enough. How can I know if you will really treat me well in the future? Sun Manlin continued to ask questions about death to test Lin Modeo. Baby, how many people in this world are fully prepared before doing anything? No one is 100% ready before going to work, and no one is 100% sure before falling in love. Everyone learns by doing, even in love. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he picked up the red wine glass in front of him and motioned for Sun Manlin to clink glasses with him. Maybe, Lin Mo, I find that although you are several years younger than me, you seem to be much more mature than me, and you have a lot of great truths in your head. Sun Manlin also picked up the red wine glass in front of her, clinked it with Lin Mo, and then took a sip. In fact, she herself was also very conflicted. She had always longed to meet someone who was excellent and understood her, and it would be best if he was tall, handsome, and a little humorous. But now that this person was right in front of her, she felt as if everything was unreal. Although her mind kept telling her to be reserved, slow down, and get to know the boy carefully. But on the other hand, she kept telling herself, what are you waiting for? Confess your feelings quickly. You finally meet such an outstanding, tall, handsome, humorous, and even wealthy boy. What are you waiting for? If you wait any longer, another girl will snatch you away. In fact, when a girl faces a very outstanding person of the opposite sex whom she likes, like most boys, she will also become anxious, hesitant, and entangled, and lose herself. But so what? If everything is for the best, then it is worth going through fire and water once. Sun Manlin thought secretly in her heart. What do you mean by truth? It's obviously a wise saying, okay? I haven't charged you yet. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and smiled wickedly. TSK, you're charging me, but I haven't even charged you for cooking yet. Sun Manlin came back to her senses, gave Lin Mo a blank look and said. How about we play a little game? We've been drinking for too long. Rock, paper, scissors. The loser takes the dare. How do you think? Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said with a chuckle. Okay, let's play, who's afraid of you? Sun Manlin looked at the man in front of her and said. Okay, 3, 2, 1, rock, paper, scissors. Sun Manlin lost the first game. You lose. Big dare.
Look at me deeply for 10 seconds without smiling. Then drink the wedding wine and you'll pass.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said in a bright voice.
Good.
After Sun Manlin finished speaking, she moved her head closer to Lin Mo, and then looked at him affectionately with a calm expression. This time, Lin Mo did not tease the other person on purpose. Instead, he just looked at the other person's charming elf-like eyes and curved eyelashes with the same deep affection and tenderness. Then the two of them raised their red wine glasses, crossed their arms, and drank them all.
What was in my eyes just now?
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and smiled.
Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with charming and confused eyes and said. So what did you see in my eyes just now?
I see the whole world, because at this moment you are my whole world. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and tried to speak the most affectionate words in the most relaxed tone.
I don't believe it.
Sun Manlin felt as if her heart tightened slightly at this moment, and even her breathing became rapid. In the second round, Lin Mo lost.
You lose.
As a punishment for your dare, you have to do 10 squats while carrying me like a princess.
Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with an expression of enjoying a good show.
Okay, come on. Lin Mo agreed without hesitation.
Are you kidding?
His physique has been strengthened by the system and is many times better than that of an ordinary person.
What is there for him to be afraid of?
The most he can do is make the other party even more nervous. Lin Mo said in his heart. After saying that, Lin Mo stood up and hugged Sun Manlin, who weighed only about 80 pounds, then walked to the middle of the living room and did squats effortlessly. After finishing 10, he put the other person down very easily, leaving Sun Manlin standing there with her cheeks hot and slightly dazed.
Damn it!
How could I have forgotten that he knows martial arts and can beat 20 people at once? Sun Manlin blushed and felt secretly annoyed in her heart. Collect 700 favorability points from Sun Manlin to the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 70,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, and the balance on the card is 3,040,000 yuan, China Everbright Bank.
Woman! Your name is Tsundara. You are still trying to be strong even though you have already fallen.
Lin Mo looked at the system light screen prompt and couldn't help laughing in his heart. As the game continued, the two of them had more and more fun, completely opening up to each other, and slowly half of the whole bottle of red wine was drunk by them. Of course, most of it was his the other party didn't drink much.
Lin Mo, can you give me a hug?
Sun Manlin's face flushed slightly, and she looked at Lin Mo with a blurred and bright look in her eyes.
Okay, come closer.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he stretched out his arms and hugged the other person in his arms.
Your embrace is very warm. Tell me, have you hugged many girls like this? Sun Manlin suddenly pretended to be half drunk and looked at Lin Mo angrily and asked. What the hell are you talking about? If you want me to hold you like this forever, you can just say it.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and smiled gently.
Okay. Then you have to keep your word. And we won't be a 7-day couple anymore. Can we be a lifetime couple?
Sun Manlin raised her head slightly as if she was drunk and looked at Lin Mo with a serious expression.
Why are you going to confess to me?
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and smiled brightly.
Yes, you are right.
There is no speed in feelings, only depth.
Lin Mo, I like you. Let's be together.
Sun Manlin still looked drunk and kissed Lin Mo suddenly.
Why do I feel like I'm going to be eaten by a female demon today? Is this the story of a woman being drunk? Is it to make you cry?
It turns out that this goddess with temperament and the authoritative and serious female doctor in the eyes of ordinary people can also become so cute when she really falls in love with a boy. Before Lin Mo had time to think about it, he felt himself being engulfed by the other party's increasingly intense passion. Then Lin Mo gently carried Sun Manlin into the room and moved the battlefield that was about to begin to the large round bed in the room.
After a while,
there was already a scene of spring in the air and music of harmony in the air. About 3 hours later, Sun Manlin then fell asleep quietly in Lin Mo's arms.
It was around 9 o'clock the next morning. Baby, are you awake?
Lin Mo said as he looked at Sun Manlin, who had clearly just woken up but was now pretending to be asleep because she was shy. The only answer he got was silence.
Okay, stop pretending to be asleep. Someone was so shy last night.
I don't know who said she loved me and asked me to be with her forever and even kissed me when I wasn't paying attention. Lin Mo said as he looked at Sun Manlin, who was pretending to be asleep with her eyes closed.
I hate you so much. You're taking advantage of me and still acting like a good kid. Sun Manlin said as she sat up and looked at Lin Mo angrily. No, what I said was all true. We didn't expect that our pure friendship would deteriorate just by drinking a little bit of red wine. Lin Mo continued to tease the other party. You still say it. You still say it. Sun Manlin angrily attacked Lin Mo with a punch. Unless you call me dear or husband, I won't say anything. After all, I am a person who listens to my girlfriend very much. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said with a bright smile. Honey. Sun Manlin nodded slightly. Ding, the beautiful Dr. Sun Manlin fell deeply in love with the host during the date last night and confessed her love. The love acceleration mission has been completed. Get 6666 favorability points and a random treasure chest. Ding, 666,600 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, and the balance on the card is 3,706,600 yuan, China Everbright Bank. Random treasure chest has been opened, host intelligence plus 100. The host and the heroine Sun Manlin completely opened their hearts to each other during the date last night. There is no longer any physical or mental barrier between you. Her heart belongs to you. The goddess capture mission has been completed. Special mission rewards have been issued, a Ferrari SF90 as a reward. Relevant documents have been prepared for you, and the car has been parked in the villa parking lot. Oh my god. It feels so good to have 660,000 yuan deposited into my account instantly. An intelligence plus 100, does that mean it will make me extremely smart? It doesn't seem to have much effect, but it's better than nothing. But the most surprising and crazy thing is that this Ferrari is priced at least 6.5 million. It is the dream car of countless men. If it wasn't a reward from the system, even with the cash he had from completing system tasks for so long, he would still be far from being able to buy this car. Sun Manlin is really his lucky goddess. Love her, love her. Lin Mo looked at the system light screen prompt and fell into ecstasy for a moment. Chapter 35, Love Shura Field opens. Why are you so happy? It's like you won the lottery? Sun Manlin asked as she looked at Lin Mo's ecstatic expression. Nothing, I just heard you call me dear, and I was so happy for a moment. Lin Mo opened his mouth and spoke. Does it really make you so happy? Then if you behave well, I will call you that every day. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and smiled. Baby, are you hungry? Why don't we get up and eat something? Lin Mo almost couldn't wait to take a look at his Ferrari SF90. Okay, but I don't feel like cooking right now. I was too tired last night and now I have no energy at all. It's all your fault. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo viciously and said. You can't blame me for this, it's obviously you who is greedy. It's okay, I'll just order takeout. Lin Mo glanced at Sun Manlin and teased. You still say. Sun Manlin kicked Lin Mo and threatened. Okay, I won't say anything more. Let's get up and wash up. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he picked up Sun Manlin from the bed. After waiting for the takeaway to arrive, the two of them happily finished their breakfast. It was already 11 o'clock. Lin Mo suddenly slapped his head and cried out, oh no! I promised Zhao Xiaolu that I would accompany her to the beach today. While Sun Manlin went to the bathroom, Lin Mo quickly took out his mobile phone and logged into Green Bubble to contact the other party. As expected, Zhao Xiaolu has sent 3 messages in a row since morning. Brother, are you still awake? Hubby, you won't forget that you promised to take me to the beach today, right? Okay, you are indeed a bastard. You don't keep your word, I don't want to care about you anymore. Lin Mo smiled bitterly and quickly replied to the other party, Baby, I studied too late yesterday and overslept today, but it's okay, I will wash up and go out to pick you up from school. Zhao Xiaolu quickly replied, I don't believe you really love studying so much. Are you fooling around with someone else behind my back? Lin Mo pretended to be calm and replied, Really? You think too much. I'll be there in about an hour. I'll explain it to you in person when I get there, darling. Zhao Xiaolu replied, Okay, I'll wait for you. I'll see how you explain it to me when you get here. Just when Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and was about to quit his phone, Chen Zilin's message popped up again. Brother Lin Mo, I found a delicious Japanese restaurant online yesterday. I want to try it. Are you free tonight? Lin Mo suddenly felt overwhelmed, but he could only bite the bullet and reply, I have an online class for the postgraduate entrance examination tonight, how about I go with you tomorrow night? Chen Zilin quickly replied, okay, then you should take care of your rest. I miss you. Lin Mo wiped his sweat and typed back, I miss you too. He then exited the green bubble. Honey, where are we going today?
After coming out of the bathroom, Sun Manlin happily hugged Lin Mo and asked.
No, did you guys discuss this? Why are you all going out to play today? Lin Mo patted his head and said to himself, feeling very frustrated. Ding! It is detected that the host is currently in the Love Shura field. The honeymoon love mission is specially opened for you.
Honeymoon love mission tips: please maintain a honeymoon love period of more than 2 weeks between the host and the goddess Dr. Sun Manlin, and the relationship will not break down or turn over, then you can get a special mission reward. If the mission fails, it is very likely to trigger a chain reaction that will cause all relationships to break down, and the host will be collectively deleted and blacklisted. All favorability values will be reset to 0. Host, please choose whether to accept the task.
Goddamn honeymoon love mission.
Good.
Brother Tonzi, is this how you play?
He didn't realize the problem before, but now he finally remembered the perverted nature of this honeymoon mission. This means that he has to balance the relationships with 3 girls within 2 weeks, and walk a tightrope between the 2 love fields. If he succeeds, he will immediately receive 3 special mission rewards. If you fail, you will die in the Love Shura field and be deleted and blocked by everyone.
So exciting and vicious. However, Lin Mo finally chose to accept the mission.
After all, he had chosen to accept this so-called love honeymoon mission twice before, so the third time wouldn't make a difference.
Either you gain weight again or you die. Baby, my aunt is coming over to have dinner with me and look after me today. How about I go out with you next time when I'm free?
You can think about where to go for fun these 2 days. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin gently and said. Then Lin Mo continued to be affectionate with Sun Manlin for a while without panicking, and then said, how about I call you a taxi to take you back later?
It's not convenient for me to take you back now, because my aunt is coming soon. Okay, I'm going back now. Remember to miss me.
Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and spoke coquettishly and gently.
Okay, I got it. If you can't sleep at night, give me a call.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he sent Sun Manlin downstairs and did not go back until he saw her get into the car. After secretly breathing a sigh of relief, Lin Mo, who had no time to rest, changed into a new set of clothes, packed up simply, and drove his brand new Ferrari SF90 to the teacher dormitory building of Jiangcheng University.
The reason why he didn't drive the blue Maserati was to avoid being recognized by Chen Zilin if he accidentally ran into him at school. Soon Zhao Xiaolu came downstairs wearing a beautiful sky blue dress.
Today, she was wearing delicate makeup and had a cool and otherworldly appearance, making her as charming as a mermaid.
Brother, you took so long to come. If you don't come soon, I will go shopping with my girlfriend.
As soon as Zhao Xiaolu met Lin Mo, she looked at him angrily and said, I fixed my hair just to see you, so I was late. If you had gone out with your bestie today, you wouldn't have gotten to see your handsome husband. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and laughed shamelessly.
Ha! Husband? How can someone date someone for 2 days without even looking for me?
After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she reached out her hand and pinched Lin Mo's waist hard.
It hurts. Baby, I was wrong. Isn't this for the postgraduate entrance examination? After all, men should also have some ambition and pursuit, don't you think?
Lin Mo laughed and gently hugged Zhao Xiaolu, who had a graceful figure and a cool and beautiful temperament, into his arms and said, Who knows if you are here for the postgraduate entrance exam or are you secretly dating other girls behind my back? Zhao Xiaolu rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said, This is really unfair to me. I'm a straight guy who can't even figure out a relationship and was dumped by my ex. How can I have so many thoughts? Let's go. If we go too late, there won't be any seats left for sunbathing. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with affectionate and tender eyes as she took Zhao Xiaolu's hand and opened the door of the Ferrari SF90. Hey, that's not right, honey, did you get a new car? Where's your previous Maserati? This red car is a Ferrari, right? I was so angry just now that I forgot to look at it. After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she looked at Lin Mo and smiled sweetly. Yes, I just bought it yesterday, let's go. Lin Mo appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually secretly happy inside. Collected 800 favorability points from Zhao Xiaolu towards the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 80,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615.
and the balance on the card is 3,786,600 yuan, China Everbright Bank. Chapter 36 Another Day of Exploding Gold Coins. Lin Mo drove the Ferrari all the way and soon arrived at the seaside parking lot. The handsome man and beautiful woman, coupled with the supercar, are simply too eye-catching. As soon as he got off the car, he felt that he was being stared at by countless young beauties who were dressed up in fancy clothes and had seductive figures. If it weren't for the fact that there was a goddess-like beauty, Zhao Xiaolu, by his side, Lin Mo estimated that he would have been eaten up by these pretty girls long ago. Otherwise, even these young beauties still refused to be outdone and kept flirting with Lin Mo, their big, Caroline eyes flirting at him unscrupulously. This made Zhao Xiaolu, who was standing beside her, very angry. At the same time, she was so scared that she quickly held Lin Mo's arm tightly, and deliberately called him husband in front of these women, as if she was afraid that she would be snatched away. Lin Mo couldn't help but be delighted when he saw this. Is this the charm of a male god? Honey, am I beautiful today? Zhao Xiaolu pulled the hem of her skirt with her hands, then tried to straighten her chest in front of Lin Mo and said, Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, but I still think your sleeping place is the most beautiful, irreplaceable. Ha ha. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with a playful expression and said, Rogue. Damn it. All men are the same. Zhao Xiaolu said as she hit Lin Mo coquettishly. Don't talk nonsense. If you continue to say such nonsense and ruin my reputation, I will sue you for defamation. Am I not able to last longer than other men? How can you say that I am the same as other men? Lin Mo pinched Zhao Xiaolu's waist and argued righteously. I'm dying. Why are you so unruly today, husband? Goddess counselor Zhao Xiaolu, whose voice turned into a delicate clip-like sound, kicked Lin Mo and said shyly. Come on, why am I so unruly? Isn't flirting with your girlfriend a serious matter? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with bright and ambiguous eyes and said. The beach he brought Zhao Xiaolu to today was a beautiful beach known as the Rose Beach. Although this is a paid beach, it is many times more beautiful than other free beaches and there are not many people here so you can have fun. While the two were chatting and laughing, Lin Mo took Zhao Xiaolu's hand and walked into Rose Beach. Wow! Honey, look at this beautiful beach. There are so many newlyweds taking wedding photos on the beach. It's so beautiful and dreamy. I want to take wedding photos here in the future. As soon as Zhao Xiaolu came in, she was attracted by the beautiful scenery and the gorgeous beach inside. Then she was jealous of the couples taking wedding photos on the beach. Yes, it's beautiful. As beautiful as you are. Who do you want to come here with to take wedding photos? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and smiled gently, then asked knowingly. You're just so sweet talking. Humph, you're asking even though you already know the answer. I won't tell you, I'll piss you off to death. Come and catch me if you can. After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she took off her shoes, held them in her hands, and started jogging on the beach. Lin Mo subconsciously wanted to chase after her, but he found that he couldn't run on the beach with his shoes on and was easily stuck in the sand. So he took off his shoes and ran quickly to catch up with Zhao Xiaolu. Tell me quickly, are you still thinking about the next man who was better than me? Lin Mo grabbed Zhao Xiaolu and held her in his arms, then lowered his head slightly and looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said. That's right, that's right. I'll piss you off to death, I'll piss you. At this moment, Zhao Xiaolu completely let go of the usual seriousness and old-fashionedness of a college counselor when maintaining a car in front of students, and turned into a cute elf-like girl. You're mad at me, right? Let's see if you're still angry. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he held the other person's head slightly and kissed him domineeringly. After a passionate conversation, Zhao Xiaolu felt that her lipstick was almost eaten up by the other party. Man, you're so brave. So many people are watching. It's all your fault. She raised her head shyly like a thief and looked around at the passers-by on the beach. After feeling that someone was looking at her, she looked at Lin Mo and stomped her feet angrily and said. Really? Then just blame me. I'm thick-skinned anyway, and it won't hurt me if someone looks at me. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu's relaxed expression and shrugged. But I like it. Ha ha. Then Zhao Xiaolu changed the subject and looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile. Collect 1,000 favorability points from Zhao Xiaolu towards the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank. I'm so happy. It's the honeymoon period after all. I can easily gain so much favorability. The gold coins can't be stopped.
Love it. Lin Mo looked at the system screen and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Honey, let's go over there and take some pictures. Zhao Xiaolu excitedly took Lin Mo's hand and walked towards the coconut grove. Okay, but can you give me a small reward after taking the photo? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and smiled maliciously. What reward do you want? Zhao Xiaolu said in a delicate voice. After the photo shoot, how about you change into a bikini and I take another set of photos for you? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with bright and passionate eyes and said. Ah. A bikini. I've barely worn one, and I don't have one with me. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo, thought for a moment and said. It's okay, I'll take you to the store over there and buy it, they sell it here. Don't worry, I won't let you wear a very revealing bikini. After all, only I can enjoy this kind of personal benefit. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu's two big white rabbits that were about to pop out and said. Hate it. Brother, you are such a bad person. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo charmingly and said coquettishly. I'm just a simple and kind-hearted boy. How could I have any bad intentions? Look at what you said. Lin Mo smiled and put his arms around Zhao Xiaolu's slender waist and said shamelessly. TSK, I don't believe that. But if you take pictures of me that look as good as last time, I'll wear a bikini and show you. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile. Okay, we have a deal. If we make a promise, it's the puppy who will regret it. Lin Mo said happily. Okay. Then it depends on your performance. Come on, how can I take a good-looking photo? After saying this, Zhao Xiaolu began to pose for photos. Well, just listen to what I've said. Stand between the two trees, relax your body, and look forward with your face tilted to the side. That's right. As Lin Mo spoke, he picked up his phone and started taking pictures of Zhao Xiaolu. Okay, I get it, husband, you're awesome. Zhao Xiaolu responded sweetly. Come on, turn around, smile naturally, and look at the camera a little bit, right? After Lin Mo finished speaking, he captured the other person's most beautiful moment. About 40 minutes later, Zhao Xiaolu looked at the beautiful beach photos Lin Mo took for her and happily held his face and kissed him again and again. Collected 900 favorability points of Zhao Xiaolu towards the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 90,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank. Chapter 37. What should I do if I have to watch the same movie with 3 girls on the same day? Come on, let's go pick out bikinis. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and couldn't suppress a smile on his face. Humph, you rascal. You get excited when you talk about bikinis. Why didn't you look so happy when you were taking pictures of me just now? Zhao Xiaolu rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said. When you say that, I'm always very happy in my heart. After all, it's the first time I bring my baby to the beach. Lin Mo said with a chuckle. Humph, you are so sweet-mouthed, will you use it to coax other women in the future? Zhao Xiaolu took Lin Mo's arm and walked while looking at him warily. You're overthinking it. I only get some inspiration when I'm in front of you. If I meet other girls, I'll be so dumb that I'll stutter. Lin Mo touched Zhao Xiaolu's head and smiled. I don't believe you, said Zhao Xiaolu. The two chatted and laughed as they came to a bikini store. Lin Mo first picked out a bikini that was not very revealing for Zhao Xiaolu and asked her to put it on first. Then he picked out another very sexy bikini and asked her to wear it for him next time she came to his house. Bah! Hooligan! After hearing what Lin Mo said, Zhao Xiaolu blushed and spat at him, but she did not refuse him and asked him to pay for the sexy bikini. A woman's mouth is indeed harder than a bullet, but her body is honest after all. Lin Mo sighed silently in his heart. After Zhao Xiaolu put on her newly bought bikini, the two of them laughed and played on the beach for a while before continuing to take pictures. Honey, do I look good in a bikini? Zhao Xiaolu smiled and looked at Lin Mo charmingly. Beautiful, even more beautiful than sister phone. Lin Mo smiled and teased the other party. Bah! You are sister phone. Are you looking for a fight? After Zhao Xiaolu waited for him to take a photo, she grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at Lin Mo. Be careful if you keep being naughty, or I'll really make you look like Feng Jia. Lin Mo threatened Zhao Xiaolu. How dare you? If you don't make a super blockbuster movie for me, I won't want you anymore. Zhao Xiaolu pouted and threatened. I don't mind, but I'm afraid someone will be so reluctant to come to my house and block my door every day. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said shamelessly.
You're the one blocking the door. Hurry up and take a better picture for me.
Zhao Xiaolu said as she put her hands on her hips and stamped her feet.
Okay, look at the camera, both sides have their hands on their hips and relax.
After saying that, Lin Mo continued to use his photography skills and started taking various photos of Zhao Xiaolu.
Another hour passed and it was already past 5 p.m.
The two hungry people came to a Western restaurant on the beach and chatted while eating steak. After eating and drinking, the two of them started to play with their phones to take a break. Zhao Xiaolu was concentrating on photo editing, while Lin Mo quietly opened his phone and replied to the messages on Green Bubble.
Brother Lin Mo, let's go to the movies after eating Japanese food tomorrow night. My roommate said that the recent movie Song Detective 1900 is quite good.
They all watched it with their boyfriends and recommended it to me. I was the only one in our dormitory who hadn't watched it yet.
The text ended with an aggrieved emoticon. Chen Zilin sent a message to Lin Mo on Green Bubble.
Okay, other people's kids have boyfriends to watch movies with, so my kid should have a boyfriend to watch movies with too. The expression pack of affectionate head patting. Lin Mo quickly typed a reply to Chen Zilin. After he finished replying, he did not forget to look up at Zhao Xiaolu. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party was busy editing the photos seriously. Just as he put his phone down, he saw that the green bubble still prompted a message in silent mode.
You didn't accompany me today. How can someone not be warm and cozy when they are together? Humph.
Our ENT chief physician, the beautiful Sun Manlin, also sent a message to Lin Mo, and her tone sounded as if she couldn't be coaxed anymore. Baby, I have to accompany my elders at home today.
My aunt finally came to see me and I have no choice. By the way, have you decided where you want to go?
Lin Mo once again explained the reasons he had prepared earlier and quickly changed the subject.
Not yet, I'm still watching, but I think it's great that we can see each other, and we'll be happy no matter what we do.
By the way, my bestie told me that she and her boyfriend went to watch the movie Song Detective 1900 today.
It was very good and funny. How about you go with me to watch it tomorrow?
Sun Manlin replied again immediately and spoke excitedly.
I went to see a movie with my boyfriend. It was a movie called Song Detective 1900. So there are no other good movies being made in China now? Why are so many people flocking to watch this crappy movie? You are happy, but I am suffering. After Lin Mo finished complaining, he thought silently for a while about how to respond to the other party.
He had just had an intimate moment with Sun Manlin last night and had already stood her up once today. It would be really unreasonable for him to stand her up again this time. Besides, she had only asked him to accompany her to watch a movie.
Is this too much to ask? Not at all. He had no choice but to agree.
Okay, baby, I'll take some time to go to the movies with you tomorrow afternoon. I'll pick you up then, but I have an online class for the postgraduate entrance exam to attend in the evening, so I can only accompany you for the afternoon.
Lin Mo sighed and couldn't help but be touched by his sudden inspiration.
Unexpectedly, just as Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and breathed a sigh of relief, Zhao Xiaolu, who had just been sitting opposite him quietly and carefully editing the photo, suddenly raised her head and looked at him gently and said, Honey, I just checked my moments and saw a lot of people saying that the movie Detective Song 1900 is super good and funny. Can you go watch it with me tomorrow?
It's Detective Song 1900 again? Don't you want to let people live? Which good person posted a good review on WeChat moments after watching the movie? Did the movie investors give you money? Why are you so anxious to build a good reputation for them? Don't you know that this male god is already very troubled because of this movie? Okay, no problem, but I also have a romantic idea for you.
Lin Mo complained anxiously in his heart, then pretended to be calm on the surface and looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said,
What romantic idea do you have? Tell me now.
After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she quickly stood up, ran over and sat next to Lin Mo, shaking his arm and acting coquettishly.
This romantic idea is,
how about we stay at a beachfront BB tonight, enjoy the sea breeze and chat at night, and get up together tomorrow morning to watch the sunrise at the beach? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with deep affection and sincerity in his eyes.
Yes, that's great. It's so romantic to watch the sunrise together at the beach.
After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she happily kissed Lin Mo on the face.
Yeah, I haven't seen the sunrise at the beach either.
Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and smiled.
So when are we going to the movies, husband?
Zhao Xiaolu suddenly seemed to remember something and said,
Well, after watching the sunrise and having breakfast, we'll go to the movies in the morning. After the movie, I'll take you back to rest, okay? After all, you must be tired after playing all day and getting up early to watch the sunrise and watch a movie. You should just rest at home in the afternoon and evening. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said with a bright smile. Okay, then we've decided this. Husband, you are so romantic and thoughtful. You really think of everything. After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she stretched out her arm and held Lin Mo's arm. After hearing the other party's answer, Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had just used his brain to the utmost and finally found an arrangement that the other party felt was both romantic and considerate, as well as completely reasonable. It also perfectly solved his problem of needing to accompany 3 girls to watch the same movie on the same day without any conflict in their schedules. It turns out that being Aquaman is really tiring. In the evening, the two of them walked and chatted hand in hand on the beach. When they were tired, they went back to the homestay he had booked in advance to rest. Then Lin Mo finally saw Zhao Xiaolu's perfect look in that very thin sexy bikini. Chapter 38, The Self-Cultivation of the Sea King. 5 a.m. the next morning. Baby, get up and watch the sunrise. Lin Mo pushed Zhao Xiaolu, who was curled up in his arms like a kitten and sleeping soundly, and said, Hey, husband, please stop disturbing me and let me sleep for a while. It's not even daybreak yet. Zhao Xiaolu woke him up from his arms, raised her head sleepily, glanced at the gray sky outside and said, You can see the sunrise if you get up and wash up, dear. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he carried the other person off the bed and forced him to turn on the phone. When the two of them finished packing and arrived at the best spot on the beach to watch the sunrise, it was already 5:50. The sun was rising above the sea level, and it was dazzlingly beautiful. Honey, look. It's so beautiful. Is this the sunrise over the sea? Zhao Xiaolu hugged Lin Mo's arm and said happily. Yes, it's more beautiful to watch the sunrise with you. Lin Mo turned around and looked at Zhao Xiaolu tenderly and said, Hateful. Slippery mouth. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo with a slightly coquettish look and then leaned her head on his shoulder. When the two came back from watching the sunrise, it was already bright. After Lin Mo took Zhao Xiaolu to a breakfast at a restaurant by the sea, he drove his Ferrari to the nearest cinema nearby. He bought a ticket for the 9 o'clock show, and when he came out of the movie it was 11 o'clock, so he still had plenty of time. Because he had already made appointments with Sun Manlin and Chen Zilin on his mobile phone while he was having breakfast. He had agreed to meet with Sun Manlin at 1 p.m. and with Chen Zilin at 7:30 p.m. This arrangement can be said to be very detailed, and there is still ample time. Being able to date 3 girls on the same day and still be able to handle it with ease and take the overall situation into consideration can be said to be a testament to Aquaman's self-cultivation. Although it seemed that his day was almost busier than the president of a listed company, it was also very exciting and challenging. After all, not everyone could handle being a male god or a sea king. As usual, after Lin Mo chose the middle seat in the last row, he bought a movie snack set for 2 couples, which included 2 cups of Coke and a large portion of popcorn. The two quickly checked their tickets and entered the cinema. When the movie started, Lin Mo watched it carefully for 10 minutes to get into the mood, then picked up the popcorn and started feeding Zhao Xiaolu. When the feeding was almost done, they played the imported cola game with each other. After they had been together for a while, Zhao Xiaolu leaned against Lin Mo and watched the movie seriously. Honey, Xiangzi is still very funny. The wild man's outfit and appearance almost made me laugh to death. This movie is so relaxing. Zhao Xiaolu leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder and said in a soft voice. Yes, it's suitable for people who are in a bad mood to watch and relieve stress. And couples like us can come here to cultivate our relationship. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and smiled. I said I want to develop a relationship with you, but you haven't even passed the boyfriend probation period yet. You're still just an intern, don't you know that? Zhao Xiaolu glared at Lin Mo and said coquettishly. Then please my dear wife, what should I do to become your official boyfriend? Lin Mo put his arm around Zhao Xiaolu's waist and said with a bright smile. That depends on my mood and whether you are nice enough to me. Zhao Xiaolu said with a bright smile. Okay, I'll take note of it. Can I find a book and stick it on my forehead to remind myself next time? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and teased her. When the two were being affectionate, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He looked down and saw that it was Sun Manlin calling. Lin Mo quickly hung up the phone and turned the phone to silent mode. What's wrong? Did someone call you just now? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and asked. No, it was probably a sales call. I hung up as soon as I saw it was an unfamiliar number. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said calmly. Oh, is that so? Then forget it and let's continue watching the movie. Zhao Xiaolu stared at Lin Mo for a while and said with a cheerful expression. Okay, let's watch a movie. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he turned around and continued watching the movie. It was not until after he sat for another 10 minutes that he told Zhao Xiaolu that he wanted to go to the bathroom, and then he stood up and left his seat. Lin Mo started to feel nervous only after he left the cinema. It has to be said that a Sea King must have a big heart and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances, the novice Sea King Lin Mo thought secretly in his heart. He then took out his cell phone and called Sun Manlin. Baby, what's wrong? I was reading a book and put my phone aside and didn't see your call. No, I just wanted to ask if you would like to have lunch together if we meet at 1 o'clock. Sun Manlin's sweet and gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Is that so? Then let's have lunch together. After all, eating with your girlfriend will be more delicious. I thought you called me because you missed me. Lin Mo smiled brightly on the phone. I miss you so much, we'll see each other soon. Okay, that's it, I'm hanging up, dear. After saying the last word dear, Sun Manlin shyly hung up the phone immediately. Lin Mo was happy in his heart and then went back to the theater and sat next to Zhao Xiaolu and continued to watch the movie with his arms around her. Honey, it seems like you took a long time to go to the bathroom just now. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and asked with concern. Why are you afraid that I'll leave you alone? Silly boy, I just felt a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Maybe it's because of what I ate this morning. Lin Mo touched Zhao Xiaolu's head and said. No, I ate it too, it was pretty good. Zhao Xiaolu said in a low voice. It may be a physical problem. It's okay. I'm much better now. Let's continue watching the movie. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he gently kissed Zhao Xiaolu on the forehead, then hugged her and continued watching the movie. Collected 700 favorability points of Zhao Xiaolu towards the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 70,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank. It was not until the end of the movie at 11 o'clock that the two walked out of the cinema hand in hand. After leaving the cinema, Lin Mo first drove the Ferrari SF90 to take Zhao Xiaolu back to Jiangcheng University, and then rushed to Sun Manlin's house without stopping. After running back and forth, it was 12:30 when Lin Mo drove to Zhao Xiaolu's house. He was even half an hour earlier than the agreed time. He waited for about 20 minutes before Sun Manlin, who was wearing a beige floral dress and light makeup like an innocent girl and looked as beautiful as an anime girl, came out of the house. You've been waiting for a long time. You arrived early today. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with a charming smile. Haven't you heard a saying? Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and smiled gently, keeping the secret. What? Sun Manlin asked with interest. When you go to see someone you like, you want to run or fly there? Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and teased her. Hate it, I don't believe your sweet words. Sun Manlin rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said. Collect 800 favorability points from Sun Manlin to the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 80,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank. Okay, you're the one who doesn't believe my sweet words. Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said to himself. Chapter 39 I swear I can post it on WeChat Moments but I can't. Dr. Sun, please help me. I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable and I can't breathe. Lin Mo suddenly grabbed Sun Manlin's hand and pretended to feel chest tightness and discomfort. Husband, are you okay? Don't scare me. Sun Manlin was panicked when she saw her husband shouting. Okay, baby, I was just teasing you, but actually it's because my heart was beating so fast when I saw you that I almost couldn't breathe. Lin Mo hugged Sun Manlin into his arms, his eyes bright and he smiled uninhibitedly. Hate it. Where did you learn these corny love words? Sun Manlin reached out and gently hit Lin Mo and said. Then may I ask if my cheesy love talk has attracted you? Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and smiled. What if I say no? Sun Manlin raised her head and smiled gently. Collect 600 favorability points from Sun Manlin to the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 60,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank. No, if you continue to say no, I won't say anything anymore.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with a smile on his face.
Oh. That won't do. Sun Manlin glared at Lin Mo and said. Didn't someone say he didn't want to hear it? Lin Mo smiled. Even if you don't like to hear it, you have to tell me more often.
Sun Manlin said with a little pride.
Okay, let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious first, and then I'll go to the movies with you.
Lin Mo then motioned for the other party to get in the car.
Okay, so what are we going to eat?
Sun Manlin said while looking at Lin Mo's arm.
How about taking you to eat hot pot?
Lin Mo remembered that the other party's character card detailed that they liked barbecue and hot pot, so he said.
Well, today is such a happy day.
Sun Manlin said. After the two got in the car, Lin Mo stepped on the accelerator and took Sun Manlin to the nearest shopping mall to her home, and walked into an old hot pot restaurant in Chengdu that had good ratings. The two of them happily and affectionately fed each other after eating. The handsome man and beautiful woman showed their affection in public, which made the employees and other customers in the store envious.
Sun Manlin even pulled Lin Mo hard and took photos of them kissing each other.
As expected, no matter whether it is a goddess or an ordinary girl, as long as a woman likes you and takes the initiative, there will be no chance for boys.
My dear, I will save all the photos of the two of us together. They will be so warm and romantic when I look at them again. Sun Manlin suddenly looked at Lin Mo with affectionate and serious eyes and said.
Okay, baby, you've got a really good idea.
After all, every moment we've been together can never be repeated.
Lin Mo touched Sun Manlin's head and said with a smile. You'd say, why don't we post the photo we just took together on WeChat Moments, and let both of us follow the trend and make it official? Sun Manlin said this excitedly and looked at Lin Mo expectantly. Baby, although I love you very much, posting on WeChat Moments is too old-fashioned. Besides, people now say that showing off your affection will lead to death sooner. It is more realistic for us to live a happy and ordinary life every day.
What do you think?
Lin Mo reacted quickly and looked at Sun Manlin and said seriously.
Posting to Moments publicly? What a joke. As a reserve sea king, swearing that I can post to Moments is absolutely not acceptable.
Lin Mo thought to himself.
What?
I guess you don't dare to disclose our relationship to your friends.
Is it because there are so many pretty girls on Green Bubble that you don't dare to post it? Sun Manlin glanced at Lin Mo and asked angrily. How could that be, baby?
I swear if I have other girls or someone else in my heart, curse me to be struck by lightning when I go out on a rainy day. Lin Mo immediately stretched out a hand and looked at Sun Manlin, his eyes serious and his tone sincere, and he spoke with full acting skills.
Humph, that sounds nice. I don't believe it. But what you said just now makes sense.
We have just been together and it is not appropriate for us to be too high profile.
I will let you go for now. Sun Manlin glanced at Lin Mo and said in a light tone.
Hearing the other party say this, Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, what a close call.
It turns out that women's intuition is very accurate.
After eating hot pot, they went to the cinema hand in hand. When Lin Mo opened his phone and was about to use Alipay to buy the ticket, he found that it was the movie rating interface of Song Detective 1900. Fortunately, he was quick to exit and buy the movie ticket again with the green bubble. After the movie started, the two entered the theater and their seats were still in the last row as usual.
Why did you buy a seat in the last row? There are many seats in front. Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and asked. Baby, please be quiet in the last row so that we can concentrate on watching the movie.
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and grinned.
No one would believe you. Do you want to watch a movie quietly? I think you want to do something bad. Everyone knows what Sima Zhao is thinking.
Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo with a slightly angry look on her face, then sat down in the middle of the last row.
My dear wife, you are wronged. We are already an old married couple. How can I do anything bad to you? What do you think?
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he casually lifted up the railing between the two seats, then pulled Sun Manlin over and leaned her against his shoulder.
What do you think?
Sun Manlin rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said.
I don't know anything. The movie has started. Let's watch it seriously. Lin Mo pretended to be dumb and said. Humph. You just act dumb.
But this movie seems pretty good.
I'm already looking forward to it from the beginning.
Sun Manlin said while looking at the movie screen.
Baby, are you just looking forward to watching the movie, not the person watching the movie with you?
Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin with ambiguous and uninhibited eyes and said,
"You're the only one who talks too much. If I wasn't looking forward to it, why would I ask you to accompany me?" Sun Manlin gently hit Lin Mo's arm and said,
"You are beautiful and you are right." Lin Mo simply praised the other person and then turned his head towards the movie screen with a bit of boredom. He had just watched the movie roughly once and now found it really boring. But real masters will act in front of girls as if they are watching the movie for the first time and really like it. This is the basic skill. So after pretending to watch it carefully for 10 minutes, Lin Mo turned around and looked at Sun Manlin and said, "Baby, this movie is quite patriotic. It's not easy for Songren Street to develop in the United States, but Shanzi is still the funny one. Yes, it's great. It's a crime-solving and hilarious film, and it also deepens the theme of patriotism. The director is really talented." Sun Manlin also turned around and looked at Lin Mo with great appreciation and happiness. "Baby, it seems like we are thinking alike. Is this the legendary like-minded couple, husband and wife follow suit?" After Lin Mo finished speaking, he smiled and gently kissed Sun Manlin on the forehead. "Hate it, there are so many people in the cinema. Who else is following your lead? Shame on you." Sun Manlin said this with anger on her face, but her eyes were filled with happiness and joy. Collect 900 favorability points from Sun Manlin to the host. 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 90,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank. Is this the extra reward for dating multiple goddess-level girls on the honeymoon love mission? Brother Tongzi, you are worthy of it. Seeing the gold coin explosion notification coming from the system screen, Lin Mo secretly rejoiced in his heart. Chapter 40 Pain and Happiness. After the two of them flirted with each other, Sun Manlin took the initiative to get into Lin Mo's arms. As for the rest of the plot in the movie, he really couldn't concentrate on it, so he simply hugged her and took a nap. Before the movie ended, Lin Mo cleverly woke up early. "Baby, today's movie is so good, and I am so happy to be with you. You see, time has passed so quickly that I can't even feel the passage of time." Lin Mo looked at Sun Manlin and said with full emotional value, "Don't give me that. Do you think you're trying to appease a 3-year-old kid?" Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo and said coquettishly. At this time, Lin Mo silently glanced at the time. It was not yet 6 o'clock. It was almost time. He had to go back to school at 7:30 to pick up Chen Zilin. Didn't he run most of Jiangcheng in this day? He was just like a celebrity on a rush. It can be said that he was in pain and happy at the same time. "Baby, I have an online class tonight and it's getting late. Let me take you home first." Lin Mo sighed and looked at Sun Manlin and spoke. "Ah, so soon? You seem to be in a hurry? What time does your online course for the postgraduate entrance examination start?" Sun Manlin looked at Lin Mo as if she had sensitively captured something. "It's okay, it doesn't start until 7:30, we'll still make it, let's go, I'll take you home." Lin Mo took Sun Manlin's hand and his expression returned to calm. "Well, you're so nice." After Sun Manlin said this, she took the initiative to come over and kiss Lin Mo on the cheek. "Fool, what nonsense are you talking about?" After Lin Mo finished speaking, he took Sun Manlin to the underground parking lot. He first drove her home and the two of them spent a few moments together downstairs. Then he hurried to Jiangcheng University. When he arrived downstairs of Chen Zilin's dormitory, it was around 7:20. The timing was pretty good. After all, as a boy, it was better to arrive a little earlier. "Baby, I'm at the bottom of your dormitory, come down." Lin Mo sent a message to Chen Zilin. "Okay, got it. Brother Lin Mo, I'll be right down. Wait for me for 3 minutes, no, 2 minutes." Sure enough, 2 minutes later Lin Mo saw Chen Zilin, who was wearing a JK uniform and exquisite makeup and was glowing with beauty, jogging in front of him. "It's almost 7:30. Are you hungry?" Lin Mo reached out and touched the hair of his school beauty wife Chen Zilin, then gently held her in his arms and said lovingly, "Yeah, it's okay. Brother Lin Mo, have you changed your car again? This car seems to be a Ferrari SF90, right?" Before getting in the car, Chen Zilin glanced at the car that Lin Mo had just driven and asked, "You mean it? These 2 cars belong to my friend. He has many cars, so he just lent them to me temporarily." Lin Mo explained casually. "Is that so? This car is nice, but it's too expensive. I think the Maserati you drove before is pretty good."
Chen Zilin said briskly, paused, and continued, but even if you don't have any car, you are still my brother Lin Mo. I love you as a person, and everything else doesn't matter. This girl really has high emotional intelligence. Even a reserve sea king like him can feel that her emotional value has been maximized. It is such a treasure to have such a smart, emotionally intelligent, sweet, simple, and beautiful wife. Lin Mo thought secretly in his heart. Since my baby is so well behaved and sweet talking today, I must take you to a big meal. Didn't you say you wanted to eat Japanese food? Let's go, get in the car. Great, great. Chen Zilin shouted excitedly. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he opened the car door and let Chen Zilin get in. After the two of them were seated, he stepped on the accelerator and the Ferrari SF90 rushed out like lightning. Collected 800 favorability points from Chen Zilin towards the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 80,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank. About half an hour later. Lin Mo took Chen Zilin to the Japanese restaurant that the other party had mentioned to him before. Baby, today you just need to take the order, I will pay the bill. Lin Mo sat next to Chen Zilin and put his arm around her waist and said, Got it, thank you brother Lin Mo. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and smiled sweetly. Silly, what's the point of talking about thank you between lovers? Have you forgotten that I'm your boyfriend? These are the basic things a boyfriend should do, okay? Lin Mo gently pinched Chen Zilin's delicate face and said, Okay, I'll order all the delicious food in the store. Chen Zilin said happily. Yeah, if you like it, we can come here often in the future. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with tenderness and doting on his face. Really? You're so nice. Chen Zilin smiled. Of course it's true. Lin Mo chuckled. After placing the order and waiting for a while, the dishes finally arrived. Soon, the two finished this happy dinner in a happy and sweet atmosphere. It was already 9 o'clock when the two walked out of the restaurant after dinner, so Lin Mo bought tickets for the 9:20 flight. The seat was still in the middle of the last row, but this time he didn't buy popcorn and Coke because they were both really full. The movie was about to start, and then Lin Mo took Chen Zilin into the theater. After the two of them sat down, Lin Mo naturally pulled up the railing in the middle of the seat again, allowing Chen Zilin to lean on his shoulder to watch the movie. After a while, the movie started on time. Since this is the third time Lin Mo has watched Song Detective 1900, although he is numb to the movie in his heart, he still has to pretend that he is watching it for the first time. Baby, I heard that Chow Yun Fat is joining this movie, it should be even better. Lin Mo took the initiative to start the conversation while watching a movie. Yes, and Xiangzi is already very talented and funny in this series of movies. I really like watching comedies. Chen Zilin thought about it and said very seriously. Then I am different? Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and deliberately kept her in suspense. Brother Lin Mo, what's different about you? Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and asked softly. I really like watching comedy movies with you. If you weren't here, the comedy movie would lose its luster by at least 99.99%. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin and spoke in a bright and affectionate voice. Ah, what does this have to do with me, brother Lin Mo, stop exaggerating. Although Chen Zilin said this, her eyes were still filled with joy, and her heart was already beaming with joy. Collect 1000 favorability points from Chen Zilin towards the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank. Lin Mo looked at the system screen and revealed a satisfied smile. Women, after all, need to be coaxed. Chapter 41 King Meets King. It was already 11:20 when the two came out of the movie, and the school dormitory door was closed. Brother Lin Mo, the school dormitory is closed. I forgot to remind you that the school dormitory closes at 10:30. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and said with a slightly worried look. It's closed, so you can stay at my place. I recently rented a villa in Xiangshan Yuehu. There are many rooms in it. You can stay wherever you want. Lin Mo touched Chen Zilin's hair lovingly and said. Ah, going to your house, wouldn't that be a bad idea? Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and said with a pout. What? What are you thinking about, little girl? I'm your boyfriend, what's wrong with you staying at my house? Lin Mo reached out and pinched Chen Zilin's little face as he spoke. Okay, then brother Lin Mo, we have a deal. You are not allowed to come to my room and bully me in the middle of the night. After saying that, Chun Zilin looked at Lin Mo viciously and said, "What are you thinking about? Boys should protect themselves now. I'm afraid you'll get up in the middle of the night and run into my room to molest me."
Lin Mo looked at Chun Zilin tenderly and dotingly, deliberately trying to make her happy.
"TSK, who wants to molest you?" Chen Zilin glanced at Lin Mo and said coquettishly, "I'm just giving you a shot of prevention. After all, I'm a pure and innocent boy."
Lin Mo looked at Chun Zilin and said shamelessly,
"Cheeky." Chen Zilin smiled like an angel and looked at Lin Mo and said, Okay, let's go home. It's getting late. It's time to go home and sleep." Lin Mo said this and took Chen Zilin's hand and walked towards the parking lot. "Ah, are we really going back to your house? I'd be embarrassed." Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo with a red face and said shyly, "Why are you so shy? An ugly daughter-in-law still has to meet her parents-in-law. What's wrong with going home together as an old couple? Besides, we don't sleep in the same room. Are you afraid that I will eat you?"
Lin Mo looked at Chun Zilin and said with a bright and clear smile,
"Hate it, who calls you and I an old married couple? We haven't been together for long. Besides, I've never been in a relationship before. Who is like you who has dated a senior before? Humph."
Chen Zilin frowned slightly and said with a hint of anger on her beautiful face,
"What? Is my baby jealous?"
Lin Mo looked at Chun Zilin and smiled.
"Humph, I won't tell you anymore."
After Chen Zilin finished speaking, she turned away, but held his hand even tighter. Lin Mo smiled secretly in his heart and opened the car door for Chen Zilin, letting her sit in the passenger seat. He even leaned over and gently fastened her seatbelt.
Then Lin Mo drove his Ferrari SF90 back to his villa in Xiangshan Yuevu. "I don't have a tiger at home, why do you look so scared?"
After going upstairs, Lin Mo saw that Chun Zilin had a timid look in her eyes, so he deliberately joked with her.
"Brother Lin Mo, I'm a little nervous. This is my first time staying at a boy's house."
"Although you are my boyfriend, but..." Chen Zilin held Lin Mo's arm, her curved eyelashes trembling slightly, and spoke in a gentle and timid voice.
"Okay, but you, go in. Haven't I made you feel safe enough?"
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he opened his broad arms and gently embraced Chen Zilin, then led her into the villa.
"Wow, this place is so big, luxurious, and grand. I wish I could have a home like this in the future. I can also have my own personal dressing room where I can hang lots of my pretty dresses."
Chen Zilin said this with the look of a little girl, full of anticipation and longing.
"Baby, if you want, this place can become your home. I can buy it in the future, and then we can have children here. How about giving birth to a football team?" Lin Mo looked at Chun Zilin with a doting and bright look and said, "Brother Lin Mo, you are thinking too far. Who wants to give birth to a football team with you? I am not a sow." "Humph." Chen Zilin glared at Lin Mo and said, "That's because I love you so much.
Every child is the fruit of our love, so of course the more the better." Lin Mo looked at Chun Zilin and said in a loving and doting voice,
"Why do I find that brother Lin Mo, you are getting better and better at saying sweet words?" Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and suddenly seemed to have thought of something and asked, "No way, these are all words from my heart." Lin Mo looked at Chun Zilin and said with an uninhibited yet gentle smile, "Collect 600 favorability points from Chen Zilin towards the host, 100 times return is now enabled. Ding, 60,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank." "TSK, I don't believe it." Chen Zilin said coquettishly. "Then there's nothing I can do. It seems I can only spend the rest of my life slowly making you believe it. By the way, baby, do you want to watch some variety shows?" Lin Mo looked at Chun Zilin and said, "Okay, then hold me and we'll watch it together." Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and said timidly.
After the two of them watched variety shows together for a while, Lin Mo let Chen Zilin go wash up first. He considerately prepared a shower cap, bath towel, and towel for her and repeatedly assured her that he would not peek before she went to the room to take a shower. When going to bed at night, Lin Mo did not lock the door and secretly climbed onto Chen Zilin's bed. "Brother Lin Mo, don't move, just hold me in your arms." In the darkness, Chen Zilin spoke to Lin Mo in a sweet voice. "It seems that this little girl deliberately left the door open and waited for him to come to her, right? But she was afraid that the relationship would develop too fast, so she didn't let him take any further action?"
Okay, then I'll hold you while you sleep. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he hugged Chen Zilin's warm body into his arms. After they whispered a few words, they fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, they woke up to bright sunshine. After making breakfast together in the kitchen, they ate it while watching TV, feeling as tacit and comfortable as a couple on their honeymoon. Eat quickly, and I'll take you back to school after you're done. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he picked up a piece of beef and fed it into Chen Zilin's mouth. Okay, then can you walk around the school with me today? Chen Zilin thought for a moment and said. Okay, today's weather is great, perfect for spending time on the grass and the playground, basking in the sun and listening to music. It's the best thing in the world as long as you're by my side. Lin Mo looked at Chen Zilin with sincere and emotional eyes and spoke sweet words to her. Really? Then you have to stay with me all the way down there. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo and said with a beautiful smile. Of course. Lin Mo said softly. After the two finished breakfast, Lin Mo drove Chen Zilin back to school. After having lunch in the school cafeteria at noon, the two spent the lazy afternoon on the school's big exercise track. On the way to send Chen Zilin back to the dormitory, Lin Mo suddenly saw Zhao Xiaolu, the counselor of Jiangda University, jogging towards him with brisk steps. The other party must have seen him with a girl in advance, so he ran over in a hurry. The incident happened so suddenly that Lin Mo had no way to avoid it and could only face this sure field. At the same time, his brain began to work rapidly to think of a way to crack it. Chapter 42 Counselor and Cousin, complete the honeymoon love mission and get rich rewards. Seeing that Zhao Xiaolu was about to arrive, Lin Mo quickly took out his cell phone and sent her a message. My cousin is next to me. My aunt asked me to help watch her when I'm free. Why are you here? My cousin is a bit of a chatterbox. In order to stop her from talking nonsense, baby, just say that you are my counselor. Don't reveal any flaws. Lin Mo quickly typed the message on his phone and sent it to Zhao Xiaolu. Then he signaled her with his eyes from a distance of several steps to look at his phone. Finally, he immediately turned around and whispered in Chen Zilin's ear, the girl running towards me is our class counselor. She is only 2 years older than the students in our class, so she usually has a good relationship with all of us. You just need to say hello to her later. Okay, I understand, brother Lin Mo. Chen Zilin looked at Lin Mo with a little surprise, then nodded and said. Teacher Zhao, why are you here? I was planning to talk to you about my internship report later. After Zhao Xiaolu came to stop in front of Lin Mo and Chen Zilin, Lin Mo looked at her warmly and brightly, then gave him a look and said. Then, before Zhao Xiaolu and Chen Zilin could react or speak, Lin Mo took the initiative to introduce the two to each other. This beautiful lady is our class counselor, Ms. Zhao Xiaolu. This is my cousin Chen Zilin. I came here this afternoon just to walk around the playground with her and discuss something. Sure enough, after Lin Mo's recent actions, the two of them gradually believed Lin Mo's lies. So she's Lin Mo's cousin. No wonder she's so pretty. Zhao Xiaolu smiled at Chen Zilin and praised her. Teacher Zhao, you are a real beauty. Your figure, temperament and appearance are almost as good as those of a star. There should be a lot of male teachers chasing after you in our school, right? Chen Zilin smiled sweetly and gradually changed the topic. No way. Nowadays, no matter how old boys are, they all like beautiful and youthful female college students like you. They don't like old ladies like me. Lin Mo, you have to keep an eye on your sister. Don't let someone kidnap her. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Chen Zilin and then turned to Lin Mo and gave him instructions with a chuckle. Teacher Zhao, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary girl. Chen Zilin said slightly shyly. Seeing that the two of them seemed to have started chatting, Lin Mo knew that if they continued chatting, there would be no end to it and they would definitely be exposed, so he quickly interrupted them and said, Zilin, don't you have something else to do in the dormitory? Go up first. Brother Lin Mo, Teacher Zhao, I'm going back to the dormitory first. When Chen Zilin heard Lin Mo say this, she took the initiative to say goodbye to the two of them. After Chen Zilin disappeared, Zhao Xiaolu took Lin Mo's arm and looked at him with a smile and said, I didn't expect that you have such a beautiful cousin, my husband. Her appearance and temperament are definitely the level of our school belle. It's okay. Girls change a lot when they grow up. She wasn't this pretty when she was a child. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and explained seriously and calmly. Is she really your cousin? You're not secretly finding a girlfriend behind my back, are you? Zhao Xiaolu's eyes suddenly changed and she looked at Lin Mo and said. How could that be? Baby, you're overthinking. Didn't you just hear her calling me brother? I only have you in my heart, silly boy, don't overthink it. Are you so sensitive because you love me too much? Don't be so attached to me.
Lin Mo reached out and touched Zhao Xiaolu's hair and then teased her.
Narcissist. Who can't live without you? You love me too much. I just have a little bit of affection for you, my brother. You overestimate your own charm.
Zhao Xiaolu rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said.
Okay, I'm just being narcissistic, okay? Baby, do you have anything else to do later? How about your husband take you shopping?
Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said.
Yes, why is my husband planning to take me shopping and buy me clothes? Zhao Xiaolu shook Lin Mo's arm and instantly became happy. Yes, I'll buy you some really nice clothes so you can wear them every day for me to see, okay?
Lin Mo said with a wicked smile in his eyes.
Why do I feel like you're a little abnormal today, husband? Have you done anything to offend me? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo and continued to speak suspiciously. Is it wrong for me to be nice to you?
Lin Mo pinched Zhao Xiaolu's face and pretended to be angry.
Of course not, honey, I was wrong, let's go. Zhao Xiaolu took the initiative to kiss Lin Mo on the face and said.
Okay, then when we get to the mall and I buy you some clothes, you must not be angry, and you must wear them for me to see when we get back.
Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu with bright eyes and said. Okay, I'm just wearing it for you to see. I'll wear whatever you buy for me, honey.
After Zhao Xiaolu finished speaking, she sat in Lin Mo's Ferrari SF90 with a happy look on her face. 40 minutes later, Lin Mo brought Zhao Xiaolu to the door of a lingerie store in the mall.
Lin Mo. Is this the clothes you said you would bring me here to buy? So it's sexy lingerie, right? Zhao Xiaolu looked at Lin Mo speechlessly and said a little angrily.
Baby, underwear is also clothing, and it's close-fitting clothing, which is enough to prove my care and consideration for you.
You just promised me that you would wear it to show me tonight. Don't be shameless.
Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said with a chuckle.
You rascal. What kind of nice guy brings his girlfriend here to buy clothes to buy underwear?
Zhao Xiaolu rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said.
That just means I don't follow the beaten path. Let's go in and pick something. Now that we're here.
Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaolu's shameless giggle and then took her hand and walked into the lingerie store.
Honey, this set is too revealing. How come I didn't realize you have this fetish before? Humph.
Zhao Xiaolu said with her hands on her hips, looking at Lin Mo angrily.
No way, don't think the wrong thing about me. I'm just worried that you'll be too hot in the summer and won't be able to sleep if you wear too many clothes at night. I didn't buy it for myself.
Lin Mo lied with his eyes open.
Humph, I don't believe it.
Zhao Xiaolu reached out and pinched Lin Mo's waist hard and said. About half an hour later, Lin Mo walked out of the lingerie store with a smile on his face, carrying a bag containing 4 or 5 sets of sexy lingerie. The next day, he did the same thing again and brought Sun Manlin to the lingerie store. He picked out 6 sets of sexy underwear of different styles, and then left with a swagger in the clerk's contemptuous look. In this way, Lin Mo spent the rest of his time accompanying the 3 girls in turn, either eating, shopping, or watching movies. He was either accompanying them shopping or eating, or on the way to accompany them shopping or eating. Occasionally I would take them to scenic spots and amusement parks, and the 2 weeks passed quickly. The honeymoon love mission has been completed. The host and the goddess Dr. Sun Manlin have successfully maintained a honeymoon love period of more than 2 weeks, and received a special mission reward of 1 million mission bonus in physical fitness plus 100. The honeymoon love mission has been completed. The host and the beautiful counselor Zhao Xiaolu have successfully maintained a honeymoon love period of more than 2 weeks, and received a special mission reward of 1 million mission bonus in business talent plus 200. The honeymoon love mission has been completed. The host and the school beauty Chen Zilin have successfully maintained a honeymoon love period of more than 2 weeks, and received a special mission reward. The reward is 1 million mission bonus and endurance plus 200. Durability plus 200? Then he has to do it n times a night? The 3 million reward was obtained so easily? Love it. This is a real harvest. Lin Mo looked at the prompt on the system panel and exulted in his heart. Chapter 43, Chatting Up the Beautiful and Cool Female CEO. Having perfectly ended the Love Shura field and received generous rewards from the system, Lin Mo happily slept until noon the next day. After getting up, he simply washed up, changed into a handsome blue casual suit, and drove to the nearby Chenka Commercial Plaza. He was already extremely hungry, so he just found a random store in the mall, had a quick bite to eat, and then started strolling around leisurely. Lin Mo, who was originally planning to pick out another watch for himself, was suddenly attracted by a girl wearing a white casual suit, with a graceful figure, elegant and noble temperament, and even a little cold, when he passed by the door of a clothing store.
Ding! The beauty Ding Shuyao with a charm value of SS level goddess has appeared.
The main task has been opened. You can get special task rewards if you succeed in the attack. Love acceleration task tips. Please approach Ding Shuyaoqing as a part-time shop assistant to make her remember you deeply, and agree to date you in the subsequent conversation, and complete the intimate behavior of taking photos together during the date. If you succeed, you will directly receive a doubled favorability reward and a random mission treasure chest. If you fail, you may be put on the other party's life blacklist. Host, please choose to accept or reject the system task. Good, the system is worthy of being called Lao Dang. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he silently clicked to accept the task.
Randomly, Lin Mo clicked on Ding Shuyao's character card information. Name, Ding Shuyao. Age, 27. Place of origin, Jiangchang Renren. Identity, founder and president of Jiangcheng Chain Medical Beauty Institution.
Family background, father is a civil servant and mother is a housewife.
Number of romances, 0.
Hobbies, I love Japanese and Thai food, I like traveling, I especially like boys who are humorous and love sports photography.
Personality, cold on the outside, weak and kind on the inside.
Charm value evaluation, appearance 96 points, figure 93 points, temperament 95 points, final evaluation SS level goddess.
Current favorability value towards the host, 0.
This Ding Shuyao is definitely a gorgeous and cold female president.
Moreover, she is a self-made first-generation entrepreneur, rich and beautiful. What kind of luck do I have? The system asked me to chat with the other party as a part-time clerk? Is this a trick?
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he strode up to Ding Shuyao, who was staring at a white women's windbreaker in the store, and said with a bright and clear smile, "Beautiful lady, if you like it, you can try it.
This is a new model this year. Are you a clerk here?"
Seeing that the other party was not wearing an employee uniform, Ding Shuyao asked with a hint of surprise on her beautiful face.
"I'm working part-time here, pretty girl, do you want me to help you take your bag?
You can go to the dressing room inside to try on some clothes." Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and spoke again in the tone of a shop assistant.
"Okay, thank you then." After Ding Shuyao finished speaking, she handed the LV bag in her hand to Lin Mo, then picked up the white windbreaker and walked into the fitting room.
About 5 minutes later, Ding Shuyao, wearing a cool windbreaker, walked out like a model.
"Not bad, it looks good, I'll take it." "Thank you for your service, young man."
Ding Shuyao glanced at Lin Mo, who was 1.82 meters tall and looked handsome and sunny, and said lightly,
"I'm very happy to get your affirmation, just pay the bill and go over there."
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he pointed out the location of the cashier counter to the other party in a very professional and detailed manner. The two came to the cashier's counter one after the other. After paying the bill, Ding Shuyao glanced at Lin Mo and said to the cashier manager, "Your clerks have a great service attitude."
"He's not our clerk."
The store manager glanced at Lin Mo and said calmly,
"Ah. If you're not a clerk, why did you help me recommend clothes and carry my bag just now?"
Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo with disbelief on her cold and beautiful face and asked,
"Who says that if I'm not a shop assistant, I can't help you recommend clothes and carry bags?"
"If you are satisfied with my service, you can buy me a cup of coffee and we can be friends or go on a date."
"Dating? Brother, you must be a post-dots, right? Are the ways post-dots used to flirt with girls so creative nowadays?"
After reacting, Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo with an interested look on her stunning face.
"If I say I have no tricks towards my sister and I am sincere, would you believe me?"
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and saw a bright and ambiguous smile on her face.
"Should I believe it? I'm leaving now. Do you want to come with me?"
Ding Shuyao said this and looked at Lin Mo with a slight smile.
"Sure, where are we going?"
Lin Mo smiled and said,
"Didn't you just ask me to buy you coffee? Then let's go. Just take it as a thank you for your service and for carrying my bag. Or I can treat you to a meal."
The coldness in Ding Shuyao's eyes melted a lot as she looked at Lin Mo.
"Okay, it's all right. I'll just follow you. Can I go on a date with you today?"
Lin Mo said with a bright smile as he looked at the beautiful female CEO with exquisite makeup, cool and powerful aura.
If you can make me happy like this all the time, that's fine.
Ding Shuyao turned around and looked at Lin Mo and smiled. Of course, maybe besides being happy, there are other feelings, such as being moved and liking someone. Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao with eyes full of ambiguity and aggression and said, "Well, you have a good appearance, height, figure and age, and you are a qualified little wolf dog. Unfortunately, I don't have any plans to fall in love for the time being."
Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and said calmly, "What if I, a little wolf dog, accidentally let my sister fall in love with it?"
Lin Mo looked straight at the other person as he spoke, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer, almost touching.
"Then sister, I can only consider that you are capable of playing chess better than me. I can only raise my hand and admit defeat and become your girlfriend."
Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo with a charming and enchanting light in her eyes.
Collected 100 points of Ding Shuyao's favorability towards the host. "Woman, it seems the day is not far away for me."
Lin Mo looked at the system light screen prompt and said secretly in his heart,
"Sis, you are so generous. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes."
Lin Mo said as he looked at Ding Shuyao's particularly sexy appearance at the moment.
"Why, are you still going to play the same trick with me, where you can't change your mind for 100 years?
Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and said with a slight smile in her eyes,
"That's not necessary. I believe you,"
Lin Mo said in a gentle but firm tone. The two of them soon came to a coffee shop and sat down, and Lin Mo deliberately ordered a cup of coffee with a different taste from the other person's. Because these 2 cups of coffee are also very important props for the next date between the two people, and will also play a very important role.
Chapter 44: The Right Way to Seduce a Beautiful CEO. "Why are you shopping for clothes alone?"
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and said in a faint voice.
"Why, does the law stipulate that girls can't go shopping alone?"
Ding Shuyao said to Lin Mo in a cold voice.
"How could that be? Actually, I wanted to ask you, why isn't your boyfriend with you? Are you single like me?"
Lin Mo picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip and said,
"What do you think? If I had a boyfriend, would I still sit here and drink coffee with you?"
Ding Shuyao rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said indifferently,
"Maybe this is our destiny." Lin Mo grinned.
"Perhaps." Ding Shuyao took a sip of the coffee in front of her and said,
"I wonder if I've ever told you that you look particularly queenly and cool in this white casual suit, and even a little charming?"
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao with bright eyes and smiled. "No, you're the first one. But, brother, I have to warn you, I have no plans to fall in love for the time being. I'm usually very busy with work."
Ding Shuyao glanced at Lin Mo and said seriously, "It's good to be busy with work. I just like to work with an ambitious sister to improve and grow. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to pursue you." Lin Mo continued to argue with Ding Shuyao.
"In my life and world, work and career always come first, family and best friends come second, and as for men, it seems like they have never entered my world," Ding Shuyao said with a look of reminiscence in her eyes.
"So, sister, you have never been in love before, and you are still a novice in love."
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and smiled slightly, teasing her intentionally.
"What's wrong with never having been in love?
Love is nothing but a useless thing that wastes time, energy and money, and in the end it makes people feel sad and hurt. If that's the case, then why should I, sister, fall in love?" Ding Shuyao said with a serious but rational expression.
"Look, I was just teasing you, but you're giving me a serious lecture. No wonder no one likes you. You'll scare all the boys away, sister."
Lin Mo smiled with bright eyes.
"Why do you seem to know so much? You look a few years younger than me, right? Could it be that you are a playboy or a sea king?"
After Ding Shuyao finished speaking, she looked at Lin Mo with interest and asked,
"Forget about the prodigal son and the sea king, can't I have been in love once or twice?"
Lin Mo said with a bright smile. "Of course, but why did you pretend to be a clerk in the clothing store and help me carry my bag just now?" Ding Shuyao narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Mo and asked,
"Didn't I just tell you? I just want to get to know you and chat with you and make a date. I just think you look pretty good."
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao, who was talking nonsense seriously.
"I don't believe it. Brother, you are not attracted to all pretty girls and want to chat with them and make a date with them, right?"
Ding Shuyao watched Lin Mo continue to torture him. The elder sister is worthy of being the elder sister. Although she has never been in a relationship, she is still very sharp.
She can just come up and use a big move. Lin Mo thought secretly in his heart. How is that possible? Am I such a casual person in your eyes? I just went to help you and even carried your bag for a long time. How could you think of me like this? I am so sad.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he pretended to look at Ding Shuyao with a very sad and frustrated expression.
Stop it. You're just pretending. Shouldn't I thank you and treat you as a good brother and friend from now on?
Ding Shuyao's cold face showed a smile as if the ice and snow were melting in winter, and she looked at Lin Mo and said, "If you really think so, I'd be happy to help you. After all, you don't look like a bad person." Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao with bright eyes and said, "TSK, sister, I was worried that you were a bad person and were planning something bad to me." Ding Shuyao said with a slight pout, "My cup of coffee is so bitter, how is yours?" Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and asked naturally, as if he was just chatting about family matters.
"Mine is okay, a little sweet, I just added sugar."
Ding Shuyao said lightly.
"Then can I try this of yours?"
Lin Mo stared at Ding Shuyao's curved eyelashes and beautiful face and chuckled.
"Ah, what do you want to do?" Ding Shuyao didn't react for a moment and asked a little confused. "Don't let your imagination run wild."
"Waiter, give me a cup exactly like this with some sugar." Lin Mo called the waiter and said loudly.
"So this is what you meant by tasting me. I thought you wanted to drink the cup you've already had."
Ding Shuyao said with a slight blush on her face.
"Otherwise, you are being sentimental again."
Lin Mo looked at the other person and smiled. When Lin Mo saw the other party's reluctant but slightly shy look, he knew that this absolutely beautiful and cold beauty in front of him did not hate him and even liked him a little, but she was just very reserved, passive and stubborn.
"You are the one who is being sentimental. Who told you to speak so ambiguously just now?"
Ding Shuyao, who looked cold, noble, and powerful from a distance, stomped her feet lightly and said angrily like a little girl,
"Yes, this new cup is for you.
I'll drink yours.
I won't mind if you drank it just now. After all, it's shameful to waste it."
Lin Mo was very shameless in confusing right and wrong. Then he took the coffee that the other person had drunk and said,
"That's amazing, brother. Tell me, how many girls have you used this trick on?"
"You've flirted with other girls, right?"
"You're so good at flirting, and you still say you're not a scumbag?"
Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and suddenly reacted and asked Lin Mo a series of questions.
"No.
Sis, what's the trick? I just ordered you a new cup of coffee that's exactly the same." Lin Mo continued to play dumb with a thick face while picking up the cup of coffee that Ding Shuyao had just drunk and took a big gulp and said,
"Then why don't you drink the one you just ordered? Why do you have to drink mine?"
Ding Shuyao rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said, "I saw that you were almost done drinking it, so I was afraid that you might not have enough, so I gave you that new big cup of coffee."
"Don't blame me."
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and spoke very reasonably.
"Rogue. Rogue."
Ding Shuyao gently punched Lin Mo in the chest and said coquettishly, "So when you are with a girl, you have to learn how to mobilize her emotions, and be bold and careful to interact and warm up the relationship. Only then can you quickly break through the friendship zone and quickly become ambiguous.
Love itself is a game for the brave."
Lin Mo thought about it and felt that he seemed to gradually understand some key points.
Chapter 45, Let me be the personal assistant of the beautiful CEO? Has anyone ever told you that you're actually quite photogenic? Lin Mo once again opened the topic by praising the other party.
"There are quite a lot of people there, but I don't usually like taking photos, so I take very few photos. I only take a few photos when I go out traveling occasionally." Ding Shuyao thought for a moment and said thoughtfully,
"So where is the most beautiful place you have ever been to?" Lin Mo continued to dig deeper into Ding Shuyao's favorite topic of travel. "It should be Semporna. People there live on the sea and make a living by fishing. Even their houses are built on the sea. The sea over there is really beautiful." Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo with a look of reminiscence in her eyes and said, "Is it really that magical and beautiful? Even I am moved and yearning for it by what you said. Do you have any photos?"
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and said with a pure smile,
"Yes, I'll find it for you."
After saying that, Ding Shuyao opened her mobile phone and started flipping through the photo album.
Then she took out many photos of beautiful seaside fishing villages and showed them to Lin Mo.
At this time, Lin Mo naturally sat down next to Ding Shuyao, and the faint and charming fragrance coming from her made him feel a little moved. The photo is beautiful, but even without the beautiful scenery, you alone are already a beautiful scenery. Why don't we take a photo together as a souvenir? After Lin Mo finished speaking, he did not wait for Ding Shuyao's consent or to speak, but directly took out his mobile phone and turned on the beauty camera. Because during a date between a man and a woman, when the atmosphere is right, as a boy you must learn to take the initiative to seize the opportunity to warm up the relationship, rather than just waiting. Because even if a woman likes you very much, she will not take the initiative to warm up the relationship, because it will make her seem too unreserved. Usually, a girl's initiative is to give a positive response to a boy's attack and escalation, otherwise, after a long time, you will be given a nice guy card. Ah. Okay, but you have to take a better picture of me. Ding Shuyao was slightly surprised by Lin Mo's behavior, but still said in a good mood. Don't worry, Bao Mei. Keep your head closer to me, or you'll be out of the picture. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he turned on the selfie mode and tried his best to find the most suitable angle and light for the two of them, and took several photos. Let me see if the photo is good. After Lin Mo took the photo, Ding Shuyao said with anticipation. Lin Mo then smiled mysteriously and handed the photo he had just taken on his phone to the other party. Oh my god, brother, you are really a hidden talent. The photos you take with your mobile phone are better than those taken by many photographers. Can I invite you to take photos for me next time we go out? Ding Shuyao said this with an excited expression, and looked at Lin Mo with a gleam in her eyes. Collected 160 favorability points from Ding Shuyao towards the host. The host approached Ding Shuyao as a part-time shop assistant and she had a deep memory of you. During the subsequent date, you took intimate photos together. The love acceleration mission has been completed. During the mission, the random critical hits from the 260 favorability points obtained will be doubled, and the doubled reward will be obtained. The current total favorability value is 520, and the 100-fold return is now enabled. Ding, 52,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last number 1615, China Everbright Bank. The host and the heroine Ding Shuyao have entered the stage of knowing each other from their acquaintance. In this stage, the heroine's affection for the host will become more and more obvious, and she will be more easily attracted to the host. Open the random task treasure box and gain basketball proficiency equivalent to the level of a professional CBA basketball player. Basketball mastery? Does that mean I'm a professional basketball player from now on? Lin Mo felt that suddenly a lot of experience and muscle memory about playing basketball appeared in his mind, and he became excited. After all, every man has had a basketball dream. If you praise me again, I'll be flattered. I usually have two ways of taking photos for people, one is free, and the other is paid. Which one would you like to choose? After a brief moment of excitement, Lin Mo came back to his senses and looked at Ding Shuyao with an ambiguous smile. Ah, then tell me how much you charge for taking photos? Ding Shuyao asked again. Although I know that you are a big boss and don't lack money, but don't you ask me how to let me take pictures for you for free? Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and said mysteriously. Then how can I ask you to take photos for me for free? Ding Shuyao said with a sweet smile on her beautiful face. Don't even think about it. It's impossible for you to get it for now. Lin Mo continued to tease Ding Shuyao. Why don't I have to think about it? Tell me. Ding Shuyao indeed asked. Because only if she becomes my girlfriend I will chase her around and take pictures for free for the rest of my life, but sister, forget it, there's no chance for us two. Lin Mo deliberately played hard to get and pushed the other person away first. What's the matter? How come I am so bad as a sister? Am I not worthy of a little brat like you? Ding Shuyao said with a bit of excitement as if she had fallen into the trap. Ha, sister, why are you so anxious? Didn't you say you didn't want to be in a relationship? Besides, you're not my type. A forced relationship won't be sweet. Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and chuckled. Is it not okay for me to change my mind now? Besides, who will chase who in the future? Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and said as a beautiful and confident smile appeared on his face. In fact, the way you smile now is many times more charming than the aloof look you had when I first met you. Lin Mo suddenly looked at Ding Shuyao and changed the subject. Really? Maybe it's because of my job. I'm used to it. Otherwise, if you're too gentle, your employees will definitely listen to you and may even pretend to obey you but actually disobey you. Ding Shuyao glanced at Lin Mo with a powerful aura and said calmly. I didn't realize my sister is a female boss who runs a company. She's much more capable than me. Lin Mo smiled at Ding Shuyao. It's just a job, and there's no distinction between high and low. I started from scratch and experienced many failures and bankruptcy before I finally made it.
What do you do, brother? Ding Shuyao smiled charmingly and looked at Lin Mo and asked with interest. I am still a senior student at Jiangcheng University, and I am currently doing my internship.
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao sincerely and told the truth.
You're still a senior student and you're doing an internship? That's easy. How about you come to my company and be my personal assistant? I'll pay you. You can take photos for me then, right?
Ding Shuyao said very readily. Just when Lin Mo was about to tell the other party that he had made a lot of money by speculating in stocks and was not short of money for the time being, the system screen popped up again. Love acceleration task tips. Please go to the company of the heroine Ding Shuyao to work and become her personal assistant. In the next half month, take the opportunity of frequent contact at work to constantly test and tease her heart, thoroughly enter her heart, let her fall deeply in love with you, and take the initiative to confess. If you succeed, you will get a tenfold favorability bonus and a random mission treasure chest.
Host, please choose whether to accept the task.
Okay, let us play it this way, okay? Lin Mo complained while silently choosing to accept the task.
Chapter 46, Sweetly Feeding Each Other with the Beautiful Female CEO. Sure, I couldn't ask for more.
After all, it can solve work problems and work with a beautiful woman at the same time, so why not? Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and agreed readily.
Brother, did you agree so readily? Are you kidding me?
Ding Shuyao took another sip of coffee and looked at Lin Mo with a little surprise. Of course I am serious, but I would like to ask 2 more questions. Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and said softly.
What's the problem? Just ask.
Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and smiled brightly.
If I go to work for my sister's company, how much money are you going to pay me per month?
Lin Mo said with narrowed eyes.
How about I offer you 10,000 yuan a month?
The salary will increase in the future, and the work content is relatively simple and easy. In short, you will be responsible for arranging my schedule and work content, and occasionally helping me receive clients. Ding Shuyao said with a rare gentle look on her cold and beautiful face.
That seems good, but I still need to confirm with you if I want to be your personal assistant. Do I need to sacrifice my looks?
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao with an ambiguous and playful expression, deliberately emphasizing the word lust. In fact, he didn't care how much salary the other party could give him in a month. After all, with the system in hand, he would be the richest man in Jiangcheng sooner or later. Even if he just flirted with her, he could get a minimum of 10,000 yuan in favorability.
In short, the last thing Lin Mo lacks now is money.
The reason why he asked this was just to make the other party feel that he really wanted this job.
No, what on earth are you thinking about? Although you are indeed tall, handsome, and interesting, I am not so morally corrupt as to be so corrupt, am I?
Besides, I still don't like you. Ding Shuyao was confused by Lin Mo's words and looked at him with a little anger.
That's good. Is your self-control so strong? I hope you can keep it up and don't take advantage of me in the company.
I won't be able to resist because you are the boss who pays me. Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao with an unruly and ambiguous smile on her face and said.
Brother, you think too much.
I don't like men younger than me, and you are too young. Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo with sharp and indifferent eyes and then stretched out a finger to hook Lin Mo's chin, giving the impression of a domineering female president.
Really? You'll know whether you're young or strong later. I'm a little hungry. Didn't you say you could treat me to a big meal? How about we go have a barbecue?
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and said calmly.
Sure, then let's celebrate your official joining of our company. How about you start working officially tomorrow?
Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and smiled. Okay, since you, my future boss, have asked for my permission, there is no reason for me, a small assistant, to refuse. Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and smiled.
If you tease me again, I'll hit you, believe it or not? Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and said with a slight anger.
Okay, let's stop talking and go get something to eat. After we finish eating, I'll treat my sister to a movie and a sing-along.
Lin Mo said it with certainty without even asking Ding Shuyao's opinion.
Because when the atmosphere is good, boys only need to make arrangements and lead the girls to follow you. If you always ask girls if it is okay, whether it is possible or not, when you give the choice to girls, the possibility of you being rejected increases infinitely. This is why countless boys are given the nice guy card.
Girls all admire strong men, and a nice guy is actually a synonym for a bootlicker. Sure, it's been a while since I've been this happy, so let's just be happy to the end. Ding Shuyao nodded and smiled happily.
After coming out of the coffee shop, the two went to a barbecue restaurant that was quite popular and tasted good.
Then I'd better sit next to you. I can't hear you clearly from here.
Lin Mo, who was sitting opposite Ding Shuyao at the beginning, found a seemingly normal reason to sit next to her just a few minutes after he ordered his food. After all, the first step to warming up a relationship is to close the physical distance.
How about I show you my skills today and let you taste the craftsmanship of a top barbecue chef?
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and said mysteriously.
Really? Then I'll wait and see, sister.
Ding Shuyao also spoke very cooperatively and supportively at this moment. After 5 minutes, Lin Mo picked up the chopsticks, dipped a piece of barbecued meat in the sauce and handed it to Ding Shuyao's mouth. Just when the other party opened her mouth to taste it, he smiled and pulled the barbecue plate back and fed it into his own mouth.
Brother, are you teasing me? Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and said angrily. Why, you want me to feed you? If you want me to feed you, just tell me directly. How can I know if you don't tell me?
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao, who was still smiling easily, and joked with a sly look in his eyes.
You were the one who picked up the meat slices with chopsticks and dipped them in sauce before handing them over to me to tease me, okay? Didn't you say you wanted me to taste your top-notch barbecue skills?
At this moment, Ding Shuyao seemed to have forgotten that she was the founder and president of a large chain of medical beauty institutions with hundreds of employees. Instead, she looked at Lin Mo with the attitude and eyes of a little girl.
Okay, then I'll feed you another piece of my barbecued meat for you to try.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he picked up another piece of meat, dipped it in the sauce, and slowly moved it towards the other person's mouth.
Don't take it back and eat it yourself this time. Otherwise, I will be really angry. Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and said coquettishly. Okay, look at how squeamish you are, eat now.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he fed the barbecue slices to the other person's mouth. Ding Shuyao also ate the barbecue slices very obediently and quickly.
This is pretty good. It tastes pretty good too. Ding Shuyao smiled slightly. Well, I just fed you a piece, so won't you feed me a piece of barbecue?
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao, who was getting more and more demanding, and chuckled.
Can't you pinch it yourself?
Ding Shuyao said to Lin Mo with a playful and rebellious expression.
Look at you.
I took charge of the barbecue tonight and fed you myself.
Now you don't even want to feed me a piece of barbecue. I'm so disappointed.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he looked at Ding Shuyao with a sad and depressed expression as if he was possessed by the movie star.
Okay, I'll feed you, okay? I'm scared of you.
After Ding Shuyao said this coquettishly, she picked up her chopsticks, picked up a piece of barbecue, dipped it in sauce, and fed it to Lin Mo's mouth.
Collected 200 points of Ding Shuyao's favorability towards the host.
After completing the love acceleration mission, the favorability points gained during the mission can be increased tenfold.
Please keep up the good work, host. Chapter 47: The Right Way to Eat Popcorn in a Cinema.
The two happily finished their barbecue while bickering and feeding each other, and then Ding Shuyao was taken by Lin Mo to watch a movie.
Would you like some popcorn? It's a must for watching a movie.
And 2 cups of happy fat house water will double your happiness. After Lin Mo got the movie tickets, he looked at Ding Shuyao with a bright smile and said,
I can do anything. Ding Shuyao glanced at Lin Mo and said, Okay, then just listen to me.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he went to the front desk of the cinema to buy popcorn and 2 cups of Coke. Seeing that it was almost time, he and Ding Shuyao walked into the viewing room, chatting and laughing.
Why did you buy the last row? There are plenty of seats in the front.
After Ding Shuyao sat down, she rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and said, Because I was afraid that others would disturb our love, I bought a seat in the last row specifically for a quiet place. Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and joked shamelessly.
You are so rude. Who is in love with you? I am just watching a movie with you. Do you believe I will sew your mouth shut if you keep talking nonsense? Ding Shuyao glared at Lin Mo and said, Sure, if you can do it, just sew it up. After all, I won't be the one who will be accused of murdering my husband. Lin Mo laughed at Ding Shuyao. Stop talking nonsense.
After Ding Shuyao finished speaking, she punched Lin Mo's arm twice.
Stop messing around and watch the movie.
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and suddenly spoke seriously.
It's you who's causing the trouble.
Ding Shuyao was completely speechless after being criticized by Lin Mo. The two were watching a love movie that told the story of a pair of childhood sweethearts who had a mutual secret crush on each other since childhood. Lin Mo wasn't really interested in this type of movie, so he didn't watch it very seriously. He spent most of the time staring at Ding Shuyao in a daze. On the contrary, Ding Shuyao watched it very seriously and fascinatedly. It may be because people who have never been in love in real life actually have a stronger yearning for beautiful love in their hearts. This popcorn is quite delicious. Here, do you want to try it? As soon as Lin Mo fed the popcorn to Ding Shuyao's mouth, she reacted quickly and bit the popcorn into her mouth, and even her teeth bit Lin Mo's finger. You are a dog. Why do you bite me when I feed you out of kindness? Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and said with pretended anger. Who told you to joke with me? You deserve to be bitten to death. The absolutely beautiful and cold female president instantly transformed into a little girl with fierce eyes and looked at Lin Mo and said, What a cruel heart. As a punishment, you have to feed me 10 popcorns to help me soothe my injured body and soul. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he handed the popcorn bucket to Ding Shuyao. Brother, if you want me to feed you, just tell me straight away. Why go around in circles like that? Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo with a playful look and smiled, then she took the popcorn and handed it to Lin Mo's mouth. Really? Can you do it if I just tell you? Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao with ambiguous and gangster eyes and said, How will you know if you don't try? Maybe I will agree. Ding Shuyao gave Lin Mo a charming smile and also started to pull Lin Mo. What if I say I want you to feed me a popcorn with your mouth? Do you dare? Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and provoked her with a bright smile. What's there to be afraid of? But let me make it clear first, you are not allowed to take the opportunity to kiss me secretly. The one who takes the initiative to kiss me is a puppy. Do you dare to agree? Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and said with a bright and cheerful smile. Sure, I agree. I have no problem with that. I'm just afraid that someone will lose control and take advantage of me by secretly kissing me. Lin Mo smiled at Ding Shuyao. Do you think I'm as shameless and narcissistic as you? Come on. After Ding Shuyao finished speaking, she opened her mouth and bit the largest popcorn in the popcorn bucket with her teeth, then slowly moved towards Lin Mo, not stopping until their lips were almost touching. Lin Mo just smiled calmly, opened his mouth and gently bit the other side of the big popcorn. Although from the perspective of passers-by, the two of them were almost kissing each other, but in fact there was still a tiny distance of less than 1 centimeter. The two of them were staring into each other's eyes from an almost negligible distance. In the middle, Lin Mo even kept blinking deliberately to flirt with Ding Shuyao, causing the other's heart, which had been calm for 27 years, to ripple. Afterwards, Ding Shuyao blushed, loosened her teeth, took a deep breath, and sat back in her seat, while Lin Mo smiled and ate the whole popcorn. Collected 200 points of Ding Shuyao's favorability towards the host. After completing the love acceleration mission, the favorability points gained during the mission can be increased tenfold. Please keep up the good work, host. Oh, woman, you are moved. Lin Mo looked at the system light screen prompt and smiled in his heart. So, sister, you also get so embarrassed that your face turns red. I thought you always looked like a cool and elegant lady or a cold and beautiful CEO. Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and joked that she was taking advantage of him. Who is shy? If you hadn't been deliberately being funny and flirting with me just now, would I have blushed? Ding Shuyao glared at Lin Mo fiercely and said. You misunderstood me. I just blinked normally because something got stuck in my eye. Who flirted with you? You are narcissistic. Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth and a gentle yet uninhibited smile appeared on his face as he looked at Ding Shuyao and said. Rogue. Are you really just a college student? Why do you have so many tricks? Ding Shuyao glanced at Lin Mo and said with complicated eyes. No tricks, only a fiery and innocent heart. Lin Mo explained simply and calmly. If you believe my lies, I've lived 27 years in vain. Ding Shuyao gently kicked Lin Mo and said. It's wrong to hit someone when you can't win an argument. I invited you to watch a movie and you turned your back on me. Lin Mo said in pretended distress. Stop talking nonsense and just watch the movie. Ding Shuyao rolled her eyes at Lin Mo and turned around to continue watching the movie. About 10 minutes later, Lin Mo felt a little sleepy, so he simply leaned his head on Ding Shuyao's shoulder and closed his eyes to rest. Why are you leaning on my shoulder? Are you taking advantage of me, your sister? Ding Shuyao pretended to be accusing, but her body remained motionless with Lin Mo still leaning on her shoulder.
Don't move. I'm sleepy. Let me lean on your shoulder and take a nap.
Just consider it as the interest for me playing with you for a whole day. Lin Mo said lazily and then changed his position to continue taking a nap leaning on the other's shoulder.
Okay, since you made me happy today, I won't bother with you.
But if I find out that you rely on other girls in the same way in the future, you're doomed. Ding Shuyao lowered her head, glanced at Lin Mo who was leaning on her shoulder, and said in a light and domineering tone. But after she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. She was not her girlfriend, so why should she say such childish words that were full of jealousy and possessiveness?
Chapter 48, Attacking the Heart First, the goddess president takes the initiative to kiss.
It may be because Lin Mo is really not interested in romantic movies, or it may also be because the shoulders of the beautiful President Ding Shuyao are too comfortable.
In short, Lin Mo was not awakened by Ding Shuyao until the end of the movie. Brother, wake up. Are you here to watch a movie with me or to sleep?
Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and said coquettishly.
Isn't it because my sister's shoulders are softer than my Simmons mattress?
Lin Mo raised his head and looked at Ding Shuyao with bright eyes and said.
Really?
Which little sister trained you to be so sweet?
Ding Shuyao watched Lin Mo digging the tunnel with a smile. Then you are wronging me. How can a nerdy college student like me have so many tricks?
Lin Mo said this in a calm tone, then stood up and straightened his clothes.
Words are not enough. Ding Shuyao glared at Lin Mo and said. Why, sister, are you going to have a real relationship with me to test whether I am a scumbag or not?
Lin Mo said with a smile as bright as the afternoon spring breeze.
TSK, I'm not an 18-year-old girl anymore.
I won't fall for your tricks that easily.
Ding Shuyao spat at Lin Mo and said.
Okay, our President Ding is the smartest, most mature and wisest, okay?
Let's go, I'll take you to sing.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he stretched out one hand and deliberately spread it out in front of Ding Shuyao. When the other party also stretched out his hand and placed it on his palm, Lin Mo suddenly said with a sly smile.
No, why are you holding my hand? I'm asking you to pass me my Coke. And you said you didn't want to date me? Lin Mo. Why are you so annoying? Ding Shuyao couldn't help but kick Lin Mo again and said. What's wrong with me? It's obviously your misunderstanding. Let's go, I'll take you to free your mind. After saying that, Lin Mo naturally took Ding Shuyao's hand and walked out of the cinema.
Ding Shuyao has collected 100 points of favorability towards the host. After 100 times cashback, the amount that can be withdrawn is 10,000 yuan. After they left the cinema and walked for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a KTV.
How about fruit platter, grilled skewers, and beer?
You're okay with singing and drinking beer at the same time? Lin Mo asked Ding Shuya symbolically while placing his order.
Okay, you order. Ding Shuyao nodded slightly and said. Do you like singing? After Lin Mo ordered, he sat next to Ding Shuyao and asked.
I kind of like it, but I was too busy with work before and didn't have much time to go out for singing or eating. Ding Shuyao said calmly.
So, normally your world is just about work, right? That's a bit too boring. Do you want to let go and vent all the negative emotions in your heart today?
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and spoke gently.
Why is your brother now working part-time as a spiritual mentor? Can he also counsel people?
Ding Shuyao raised her eyebrows on her beautiful and cold face, looked at Lin Mo and said with a chuckle.
I'm not a spiritual mentor. I just teach you to live a more relaxed and comfortable life, live in the present and enjoy the present moment.
Lin Mo said with a soft smile. You haven't even graduated from college yet, but you have a very clear view of life. Ding Shuyao said with slight surprise.
Tell me? Maybe the me you saw today is just one of my many personalities? You will find out slowly in the future. Okay, let's sing. How about you go first?
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he gestured for the other party to order a song. Ding Shuyao hesitated for a while before reluctantly ordering a few songs.
The first one is The Paper is Short, but the Feelings are Long.
After the music started, Ding Shuyao began to sing softly.
I miss you so much. In every rainy season. You choose to forget. What I am most reluctant to part with. The letter is short but the love is long. Too many ripples to describe. My story is all about you.
I have to say that although Ding Shuyao looks like a cold and glamorous female boss, Her voice is rather delicate and gentle, which makes her quite suitable for singing this song. It is very beautiful and instantly draws people into the story described in the song. It's so beautiful. If you hadn't told me that you had never been in love, I would have almost thought that you must have been in an unforgettable love affair to be able to sing this song so tenderly and beautifully, and with a hint of sadness. Lin Mo said while clapping and looking at Ding Shuyao with burning eyes. Really? Thank you for the compliment. Maybe my sadness is not about love but about family affection. Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and said with a faint smile. Why, sister, you have a story to tell, would you like to drink some? After Lin Mo finished speaking, he opened the beer and poured it, then motioned for the other party to pick it up and clink glasses with him. No one has a story yet, right? Ding Shuyao picked up the wine glass, clinked it with Lin Mo's, then took a big sip of beer and said. That's right, but since the atmosphere has come to this point tonight, aren't you going to tell me your story, sister? Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and spoke in a persuasive manner. Do you really want to hear it so much? Ding Shuyao raised her head, glanced at Lin Mo and said. Surely as your incoming personal assistant shouldn't I know? Lin Mo grinned. It's nothing, actually. It's just that every time I sing this song, I think of my dad. He was the one who accompanied me throughout my childhood. In the summer, he would accompany me to catch cicadas and butterflies, and go fishing in the river. Ding Shuyao paused slightly here, then picked up the beer in her hand and continued drinking. And what happened next? Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and asked cautiously. Later, when I was in junior high school, my father died of a serious illness due to overwork, so the endless ripples in my story are my father. When Ding Shuyao said this, tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself to hold them back. It's okay, it's all over. I hope your father in heaven will be happy and proud of you when he sees how outstanding you are and how well you are doing. I'm here with you. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he patted Ding Shuyao's shoulder gently. But you know, my family was so poor back then, and my dad saved money for my schooling, so he never spared me from going to the hospital for treatment, and he eventually died. If our family had been as rich as we are now, he wouldn't have left me. Ding Shuyao seemed to have opened the valve of her emotions and she became fragile, soft and charming all of a sudden. Seeing this, Lin Mo gently hugged her in his arms. How about I sing a song for you, maybe you'll feel happier and better after listening to it. Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and spoke in a gentle and caring voice. Okay, then you sing. Ding Shuyao restrained her emotions slightly and said to Lin Mo. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he picked up the microphone and began to sing along with the music, using his singing skills like a professional singer and his delicate emotions. Little feet in memory. Puffy little mouth. Where has the time gone? I've grown old before I've even had time to fully enjoy my youth. Where has the time gone? I haven't even had a good look at you yet and my eyes are blurry. While Lin Mo was singing, Ding Shuyao listened to the songs quietly and drank beer in big gulps. When the song was almost over, when he sang the line "My eyes are blurry before I can even take a good look at you," Ding Shuyao suddenly stood up, walked over, tiptoed slightly and kissed him on the lips. Ding, 300 favorable points of Ding Shuyao towards the host have been collected. After 100 times cashback, the amount that can be withdrawn is 30,000 yuan. Chapter 49, On the first day of work, I was mistaken for a gigolo. To be honest, Lin Mo was a little surprised by Ding Shuyao's sudden kiss, and his heartbeat even quickened. After he reacted, he suddenly realized that perhaps the way to make a beautiful woman truly fall in love with you is not how outstanding you are or how good you are at flirting, but to truly open her heart and enter her heart. Have you kissed me enough, sister? If you keep kissing me, I'll charge you. Lin Mo took the initiative to move away and looked at Ding Shuyao, who was half tipsy and half sentimental, and said, Come, sit down and drink with your sister. It's rare to be so happy today. Ding Shuyao stumbled again with a very cute expression and looked at Lin Mo. Stop drinking. If you continue drinking, I'm afraid you'll get drunk and eat me. Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and teased. Do you think you are Tang monk's meat and everyone wants to eat you? Stop being so conceited. Ding Shuyao gently reached out and hit Lin Mo's arm and said, Has someone forgotten who forcefully kissed me just now? Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and smiled brightly. What happened just now doesn't count. You'd better forget about it when you come to work tomorrow. Well, it's getting late. I'm going to go back and rest. Ding Shuyao stood up with a slightly red face, looked at Lin Mo with a charming smile, and staggered out of the private room to go home. Are you okay then? How about I take you back?
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he reached out and took Ding Shuyao's arm and said, "It's okay, I've asked the driver to pick me up, she'll be here soon. Let's go down first." Ding Shuyao blinked her delicate eyelashes and looked at Lin Mo and said, "Okay, I'll go down with you. I hope that the day we spend together today will be a day you will never forget for the rest of your life, sister." Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao with a bright and clear smile and said, "Of course I will. Not just today, I hope it will be like this every day in the future." Ding Shuyao stood in the elevator and looked at Lin Mo with stars twinkling in her eyes. The two stood at the intersection of the mall and waited quietly for a while, looking at each other without saying a word, but there was a faint feeling of joy and ambiguity spreading in their hearts. "Is that Rolls-Royce Phantom your family's car, sister?" Lin Mo asked as he looked at the black Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road. "Yes, that's it. I'll go back first, brother and sister. By the way, remember to come to work at the company tomorrow. I'll send the address to your phone, and I'll arrange for the administrative manager to contact you when you arrive tomorrow." Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo with anticipation and spoke seriously. "Okay, bye, see you at the company tomorrow." After Lin Mo finished speaking, he smiled and waved at Ding Shuyao. Meiyang Medical Beauty Plastic Surgery Chain Organization? After Ding Shuyao left, Lin Mo opened his mobile phone and searched for the company opened by Ding Shuyao. "I didn't expect that it is actually a unique veterinary beauty institution in Jiangcheng. Although it is not listed, its market value is several hundred million. So it seems that Ding Shuyao, this beautiful and cool little rich woman, is worth at least 1 or 200 million. Not bad, not bad. A 27-year-old stunning goddess president worth hundreds of millions is unique in the whole Jiangcheng. If he didn't already have a system and didn't lack money, he would like to try the feeling of living off a gigolo." Lin Mo said secretly as he looked at the Rolls-Royce that had gone far away. The next morning, Lin Mo got up before 8 o'clock again. After all, today was his first day to work at Ding Shuyao's company, so he had to dress up nicely. After tidying up, Lin Mo, with a carefully styled hairstyle, wearing a branded suit and leather shoes, drove his Ferrari SF90 to the company. Ding Shuyao's company is on the 20th floor of Qianda Global International Center, and the entire floor is occupied by the rich woman's companies. After Lin Mo parked the car, he got into the elevator with a slight smile. As soon as he reached the 20th floor, a woman who was dressed smartly and looked very beautiful and elegant came towards him and greeted him. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Mo? President Ding has already informed me in advance. I am Huang Lily, the administrative director of our company. I will take you to handle the relevant matters of joining the company this morning. Please follow me." "Yes, I am Lin Mo. Okay, that I'll trouble manager Huang." Lin Mo then stretched out his hand to shake hands with the administrative director Huang Lily, and after shaking hands, he followed her into the company. "This is our company's headquarters. We have about 100 people here. We also have many stores in different places in Jiangcheng. The entire company has about 250 people in total, and 80% of them are girls." Huang Lily led Lin Mo forward and introduced the company to him. "I see. Thank you, Manager Huang. I'll keep that in mind." Lin Mo responded without interest. Soon Huang Lily took him to the administrative department to complete the relevant entry procedures, and then clapped her hands and introduced him to other people in the company. "Everyone, stop what you are doing for a moment. I'd like to introduce you to a new colleague. This is Prime Minister Lin Molin. He will be President Ding's personal assistant from now on." Huang Lily said as she looked at dozens of bright eyes. "Hello everyone, just call me Xiaolin from now on." Lin Mo didn't say much. After all, in the workplace, sometimes the more you say, the more mistakes you make. After a round of applause and countless envious and jealous looks from girls, the simple introduction came to an end. But the crowd's shock and discussion had just begun. After Lin Mo was assigned to a workstation next to the president's office near Ding Shuyao, he simply became familiar with the daily tasks of an assistant. But what was very strange was that he didn't see Ding Shuyao the whole morning. Instead, when he went out with the teacup to pour water, he heard many female colleagues secretly talking about him. "Have you heard? The new assistant is actually the gigolo kept by CEO Ding. He looks like he just graduated from college. I have to say this guy is really lucky to be liked by CEO Ding and brought into the company." Colleague A said. "In my opinion, she has completely seen through the laws and nature of how this world works. She doesn't want to take any detours at such a young age.
She just wants to get together with a top goddess-level rich woman like Ms. Ding.
Colleague B said. Speaking of assistant Lin, I think I saw him in the parking lot this morning, and he seemed to be driving a Ferrari SF90.
My goodness, this car must cost at least 7-8 million.
President Ding is really generous to this pretty boy.
Colleague C said in surprise and indignation. It's no wonder that the handsome men nowadays who are 182 centimeters tall have a lot of ideas.
They don't even pretend, they achieve financial freedom as soon as they graduate with the help of women.
We are nothing like cattle and horses, who are like screws every day.
Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry.
After listening to the gossips of these old ladies, Lin Mo just shook his head and went back.
Sure enough, where there are many women, there are many troubles. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to teach these old ladies a lesson next time.
Chapter 50, Doggy Style with the beautiful CEO in the office. Where are you, sister?
Are you hiding from me on purpose?
Lin Mo sat at his workstation and sent a green bubble message to Ding Shuyao.
About 10 minutes later. How come, who am I to you as your sister?
Ding Shuyao was sitting on a chair in the president's office at the moment. She glanced at Lin Mo, who was working at his desk outside, and typed a reply.
Oh my god, last night was so embarrassing. How could I drink a little bit of wine and lose control and hug him and nibble on him? How can I face him in the future? It was so embarrassing.
After Ding Shuyao sent the message, she started talking to herself with a look of despair on her face.
Where are you now?
I'll go find you.
After Lin Mo sent the message, he chuckled and waited. I'm in my office, what do you want?
Ding Shuyao replied in a defensive tone.
About 2 minutes later, Lin Mo pushed the door open and walked in. Why hasn't President Ding left the office all morning? Is he trying to avoid me?
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and said with a bright and playful smile.
Why would I hide from you? I'm just busy. Do you think anyone is as idle as a newcomer like you?
Have you finished your work?
Who let you into my office?
Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and said with pretended anger. It's already lunchtime and time to get off work.
Why is the president still caring about a little personal assistant like me?
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and the smile on her face became even more intense.
What's wrong with being off work? Aren't you still my personal assistant?
You have to know that a personal assistant needs to be on call at all times. Ding Shuyao put on the aura of a president and pretended to be serious while looking at Lin Mo and said.
Okay, then Mr. Ding, do you want me to order lunch for you?
Or we can go downstairs and have lunch together. Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and asked.
Lin Mo, this is the company, please be serious.
Ding Shuyao glared at Lin Mo and said.
Sister, why didn't you take it seriously when you forcefully kissed me yesterday?
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he walked forward and gently put his arms around Ding Shuyao's waist and said.
You, Lin Mo, what are you doing? Be careful, this is my office.
Ding Shuyao said this coquettishly, while slowly retreating backwards.
Nothing.
I just want to push you against the wall. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he stretched out his hand on the wall to block the other party's way and lowered his head to say to Ding Shuyao.
Let me go, Lin Mo, what are you doing?
Ding Shuyao kicked Lin Mo slightly in resistance and said. I saw there was something dirty on your face and I just helped you blow it off.
Why are you so nervous? You didn't think I wanted to kiss you just now, did you?
Lin Mo blew a breath towards Ding Shuyao's face and said with a smile.
Lin Mo. How dare you tease me?
After hearing this, Ding Shuyao raised her foot and kicked Lin Mo, saying slightly angrily.
How dare I? Sister is my boss, and you haven't told me what my responsibilities are today?
Lin Mo let go of Ding Shuyao and said with a bright face. You will be responsible for recording the entire meeting content for me today and arranging the venue. Also, organize the documents on my desk and write them into a data report form for me. Ding Shuyao glanced at Lin Mo and said with a calm and cold expression.
Got it, leader. I'll make sure to complete the task. By the way, aren't you hungry now? Shall we go have lunch together?
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and asked with great concern.
Well, after hearing what you said, I'm a little hungry too. Let's go. How about having your Western food today?
After Ding Shuyao finished speaking, she looked at Lin Mo and smiled.
Okay, it's my honor.
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and smiled brightly. After the two of them walked out of the company building together, when they were crossing the road, Lin Mo reached out and held Ding Shuyao's slender fingers.
Lin Mo, what are you doing?
Ding Shuyao looked at him with a slightly coquettish look and said,
Nothing.
I was just doing a good deed by helping the old lady cross the street. Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao and said with an unruly smile,
You want to die? Who is the old lady? I am obviously a peerless beauty.
You are taking advantage of me.
Ding Shuyao hit Lin Mo and said, Really? Maybe I was just seeing things.
The person standing next to me seems to be my future wife, not some extremely beautiful girl. Lin Mo continued to speak shamelessly.
Lin Mo. How can you be so shameless? I have nothing to do with you, sister. Who is your future wife? Ding Shuyao glared at Lin Mo and said, Who said there is no relationship between us?
It is obvious that my innocence has been tarnished by you.
Okay, you have to be responsible for me? Otherwise, I will depend on you for the rest of my life.
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao with a smile as bright as the stars.
Responsible? What responsibility? I don't remember anything.
Even if I treat you to a big meal, it can't stop you from talking.
Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and said charmingly and coquettishly, Humph, women are really pigs. They don't want to take responsibility after kissing someone. But I'm still a virgin boy. I haven't even been in a relationship yet.
Lin Mo looked at Ding Shuyao with an exaggerated expression and said with a smile,
Put. A virgin boy. What the hell is going on? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? I don't believe you've never been in love. Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo with suspicion and said, What? Do I look like I've never been in love before?
Lin Mo said with a slight smile. You look like a scumbag who has been in countless relationships. You are thick-skinned, mean and sweet-mouthed, and you are very useful in coaxing girls.
Ding Shuyao looked at Lin Mo and said bluntly, Really? Is this the impression you have of me? I guess I have to work hard to change your wrong impression.
Lin Mo said with a pure smile. The two of them chatted and laughed and soon arrived at a luxuriously decorated, quiet and comfortable Western restaurant.
What would you like to eat? Order whatever you want. It's my treat. Just consider it as a welcome to your first day at work in my company.
Ding Shuyao glanced at Lin Mo, handed him the menu and said,
Since you said that, I'll order the most expensive one. Lin Mo said happily. Sure, order whatever you want. Ding Shuyao smiled and said, Come on, I won't be polite. Aren't you afraid that I will bankrupt you? Lin Mo asked. That's just a small amount of money. If you can bankrupt me, I'll consider you the winner.
Ding Shuyao said with a smile on her face.
Okay, today I'll show you what a stomach that can eat a whole cow looks like.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he opened the menu and ordered an expensive meal, about enough for 4 people.